Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 24-26, Honorable Clan. It turned out that expert pilots weren't completely single-minded. Aside from obsessing about their principles, they also obsessed over their expert mechs. It was hard not to. Expert pilots weren't philosophers. They were warriors first. Their entire existence revolved around their ability to pilot mechs. Each of them knew that stronger mechs allowed them to exert more strength. With greater strength, they gained more influence, allowing them to spread their values more effectively. This meant that if Ves wanted to remain in charge, he should manipulate these circumstances in his favor. Promoting his backers and suppressing his critics was a classic way to remain in power. As long as he amplified the voice of Venerable Joshua and diminished the voice of Venerable Janzi, the balance would slowly tip in his favor. This was what Ves wanted to see. While he liked Venerable Janzi as a person, her strong views threatened his ambitions. For this reason alone, he did not mind suppressing her in various ways. The simplest method to do so was to simply hold off on providing her with an expert mech. In any case, Ves still had to exert a lot of effort in order to obtain any expert mech. If Venerable Janzi was too ungrateful to appreciate his efforts, then he had no reason to amplify her voice. Expert pilots each possessed an exalted status in society, but it was very hard for them to remain influential if they continually lacked an expert mech. In the mech corps, no expert pilot worried about lacking a suitable machine. Each of them fought on behalf of the state, so it was extremely rare for them to dissent. Even if they had a problem with their mech regiments, they could simply request a transfer. It was different in the Larkinson clan. No matter what, Ves was in charge of everything, so Janzi had no way of avoiding him in any way. This was especially so if he effectively controlled her access to an expert mech. Calabas pushed Ves to take advantage of his position of power. While Venerable Janzi enjoys the distinct honor of becoming the first expert pilot of the clan, stars fade when others rise. As long as a more pliable expert pilot such as Venerable Joshua continues to astonish our clansmen, who will remember Venerable Janzi after a few years? Though Ves recognized that her approach had a lot of merit, a part of him felt uneasy. There was something distinctly distasteful about engaging in such murky acts. It reeked of politics. Major Voel happened to feel the same way. The Larkinson clan values honor and integrity. Sir, think very carefully about the repercussions of your actions. Once you scheme against your own people, our clan will change into something different. Others will follow your example and hatch their own schemes. Any notion about treating every Larkinson fairly will disappear, and it is all because you taught everyone that it is acceptable to abuse your power for your own gain. Everyone abuses their power for their own gain. That's what makes it worth pursuing. Calabas sneered. The Larkinson clan is not a hexer organization. My fellow Vandals and I initially joined the clan for 2 reasons. 1. We believe in Ves. 2. We believe in the uprightness of the Larkinsons. Many other hopeful people have applied to join the Larkinson clan because they are attracted to our fair and equitable culture. We are a brotherhood. However, just like any big organization, we have people who have different ideas. The proper way to handle them is to allow them to continue to voice their opinions freely. If Ves and his supporters are right, then they will naturally be able to remain in charge. Naive. Dissent must be managed, lest it fester and spread. You cannot imagine how malcontents can manipulate the majority by driving hysteria and spreading misinformation. The way I see it, Venerable Janzi must be choked out of the clan. It's not worth it anymore to keep her around. Ves shot a glance at both of his advisors, forcing them to halt their argument. That's enough. I have contemplated both your suggestions. While I am tempted by your suggestion, Calabas, I cannot bring myself to do as you say. Major Vol has said it correctly. The Larkinsons must act honorably and with integrity. I do not want to preside over a clan that is rife with backstabbing and suspicion. Larkinsons shouldn't have to climb over each other's corpses in order to fulfill their ambitions. Kinship is one of our most important values. That means we should respect each clansman even if they hold opposing viewpoints. His words caused Calabas to look glum. Major Vol briefly gloated over his victory. I'm glad you made the right decision, sir. This was the end of the matter. While Ves had not discussed with his expert pilots to comfort the grieving survivors, it could wait. He ordered Calabas and Major Vol to lay the groundwork. He planned to address his men when they were ready to move out of the Nixian Gap. In the next couple of days, Ves remained in thought as he slowly began to pick up his regular work. With his task force still busy salvaging the battlefield and restoring their damaged and captured ship, there was no need for him to pay attention to these chores. This left him free to return to the design lab in order to resume his design work. In the month that he and his braves were occupied with preparing for the battle, Gloriana and her erudites had achieved remarkable progress on every project. The Valkyrie Redeemer, the Cat's Paw, the Chiron, the Ferocious Piranha, the Sanctuary and the Crystal Lord Mark II all came closer to completion. Of the 6 projects, the Cat's Paw project still required a lot of work, while the Ferocious Piranha was very close to completion. At least that was before he lost one of his design spirits. A major complication had arisen after the battle against the Abyss. One of the repercussions directly affected the LMC's business operations. Benny! Long time no see! Ves grinned as he finally greeted his personal assistant after more than a month of neglect. Boss! Gavin greeted while trying to stay as professional as possible. A lot has happened over the past month. I've prepared an extensive report for you to peruse. In short, while our clan is doing better than ever due to your astounding victory against the Nixian pirates, the LMC has suffered some setbacks. What's wrong? Our sales are slowing down, boss. We are still selling more mechs each month, but our expansion has stalled. The local mech markets are beginning to lose confidence in our offerings. Why? There are 2 reasons for this. The introduction of targeted counters has shown our customers that our glows aren't as infallible as they once assumed. When the Friday men developed the Olsen-Katzenberg alloy, they did not keep the alloy formula for themselves. Instead, they put it up for licensing. While we can't count how many mech designers and mech companies have licensed the OK alloy, it is sure to be considerable. That sounded bad, but Ves did not panic. OK alloy is only part of the equation why the Glow Crusher works. Master Olsen's ingenuity in generating motion energy and discharging it as an attack is the true brilliance of her design. That is not what others can replicate. Ves truly admired his former master for harnessing such a potent form of energy. It far exceeded his imagination of what her specialty entailed. It showed him that he should never underestimate any master no matter how boring their design philosophies sounded. Well, from what we have heard from other sources, OK alloy somehow makes it easy to generate at least some motion energy. This gives other mech designers a chance to target glows even if they have to put more effort into generating it. As long as the mech industry improves and refines the application of OK alloy, our products won't be able to take advantage of their glows with impunity. Ves remained stoic as he listened to Gavin's pessimistic assessment. This day would have come sooner or later. Nothing is infallible. Not even glows. Hell, this is why I pushed to design the Sanctuary. I don't believe that other mech designers can leverage the properties of OK alloy as well as the 2 masters. If you ask me, let these competitors of ours invest in developing their pathetic counters for our products. Once we publish the Sanctuary, the effectiveness of our solution will instantly conquer the market. We will be able to control our counter by that time. That sounds great, but what about the Friday men? What stops them from buying our sanctuaries before employing them against the blessed squire? That won't be a problem. Ves grinned. It's hard-coded not to suppress the glow of superior mechs. That's the greatest benefit to publishing our own counter. Gavin looked shocked. If that is the case, then I have no complaints. So far, the design department had kept most of the details about the ongoing projects close to its chest. None of the assistant mech designers had leaked any information, which was good. You mentioned another issue that's slowing our growth. What's the problem? It's about the Doom Guard. The mech has changed, boss. Oh. Yeah. That's my fault. Ves quickly recalled that he had lost one of his design spirits in the battle against the Abyss. He felt quite pained at the loss of Nixie. In hindsight, Nixie had probably turned into a dark god. Unlike the Unending One and the other powerful spirits, Nixie failed to join their club because his coffin trapped him in place. If not for that, Ves might not have gained so many benefits from harvesting his spiritual fragments. Ves personally witnessed the power of a dark god. Whether it was the Unending One, the Inexorable One, or the Blinding One, each of them possessed enough power to wipe out his fleet by themselves. This was because of the insane pressure they emanated. Their sheer presence was so heavy that most people couldn't even stay awake. Only those with at least some spiritual strength would be able to muster up some resistance. But even then, none of his expert pilots were able to put up a fight because they lacked expert mechs. Now that his expert pilots had already broken through, there was no way they could exert as much strength as before. It didn't matter if his surviving forces managed to take over control of some of the captured warships. Their main cannons probably did little to deter a fully descended dark god. For this reason, a part of Ves was quite happy that he got rid of Nixie while he could. Who knew when the powerful dark god would break out of his prison? That said, Nixie's death did present a considerable problem to Ves. In his haste, he filled up the void in the Doom Guard's design with loofah. At the time, he did not have the time to check how this hasty solution affected one of his best-selling models. From the look of Gavin's face, the consequences shouldn't be good. The Doom Guard mechs have become weird. They are still disturbing, but in a different way. It's like you are getting beaten by a stick one day, only to get splashed by boiling water the next day. In what way? Well, they're still uncomfortable, but they don't induce a sense of terror anymore. Instead, they're disturbing because anyone who enters within the range of their glows is subject to two conflicting influences. One of them is aggressive, and the other one is calm. Strange things happen when both of them are affecting people at the same time. Our customers are still trying to cope with the changes, but it is very different from what they are used to before. The mech pilots assigned to the Doom Guards have to learn how to cope with their glows all over again. Chapter 24-27, Bipolar Guard. It was better for Gavin to show Ves what had changed. Words could not fully convey how differently the Doom Guard behaved. The first footage showed a Doom Guard in the base of the Larkinson clan back on Synnax 6. A dozen Larkinson mech pilots stared up at the mech with apprehension. After receiving some sort of signal, they stepped forward and approached the mech. Their faces contorted a bit as they got close. Some looked like they were about to punch someone. Others looked as if they were ready to sit down and relax. The problem was that these conditions only lasted a short time. Just a few seconds later, the people who looked excited had abruptly calmed down, and the people who appeared to be relaxed suddenly became alarmed. Their progress forward slowed. The closer they approached, the more their emotions became subject to rapid flips. The mood swings also grew stronger at close range, which meant that the mech pilots experienced greater difficulties in maintaining a sober mind. Everyone had a limit. The weakest one stopped halfway or so. They switched from battle excitement to unnatural calm like pendulums. The changes were so extreme that they simply did not dare to move any closer towards the Doom Guards for fear of losing their wits. The people who possessed better control of themselves managed to go further. Ves noticed that the group of stronger mech pilots should probably be identical to the sort of individuals who were able to approach the old Doom Guard. A strong mind and will allowed anyone to resist external impacts on their minds. The next footage showed how the altered Doom Guard might affect the battlefield. In a live practice battle, a number of mechs attempted to swarm the lone striker mech. The Doom Guard allowed the enemy mechs to approach without activating its flamethrower. When the enemy mechs came close, their formation suddenly became ragged. As the mechs neared, the machines seemed to lose control. "This is different." Ves widened his eyes. He became intrigued by the changes. A simple change of design spirits caused one of his existing products to exhibit a substantially different effect. As Ves continued to track what happened to the mechs that went out of control, he noted that they never recovered until the mechs automatically floated out of the range of the Doom Guard. At that point, the stricken mech pilots managed to escape the field that induced artificial mood swings. "Very interesting." Ves turned to Gavin's projection. "The mech pilots were unable to control their mechs?" "They quite literally lost their minds at the time. The way they describe it, they were turning their heads from left to right and back again so many times that they were unable to look straight ahead." "I see." This was a different way of debilitating enemy mech pilots in battle. Rather than scaring them away, it rendered them helpless instead. This was very fatal in a mech battle. Mech pilots controlled their machines through their minds. The neural interface enabled mechs to transmit a lot of data to the minds of their mech pilots. In turn, if a mech pilot wanted a mech to do something, they had to transmit a mental signal that the neural interface picked up and conveyed to the mech. If the mind of the mech pilot became compromised to such a degree that they were no longer able to think straight, then the mech no longer received any proper commands. "While it has only been a few days since the Doom Guards have changed, the implications are staggering," Gavin said. "First, the mech no longer causes people to turn around and run. This is good because any enemies that get caught in the Doom Guard's glow will likely turn into sitting ducks. It's also bad because in space, the mechs will simply continue to soar into the direction of the enemy. Once the enemy mechs reach the other side, their mech pilots will not only be able to regain their wits, but also wreak a lot of havoc in the middle of the defending formation." The old Doom Guard excelled at deterring swarms of mechs piloted by weak-willed criminals. The new Doom Guard was able to affect entire swarms of mechs as well, but the nature of its effects meant that the pirates were better able to overwhelm an outnumbered opponent. As Gavin explained all of these repercussions, he did mention a beneficial change. "Strangely enough, the new Doom Guard is more suited to mental resilience training. Some of the avatars have already started to subject themselves to the new Doom Guard's glow. They all say that trying to maintain lucidity under these conditions is more effective training." Ves could see how this was the case. The old Doom Guard's glow possessed a creeping and fluctuating sense of terror that was both inexplicable and unblockable. It was very hard for anyone to wrap their minds around it. This disturbing sense of the unknown was very difficult to cope with, even for the mech pilots assigned to pilot these fearsome machines. In contrast, the new Doom Guard relied on different emotions to debilitate mech pilots. Instead of trying to unnerve and scare them away, the new glow instead forced them to cope with two familiar but rapidly changing emotions. Aggression and calm were two emotions that every mech pilot dealt with on a daily basis. Each mech pilot has to exhibit at least some aggression in order to fight better. A mech pilot who isn't aggressive won't be able to commit as much to a battle. That is usually detrimental to their ability to immerse and synchronize with their mechs," Ves noted. Mech pilots also have to be able to remain calm on and off the battlefield. Gavin nodded. That's what the other Larkinsons who studied the changes think as well. There are already plans from our side to put all of our mech pilots through special training sessions. Hee hee. They're in for a treat. The news was not all good, though. Even though the new Doom Guard was still useful, if in different ways, the abrupt and unannounced changes in performance had deep implications for the LMC. We sold the product to more than 1 million customers with the promise that they get what they paid for, Gavin explained with a grave voice. Right now, that's not the case anymore. Every Doom Guard has changed, resulting in a lot of disruption. The owners who aren't in a position to fight anyone have to change their plans for their copies, so the problem isn't as critical to them. It's the owners who have employed them in battle recently that have incurred many problems. The assistant transmitted a few angry letters and official complaints to the LMC. Some of the buyers of the Doom Guards had made use of them in battle when their glows abruptly weakened before changing. The changes affected both enemies and friendlies alike, but because they came so suddenly, the damage was very serious to the side that deployed the new mechs. The disasters sparked by these unannounced changes already resulted in a lot of inquiries. Angry customers wanted to know why their products changed in specification. The mech market became a lot more suspicious about the Doom Guard and other LMC offerings. What if their glows changed to one day? The emerging scandal presented the LMC with a severe confidence crisis. If the company didn't do anything soon, its stellar reputation for reliability might take a heavy blow. Ves frowned. This was a serious problem indeed. It was very taboo for mechs to alter so drastically without any reasonable explanation. None of the manuals or documentation ever mentioned that the glows of his products might be subject to change. This was a severe oversight. What do you think, Benny? Our mechs are too useful for the mech market to drop. It's just that our customers will become a lot more reluctant to buy our products if this scandal continues to blow up in the news. Our competitors are grasping at this new development with enthusiasm. While it is only a few days, the shift in perception is already permanent. We'll never be able to restore the confidence of our customers to where it was before. This was a great shame, but Ves accepted it with a stoic expression. He did not regret flinging Nixie to one of the pirate warships. Nixie's outbreak pretty much demolished the Mortis Grayson, thereby weakening the pirates and sparing many lives. The freed spiritual entity also kept the unending one busy for a time. All of this was worth the repercussions. No matter how badly the scandal affected the LMC's reputation, his products would always hold some value. Even if people questioned their reliability, at most his mech company might drop prices in order to make up for lost demand. Why aren't you worried, boss? This is a serious problem. It's the greatest threat to the company since those worries about brainwashing crept up. Some of the more alarming scenarios even predict that our current sales will be halved as a result of lower confidence in our mech models. Ves grinned and waved his hand. All of the projections that illustrated the LMC's difficulties disappeared. What is lost can be regained. Before, we already earned an astounding amount of money each month. What's the big deal if we earn half that amount? It's still an astonishing number that we can use to invest in our clan. Besides, the public hasn't heard about what happened in the Nixian Gap. We can use that to force the news cycles to change their reporting. He began to discuss a new plan with Gavin. The assistant slowly lost his concerns. He became excited instead. This can actually work. No, it's already a given that it will work. We just have to package the announcement in the right way. His smile dropped a bit. Still, that doesn't solve the issue with our current customers. Unlike the public that don't have a chance of buying our mechs, the people who already bought and used our mechs all have legitimate complaints towards us. If we don't do anything, then the first ones who bring their complaints to the MTA will have a very good case against us. You should know how the MTA deals with these matters. The MTA disapproved of mechs changing midway for whatever reason. While not every mech had to be extremely reliable, for them to be so poorly conceived that they transformed into something else was not a positive development. If it happened too often, then mech buyers throughout the galaxy would become a lot hesitant about purchasing a mech. This was what the MTA least wanted to see. Anything that caused mechs to be sold less often posed a serious threat to the supremacy of mechs in modern society. This was why Gavin thought that VS should be very concerned. If you asked me, boss, we should outright compensate the customers who have suffered real losses as a result of this incident. We can make them shut up if we offer them money up to the full price of a Doom Guard depending on how much losses they suffered. For the few cases where the accusers actively deployed a Doom Guard in the middle of a battle, we can selectively buy them off so that they won't take us to the MTA's court. How much will this cost? VS asked. Gavin winced. We sold more than 1 million Doom Guards, you know. While not every customer has suffered major damage, the ones that did usually demand a lot of money. As for the rest, they need some compensation as well because they are stuck with a product that no longer performs as expected. It doesn't matter if the new Doom Guard is just as useful as the old one. It's different, and it's not the mech we initially sold. How much? At least 500 billion hex credits? Chapter 24-28 New Candidates. The matter of compensation was a thorny issue. The LMC had to pay something in order to preserve as much reputation as possible, but paying the equivalent of half the price of a second-class capital ship sounded far too much. VS glowered as he dismissed Gavin with an angry wave. Don't make any decisions. Let me think about it. Prepare more data for me. I want to know exactly how many people are affected badly enough that they can raise a stink in court or in public. We should try and buy them out if possible, Gavin suggested. Most of the seriously affected complainers consists of regular mercenary corps who just happen to have deployed the Doom Guard in battle at the time of the incident. The numbers are fairly small, so we can easily deal with them in many ways before they can exert influence. In fact, one of the reasons why the total cost of handling this situation is so high is because we need to step in before our competitors have the bright idea of doing so instead. What? We'll be in trouble if the Friday Coalition buys out or obtains control over the damaged parties. There's no way to compromise with them then as they drag their case all the way to the MTA. This was indeed something his enemies would do. Move quickly then. You have my permission to do whatever it is necessary to prevent the situation from going worse. As for the large group of customers who haven't suffered as much, I have something different in mind. I'll get back in touch with you after I flesh out my plan. VS issued some instructions to Gavin. He knew that time was of the essence, and that they couldn't let the press report on the scandal without any input from the LMC. Before you go, is there anything you would like to add about the Hexers who have come? They're remarkably well behaved, boss. What do you mean by that? Well, when the first waves of Hexers arrived in Hisneck, they looked down on us Larkinsons. They didn't stir up any trouble or anything, but they did little to conceal their contempt. That started to change once the blessed squire delivered them victory after victory. Now that we have all just heard about how you managed to smash a powerful fleet of pirates, the Wodens are actually starting to treat us with grudging respect. Of course, they're a lot friendlier towards our women. VS did not find this change of heart surprising. In any case, he was about to marry Gloriana soon, and that meant that his gains would partially become the Woden dynasty's gains as well. Mutual interest alone ensured that the Wodens would definitely support him as long as he continued to show promise. Has Gloriana been up to anything special? Gavin shook his head. No. These days, she spends most of her time in the design lab. She is pushing her erudites hard in order to make up for the absence of you and your braves. She used to pay a lot of attention to the wedding planning before her mother arrived. Madame Constance Woden has arrived as well? Yes, Gavin hesitantly replied. She is quite a forceful individual. I can barely raise my head in her presence. Anyone who could raise a daughter like Gloriana was bound to be strict. Ves had already heard enough to know that Madame Constance was not a woman to be trifled with. She may not be a matriarch, but she was pretty much the next best thing. Seeing that his assistant was reluctant to talk about Madame Constance behind her back, Ves did not push any further. In any case, he would be meeting her in person in a month. What does the wedding venue look like? It's big, and the Wodens recently decided to make it even grander. They're shipping sculptors and hiring a lot of local artists and craftsmen to enhance the visual impact of the giant space platform. They say it's needed to reflect your greater stature. I hope it doesn't look too hexerish. Don't worry. Madame Constance may have her own ideas, but she isn't entirely inconsiderate towards us. The wedding shouldn't be a complete hexer spectacle. If there is anything about the wedding that suggests that the groom is in any way inferior or subordinate to the bride, I'll bring it up to you. We all know how much you care about that. None of us want to become hexers. One of the points that Ves heavily emphasized to Gloriana was that he was in no way marrying into the Woden dynasty. She was instead marrying into the Larkinson clan. Otherwise, he would hear no end of her trying to introduce more hexer customs into their married life. Hopefully, the wedding would be the first and last time he came in touch with so many hexers. Once he left the Komodo Star sector, he only had to deal with his newly wedded wife and her glory seekers. Though Ves felt slightly disgusted about the latter, they did bring 2,000 powerful second-class mechs to the table. Perhaps these numbers might not mean much 10 years from now, but in this early stage he could use all the help he could get. The battle against the Abyss had already taught him that his clan's foundation was still too weak. Some time passed as Ves continued to think over his various issues. The living sentinels, the expert pilots, the Doom Guard scandal, and his upcoming wedding continued to weigh on his shoulders. Despite all of these troubles, Ves did not feel too encumbered. After confronting immensely powerful warships and dark gods, he didn't feel that any of his current challenges were too much for him to cope. Really, these problems are nothing compared to what I've faced on the battlefield. He even felt as if his life was becoming more hollow now that he was about to return to a semblance of normality. This was strange. During and after the battle against the Abyss, he had clearly reached his limit. He wanted nothing more than to get out of the Nixian Gap and escape all of the danger associated with this cursed region. Yet now that he began to tackle the mundane problems of his regular life, some part of him wanted to stay. As much as all of the dangers had pushed him to the brink, he didn't break in the end. Instead, he harvested enormous gains. From developing new methods of empowering his mechs and mech pilots to obtaining a large quantity of irreplaceable unending alloy, it was clear that the Nixian Gap still contained a lot of hidden treasures. No! He furiously shook his head. He could not let his greed and desire for advancement warp his thinking. While he had gained much, he lost a lot as well. There was no way the survivors of his task force would support any further ventures in the Nixian Gap. Thinking about his gains also caused him to think about his losses. They weren't trivial. First, his task force had lost a lot of valuable mech pilots. A little over 1,300 Larkinson mech pilots entered the Nixian Gap in high spirits, but only around 530 of them made it to the end. In other words, 60% of his mech pilots perished under his command. These were earnest, loyal, and decent clansmen who all entrusted their lives to him. Ves failed his responsibilities, not that he would admit it to anyone. He could not afford to feel guilty when doing so only disadvantaged him. He still had many ambitions, and he couldn't let a couple of missteps stop him from reaching master. Besides, we can easily replace the slain mech pilots. It sounded callous, but it was true. While it was still difficult for the Larkinson clan to hire second-raters, it was not a problem to recruit thousands of third-raters. Unfortunately, it took a lot of time and effort to upgrade them into second-raters. Maybe I should just skip them and hire proper second-class citizens instead. If he wanted to do so, the Larkinson clan needed to leave the Komodo Star sector first. There was no way he wanted any Friday men or Hexers into his clan. He only made an exception for the penitent sisters because of their meritorious service and their willingness to change. Time passed as he continued to mull over these issues. After taking care of some matters, he finally met with the expert candidates. Before his clan obtained any expert pilots, Ves cared a lot about expert candidates. Yet when the 9 newly advanced Larkinsons filed into the conference room and took their seats, his heart hardly moved. He had better toys now. Why should he go back to playing with inferior ones? Welcome, everyone. He commenced the meeting while keeping his true feelings in check. I hope that each of you have recovered from the previous battle. Let me thank you for stepping up in the previous battle. 15 of you managed to stall the inexorable one long enough for help to come. Let us take a moment of silence for the 6 comrades that are not here with us today. Ves waved his hand, causing the table projection to display the portraits of the 6 fallen expert candidates. Each of the expert candidates looked solemn as they looked at the portraits. Each of them had looked them up already. A bit of guilt, regret, and other complex feelings overtook the survivors. They could have been among the casualties. When the inexorable one used her innate advantages to torment the expert candidates, she could have picked off any one of them. That was one of the most fearsome moments of their lives. None of them enjoyed the feeling of letting others control their own fate. Ves studied the expert candidates carefully. He sensed a burning desire to grow stronger from each of them. That was good. No one who advanced to expert candidates lacked ambition. All right. We have paid our respects. Let us proceed. He waved his hand, causing the portraits to disappear. Please introduce yourselves to each other. It was all well and good to mourn for the dead, but he didn't want his men to obsess over them every day. The new expert candidates proceeded to call out their names. Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson. Avatars of Myth. Iman Ingvar Larkinson. Avatars of Myth. Tamarin Larkinson. Avatars of Myth. Isabel Coden Larkinson. Avatars of Myth. Percival Larkinson. Living Sentinels. Hector Larkinson. Living Sentinels. Trinity Larkinson. Living Sentinels. Avikase Larkinson. Flagrant Vandals. Zimro Belson Larkinson. Black Cats. The expert candidates had already gotten in touch with each other for the most part. This was the first time they met each other in person, though. They curiously studied each other and tried to see whether they should spend more time with each other. Ves studied his new expert candidates as well. He could already see some interesting patterns. It didn't surprise him that the avatars boasted the greatest number of expert candidates. In fact, it should have been more, but the inexorable one frequently targeted the gold-coated mechs in the previous battle. What surprised him quite a bit was that the living sentinels still retained as much as 3 expert candidates. This was an astonishing number considering the heavy attrition. He supposed that the sentinels who survived up to this point represented the very best. Ves had no doubt that the quality and skill of these sentinels had already caught up to the avatars for the most part. Ves was still a bit wary towards this group, though. None of the sentinel expert candidates looked at him fondly. Only 24% of their fellow mech pilots were left. The last expert pilot was a bit of a surprise to him. According to the records, Zimra Ves Larkinson used to be a Zona stalker before the Black Cats absorbed the pirate defectors. The final observation he made was that 4 out of 9 expert candidates consisted of true-blood Larkinsons. This was a remarkable ratio considering how few of them were left. It did not surprise Ves in the least that all the Sentinel expert candidates were completely made up of truebloods. Chapter 24-29 Dangerous Controls. Ves did not talk too much with the new expert candidates. He only held a perfunctory speech and began to detail some of their new rights and responsibilities in the clan. They needed a lot of time to develop into their newfound power. While expert candidates weren't as reality-defying as expert pilots, they still stood head and shoulders above regular mech pilots. This was already enough to warrant special treatment. Of course, Ves didn't have to sort out all of the details. Commander Melker, Commander Magdalena, and so on all took responsibility for nurturing the expert candidates. As soon as they advanced, the 9 Larkinsons had already turned into investments of the clan. The value of an expert pilot was at least 100 if not 1,000 times more valuable. There was no way his mech forces would let their potential remain buried. Since Ves was already swamped with responsibilities, he did not intend to track the progress of his expert candidates too closely. He was only willing to spend some time on customizing and improving their mechs so that they enjoyed smoother growth. The only problem was that Ves did not have any suitable mechs to pass on to them aside from the Bright Warriors. Now that the Larkinson clan was transitioning to a second-class organization, it did not make much sense to invest in this mech model. It had already served its role for the most part. The only problem was that he hadn't prepared an alternative. Ves either had to design a second-class version of the Bright Warrior or design a set of new second-class mechs. Either way, it was likely going to take years before he equipped all of his mech pilots with proper mechs. After providing the expert candidates with some helpful advice, he dismissed them. Aside from providing them with improved mechs, they shouldn't need any further help from him. If they couldn't advance to the rank of expert pilot after this effort, then perhaps they weren't cut out to become demigods. Too many expert pilots is not necessarily good. I already have my hands full from managing 5 of them. It's going to be an enormous chore to design all of their expert mechs. Ves could not borrow Master Willix every time one of his expert candidates broke through. She was not some kind of design bot that emerged out of its resting place and dutifully provided him with the assistance he needed on command. Just thinking about all of the trouble he had to go through to design more expert mechs in the future gave him a headache. He felt it was even more important to design a lot of mechs in order to accumulate enough DP to exchange for valuable knowledge about expert mechs. As the reinforcements dispatched by Calandra Woden was only a day away from reaching the surviving fleet, Ves decided to hold a press conference. News and rumors about the battle against the Abyss already started to generate a lot of interest. At the same time, the scandal surrounding the Doom Guard was still growing unabated. Even if the LMC acted quickly and bribed or outright bought the damaged parties, there were still plenty of opponents who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The LMC was already eating up a lot of market share in the market for space-borne rifleman mechs and space-borne striker mechs. Once the Miracle Couple published some additional mech designs, even more mech companies were going to bleed market share. Due to the magnitude of the planned announcements, the Larkinson clan put a lot of effort into preparing a suitable venue. Many people offered different suggestions. Some wanted to build an opulent hall on the surface of Synax 6 that reflected the Larkinson clan's splendor. Gloriana wanted to hold the press conference aboard the flagship of the Woden Warriors. Suffice to say, every Larkinson shot down her suggestion. In the end, VS came up with a novel idea. When he shared it with his inner circle, most of them immediately approved. The only people who disapproved were Gloriana and a couple of old fogies like Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. They thought that holding a press conference in such an unusual setting was highly inappropriate, but it was too bad they were horribly outnumbered. Symbolism mattered. Every decision affected the impression they made to the public. Even if it was mostly theater, VS needed every advantage he could get to solve his various problems. Just before the press conference was about to begin, preparations took place in 2 different places. On Synax 6, hundreds of invited journalists entered a hall specifically prepared for the occasion. While the clan spent some effort to decorate it with the clan's developing architectural style, the broadcast wouldn't show any of it. This was because the Larkinsons would soon project a different setting around the journalists. At some point, Gloriana entered the hall from the side. A number of Glory Seeker bodyguards accompanied her as she stepped to the podium. She wore her customized clan uniform this time. Though she considered wearing a dress or something more elegant, she knew it was important to emphasize her association with the Larkinsons. As Gloriana approached the empty stage, the environment changed. A large number of projectors borrowed from the Hexers began to surround the journalists with an entirely different view. Cold metal, broken control consoles, savage banners, and various other crude markings came into view. The people invited to the press conference each discovered that their slightly unusual seating arrangement caused them to sit right behind one of the projected workstations. When some of them curiously touched the controls, some sort of system recorded their movements and began to pass them to the consoles. "It's turning on!" Various menus and technical settings came into view. The journalists momentarily forgot about what was in front in order to satisfy their curiosity. "Sensor system integrity has dropped to 35%. Someone read out. "Catastrophic hull breaches in the bow and starboard sections. Urgent repairs needed. Main aft cannons have locked target coordinates and are standing by. Please press to proceed." As soon as the unwitting journalist pressed the button to proceed, the setting minutely shook. A large projection appeared in front of their faces that showed a large asteroid getting pounded by 3 successive cannon strikes. The huge exploding shells blasted the huge asteroids into pieces. The reporters all jolted at the sight. Even if everything appeared to be a projection, the setting was so realistic that they truly felt that everything was real. "We're on the bridge of the Gravata Narlax!" someone shouted with shock. A huge wave of awe and wonder spread from the invited guests. None of them could have imagined that the Larkinson clan would opt to hold a remote press conference on the bridge of the infamous Nixian pirate warship. While some people wondered whether the Larkinsons were just putting up an elaborate virtual illusion, once VS came into view, they weren't so sure anymore. VS wore his new unending regalia complete with a dashing red cape this time. He looked nothing like the stereotypical mech designer who looked like he would fit right into a peaceful lab. He walked down the middle aisle of the large bridge and stood next to Gloriana. Instead, his combat gear made it seem as if he had just concluded a battle. 5 figures garbed in piloting suits emerged from the entrance to the bridge. They strode through the middle of the bridge and stepped behind VS with straightened backs and firm faces. 9 more figures in piloting suits appeared and strode forward until they stood at the back. Nobody said a word as VS and the mech pilots took their place. Every journalist had already researched the circumstances beforehand and knew that none of the people who showed up were normal. Even though the projected setting could not convey the force of wills of the expert pilots, just their appearance was alone to make the journalists more honest. VS swept his gaze across the large crowds. Despite inviting several hundred people, The bridge of the Gravata Narlax was so large and expansive that there was still plenty of room left. While the journalists were still taking in the new expert pilots, Ves decided to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Gravata Narlax. Yes, this projection reflects the actual bridge of the pirate-built warship that has fallen into our hands. I advise you not to touch anything. While we have locked some critical systems, we have left many of them open so that each of you can feel how much power this heavy cruiser contains. With one press of a button, you can fire shells that can crack open combat carriers. With another press of a button, the Gravata Narlax can blanket a region in space with a rain of rapid-fire laser beams. After hearing this, none of the attendees dared to touch anything. Their awe and fear towards warships was considerable, and just thinking about activating something catastrophic was enough to give them nightmares. In fact, the unwitting reporter who accidentally fired the aft primary turret cannons was already in tears. Ves sneered as he saw the bubbling man. It was just a simple weapon discharge. Only a worthless asteroid got blown apart. What was the big deal? As you know, our Larkinson clan has decided to dispatch a task force into the Nixian Gap. I decided to personally lead this task force into this pirate-infested region in order to fulfill the demands of the Mech Trade Association. He began to summarize the journey, including the various battles his men had fought. He did not really provide much details, but he did project some carefully chosen footage to impress the crowd how valiantly the Larkinsons had fought. Perhaps normally, the journalists would be a little more discerning about the presentation. They might ask questions or point out some undesirable details in the background. However, changing the venue of the press conference to the bridge of the Gravata Narlax had turned them all speechless. They did not dare to talk in such a dangerous place. The battle footage became increasingly more action-packed. Unfortunately, the Larkinsons did not reveal anything sensitive. Most of the footage merely consisted of mechs clashing against mechs. Only a small amount of footage at the end displayed how the Larkinsons fought against the Alliance Alliance's warships. When Ves summarized through the final battle, he left out any mention of anomalies or dark gods. He only mentioned the expert pilots and expert candidates briefly and did not state how they contributed to the battle. The footage that accompanied his words solely depicted the first half of the battle. Nobody needed to know that the second half even took place. Even with all of this editing, the footage already looked incredibly grand. Sure, the public battle footage of the Komodo War was hundreds if not thousands of times more massive in scale. Yet rarely did anyone see mechs fighting against actual warships. Seeing the huge amount of losses that both sides suffered gave them all the impression that the Alliance Alliance was incredibly powerful. If the Gravata Narlax ever managed to reach a planet, her primary cannons alone could bombard every major city into ruins from orbit. To them, it was a miracle the Larkinson clan managed to overcome such powerful vessels with mechs alone. Ves grinned and gestured to his rear. To be honest, we couldn't have won the battle without the assistance of our expert pilots and expert candidates. This battle has pushed many of our mech pilots beyond their limits. Our Larkinson clan is proud to announce that we have gained 5 expert pilots and 9 expert candidates. Except for one, each of them achieved their breakthroughs during the final battle. Though the journalists already expected this answer, hearing it from Ves himself meant that the rumors were definitely true. A huge amount of uproar emerged from the people tuning into the broadcast. How many mech pilots did the Larkinsons field? How come they managed to achieve so many breakthroughs in a single battle? Something astounding must have happened to Larkinsons. Chapter 2430 Contrition. An inquisitive journalist with a great amount of admiration towards expert pilots couldn't hold himself in any longer. How many breakthroughs took place? Ves looked sharply at the fellow. This was quite a clever question. 19 breakthroughs in total. Unfortunately, 6 expert candidates sacrificed their lives to obtain this victory. We still mourn for their loss. The deaths of 6 expert candidates was an incredibly painful price. Each of them were potential expert pilots, so not even military mech regiments dared to deploy them casually into battle. For 6 of them to die in a single battle was enough to make the brass worried. What was surprising that the Larkinson clan still had plenty of expert candidates to spare. They gained so many of them that they could afford to lose a few here and there. This was an extravagant luxury that hardly any unit or organization enjoyed. As the wheels started to turn in the minds of some of the journalists and the public, they suddenly became heated. Something very remarkable had happened. No one paid as much attention anymore to the astounding feat of defeating the Allidas Alliance, or capturing most of its warships intact. The only matter of importance to them was finding out why the Larkinsons managed to gain so many powerful mech pilots in such a short amount of time. Even if the confrontation against the pirates was intensive enough to push many mech pilots beyond their limits, it just didn't seem possible for 19 breakthroughs to happen out of less than 1,000 mech pilots. This ratio was too high. Anyone who followed expert pilots and learned about their circumstances could make this conclusion. They could tolerate 3 breakthroughs at most before the figure began to strain their ability to accept the news. There was definitely something more to this battle than Ves had exposed. Someone raised his hand. Mr. Larkinson, how come so many of your mech pilots have broken through? What is the secret behind their success? All of the journalists leaned forward. More and more people who heard about the astounding news began to tune into the broadcast. Throughout the Komodo Star sector and beyond, an increasing quantity of mech pilots and other people watched carefully in order to find out the secret. Ves briefly exchanged a glance with Gloriana. Both of them knew that they had attracted an unprecedented amount of viewers. Not just the Yena star cluster, but also the neighboring star clusters began to pay attention. With trillions of people hanging on to his every word, Ves knew that he could exert an untold amount of influence. He also knew that he needed to consider his words carefully. A single mistake might easily land him in a lot of hot water. Let me introduce myself to you and everyone else who is just tuning in. Ves did not directly answer the question. I am Ves Larkinson, a journeyman mech designer. Aside from founding and leading the Larkinson clan in battle, I also design mechs. Perhaps you may have heard about the LMC's best-selling mechs. Together with Miss Gloriana Woden, my partner, we have pooled our efforts to design revolutionary new mechs. He waves his hand. Some marketing footage appeared above his head that silently displayed several of his mechs in action. From the valiant desolate soldiers trying to resist the invading Sandmen to the doomed guards managing to repel hundreds of mechs at a time, the selected battle footage showcased the unique properties of the LMC's products. While many viewers from the Komodo Star sector were already familiar with his work, this was not the case for many people who were tuning elsewhere. Since so many new people became exposed to him and his work for the very first time, he might as well take advantage of the occasion to promote his work. My mech company is called the Living Mech Corporation, he continued. The name reflects my ambition to design mechs that are so responsive and helpful to their mech pilots that they are actually alive. Since the start of my career, I have worked hard to find new ways to refine the piloting experience. He grinned. I'm not only trying to improve the relationship between mech and mech pilot. I'm trying to transform it. By redefining this relationship, I believe my work has the potential to unlock the potential of both mech and mech pilot. Ves swept his arm over the partially damaged bridge. To that end, I did not hesitate to enter the Nixian Gap and enter into the thick of battle. It is only by studying the performance of my mechs and my men up close that I have managed to develop several novel solutions. Gloriana stepped forward at this point. My beloved and I have vowed to accomplish several goals that many of our colleagues attempted to achieve. Different from them, we succeeded. We designed several masterwork mechs, each of which are certified by the MTA. Our understanding of mechs and how they meld with mech pilots has reached a level where we can already redefine their roles. Ves took over from here. While we have already succeeded in becoming masterwork mech designers, our ambitions don't end there. One of our ultimate goals is to be able to design mechs that can turn any mech pilot into an expert pilot. Normally, any mech designer who made this delusion claim would have been ridiculed until they ran away. How many people tried to develop a solution that could make any mech pilot advance? Too many mech designers and researchers had tried and failed. Nobody was laughing right now. The brutal setting, the valor displayed by Ves, and the astounding accomplishments of the Larkinson clan somehow supported those claims. Very few people cast doubt on the mech pilots standing stoically behind the miracle couple. While it was not obvious that they were expert pilots or expert candidates, there was no way that the Larkinson clan would lie about it. Its reputation would suffer a fatal blow if it turned out that the Larkinsons never gained so many potent mech pilots. He knew it was useless to hide this detail. It was better to announce it to the public so that he could take full advantage of the situation. Of course, he knew he was also playing with fire. If he showed too much promise, he would probably attract an immense amount of scrutiny from the MTA. Not even Master Willix would be able to shield him if someone powerful enough took an interest in his work. Therefore, he knew he had to dial everyone's expectations back. In truth, our progress towards this goal is still marginal, he said. The nature of mech pilot breakthroughs are very mysterious. The best researchers of the MTA are much further ahead in this field than us. Our approach is different and more unique. We have made serious gains over the years. Do any of your solutions affect the chances of breakthrough? The same journalist asked. I was getting to that, he replied and tried to look serious. Our research is still at a preliminary stage. We are not even close to attaining our goal. Even so, we have tried out a lot of different possibilities that might or might not have the desired results. I simply can't tell you. We only resorted to some very desperate circumstances in the run-up to the previous battle. During the testing process, several of our mech pilots incurred serious injuries. That will tell you how immature our ongoing research is at the moment. Our existing mech models do not feature the innovations that we have implemented to our internal mechs. They were successful, right? The circumstances of our final battle were exceptional, and I cannot guarantee the safety and reliability of our new innovations, he perfunctorily replied. The MTA is already in the process of performing an investigation. I am not at liberty to say any more. It was a huge risk to tell the public this much, but Ves reasoned that people would just continue to ask questions if he didn't address everyone's questions. Mentioning the MTA at the end was a nice way to shield him from any further inquiries. Since the MTA was on the case, it would publish a statement when it completed its investigation. That was how the association usually handled these kinds of situations. That said, Ves did not want to close off every door. Perhaps our subsequent products may incorporate some new solutions, he vaguely said. The Living Mech Corporation is constantly striving to design livelier mechs. Each mech we release after another provides an increasing amount of assistance towards its users. Though he hadn't said anything solid, imaginations were already beginning to run wild. A lot of people would definitely begin to look up the LMC after this press conference was over. Seeing that Ves successfully dazzled his audience and deflected the matter of the abnormal frequency of breakthroughs, he moved on to his final point. Now, before I answer your questions, let me make an important announcement. He waved his hand. The promotional footage disappeared. A bit of calm returned to the bridge. Recently, an incident has occurred that has affected one of our best-selling mech models. Its performance and properties have changed abruptly without warning. While the mech is still capable of performing the same role as before, its altered characteristics has led to considerable upheaval. Ves lowered his head a bit as if he was contrite. I'm sorry. His current impression looked completely incongruous to the current setting. Just a moment ago, he announced some impressive accomplishments. Now he was saying sorry. The audience simply couldn't get used to such an abrupt switch. Of course, he wasn't truly sorry. He just had to appear this way in order to earn some sympathy points from the ignorant crowd. Not once did he mention the Doom Guard model by name. This was so that nobody could use his words to amplify and perpetuate the controversy. As long as he showed enough sincerity, the scandal would likely blow over after a time. The LMC did not intend for this mech model to change in such an abrupt fashion. He continued, "We are aware that many customers have suffered real and material damage as a result of this incident." Ves took a deep breath. He thought long and hard about his response. To that end, we are willing to offer generous compensation to any owner. Those who suffered damages and those who are merely stuck with a mech that is different from their expectations can readily contact the LMC to request compensation. Depending on whether you want to keep your changed mech or turn it in, you can choose to receive a cash refund or gain another opportunity. What is this opportunity, sir? I'm glad you asked. Ves slowly began to smile. In light of all of these recent developments, we wanted to do something special for those who are affected. He snapped his fingers, causing a projection of a giant golden star to appear above his head. The stylized six-pointed star bore the face of the golden cat, similar to the emblem of the Larkinson clan. Instead of asking for compensation, those who are eligible for compensation can instead opt to join the Living Star Club. Living Star Club? The Living Star Club is an exclusive membership program of the LMC, Ves stated. Any customer who becomes a member is entitled to receive various benefits. These benefits range from discounts, free mechs, and the opportunity to order customized or limited edition mechs. This did not sound very different from the membership programs offered by other companies, not just ones that sold mechs. Ves knew he had to offer something else in order to make the Living Star Club stand out from the crowd. He grinned. Of course, that is not the most important benefit. Depending on their engagement in the club, members may be eligible to purchase some of our most desirable mechs that will never be sold on the open market. The reason why they are desirable is because they may incorporate some common elements to the mechs piloted by the fine men and women who are standing behind my back. Everyone looked at the silent rows of expert pilots and expert candidates. A lot of people widened their eyes. We have to join this club. Chapter 2431, Living Star Club. Ves continued to grin even after the press conference ended. He turned around and bowed minutely. Thank you for showing up and lending me your support. Your contribution will help stave off the decline of the LMC. Don't forget that wealth is the root of our strength. As long as you continue to help our mech company by taking part in promotional campaigns, I can promise you that every single clansman will thank you for our effort. His expert pilots did not seem terribly pleased. Aside from Joshua, the others looked as if this chore was a waste of time. We're only doing this because we don't want you to deprive our fellow Larkin sons of their benefits. Venerable Janzi spoke as she passed him by. Don't call on us for these kinds of stunts too often. We exist to defend our clansmen, not to enrich your own pockets. All of the money earned by the LMC will eventually be invested back into the clan in some way. Where do you think our future factories, ship, and combat carriers come from? Ves retorted. Expert pilots made for poor businessmen. This was a shame, as expert pilots also happened to be the most effective promotional material that a mech company could have. Almost every mech pilot in the galaxy admired expert pilots. Unfortunately, it was not so easy to take advantage of their ingrained ability to attract followers. They were very principled and did not really understand the tremendous cost to keep them happy. If VS had not come up with the argument that lending their likeness to the LMC directly improved the lives of his clansmen, he wouldn't have been able to persuade Venerable Janzi to show up today. The fact he succeeded proved that he still had ways of making her do what he wanted. VS was definitely going to milk her for all she was worth when he was ready to publish some defensive mechs. This will help us improve our upcoming expert mechs, right? Joshua eagerly asked. Naturally. Expert mechs cost a fortune, and when it comes to second-class mechs, the upper range is very high. It's always helpful to have more money. That was enough to satisfy Joshua. I hope you can design a powerful mech that can grow with me for a long time. I will try. Continue to cooperate with the LMC's marketing department, and we won't be stingy with the budget of your future expert mech. Some of the other expert pilots and expert candidates chatted with him for a bit before they exited the Gravata Narlex's bridge. They had a lot of duties to attend to as greedy pirates still lurked from afar. If the Larkinsons did not frequently show off their strength, who knew whether the pirates would all mass together and launch a costly assault? You know, even I didn't think you would stoop so low as this. Gloriana's projection teased as she dropped her mature demeanor. Not every private mech company has access to expert pilots like I do. VS grinned. More than that, those expert pilots just happen to be directly tied to the success of that same company. In most states, expert pilots strictly served in the military. It was considered dishonorable for them to be used as advertising platforms. VS didn't care. Unlike conventional states, the Larkinson clan did not earn any revenue from taxing its own members. Instead, it was almost entirely dependent on the wealth provided by his mech company. This was a rather precarious situation. If anything happened to the LMC, his clan might directly go under because it did not possess any other means of earning money. Well, that was not strictly true. Its considerable military strength was an asset in itself, but VS was not willing for his clansmen to become soldiers for hire. The time where the Larkinsons fought on behalf of a state or other employer was over. VS wanted to cultivate a proud and independent mindset in his clan. Well, with the introduction of the Living Star Club, I don't think we'll have to worry about the Doom Guard scandal anymore. Our subordinates will take care of the rest. I have to say that starting up this association is quite an ingenious way to restore the trust we had lost from our customers. It also helps that we don't have to fork out as much as 500 billion hex credits to compensate the injured parties. If the buyers or owners aren't stupid, they will skip the cash compensation and cling to their exclusive membership. VS came up with the idea of starting a company membership organization due to his unwillingness to lose so much money. The LMC could not avoid paying something back to its aggrieved customers. What happened to the Doom Guards was truly the fault of the company. Trying to shirk responsibility would not go over well. For years, the LMC cultivated a reputation for quality, reliability, and customer satisfaction. The Doom Guard scandal just so happened to affect all of them at the same time. If his mech company did not go above and beyond to make its customers happy again, then the LMC might never be able to regain their trust. The difference this made was huge. So far, the mech market basically treated the LMC as one of the good guys. While it charged a hefty premium for its products, its customers never regretted their purchases. Owing to this satisfaction, customers generated a lot of positive word of mouth to their fellow friends and acquaintances. Advertising through word of mouth was at least 10 times more effective than expensive marketing campaigns. As long as the reputation of the LMC remained high, both customers and non-customers were more than willing to generate positive buzz around its products, thereby perpetuating their sales. Yet as soon as the scandal initially exploded, this positive buzz threatened to collapse. If the LMC did not offer adequate compensation quickly, then the public might begin to view it as a greedy, uncaring company. Suffice to say, Ves did not wish for his company to acquire this false, totally, completely and utterly untrue impression. After a lot of thought, Ves realized that there were multiple ways to regain the trust of his customers. From a fundamental level, many of his customers felt that they had suffered a loss. Transferring money to them was the most direct way to solve this problem, but in fact anything that provided enough value sufficed. Hence the club. Started up on a whim, the LMC's marketing department had already done a lot of work to set up its structure and fill it up with various activities and exclusive benefits. In order to make the Living Star Club desirable, the LMC had to show some sincerity. Offering discounts was one way to do it. Offering rare, limited edition mechs was another way to excite the members. There wasn't actually much to these so-called limited edition mechs. They were merely standard mechs with a different product number and some cosmetic changes. In order to increase their perceived value, the LMC strictly limited their production runs. After all, owning just 1 out of 100 copies of a limited edition model sounded a lot more impressive than owning 1 out of 1,000,000 copies. Though it had only been a few days since Ves instructed the LMC to set up the club, the Living Star Club already offered several dozen different variants. For example, one limited edition model of the Doom Guard came in premium pink coating. It looked absolutely horrendous to Ves, but the fact that it looked so different was enough to make them valuable. Another exclusive reward came in the form of an Aurora Titan that carried a round shield instead of a tower shield. The surface of the shield was coated with elaborate, decorative markings that the LMC's artists had hastily drawn. None of these changes burdened the LMC. By simply applying some cheap and effortless cosmetic changes, the Living Star Club was able to offer rare and exclusive mechs that would surely excite its members. It didn't matter that anyone with the right tools could modify an existing mech so that they looked identical to the exclusive products. It just wasn't the same if the mech did not roll off the production line different from the start. Each exclusive mech came with some fancy documents, certificates of authenticity, and a personal signature from the chief technician in charge to legitimize its provenance. That was something of value that no third party was able to provide. In short, the Living Star Club was basically a vehicle for the LMC to create value from nothing. By manipulating customers into thinking that mechs that came in pink were somehow worth twice as much as mechs sold in standard coating, Ves ultimately believed the club would be able to generate extra money from the same quantity of customers. If all goes well, the Living Star Club will become self-sustainable in a couple of months, he told Gloriana. Ves deliberately hinted to his audience that the club would become the only channel for the most desirable LMC mechs. Namely, the machines that assisted mech pilots with their breakthroughs. Of course, without making an arrangement about these types of mechs with Master Willix, Ves did not dare to offer any of them to his customers. This meant that the Living Star Club had to find other ways to keep its members engaged. So far, any member who logged in the LSC's virtual portal would be greeted with a number of activities where they could earn star points. Star points was the exclusive currency of the club. They were necessary to redeem various rewards. They were also necessary to upgrade someone's membership status. Ves already stipulated that only 10-star members were eligible to purchase so-called Living Star mechs. This was just a marketing label for the mechs that Ves intended to make in the future that possessed varying degrees of spiritual saturation. Due to the nature of this exchange, the LMC did not have to certify any mechs offered to people through this channel. The Living Star Club did not sell its products through the open market, after all. As long as the club clearly stated that the mechs were not certified to its members, the MTA didn't have much grounds to complain if some mishap ever took place. Another reason why Ves put up so many barriers was because he could not mass-produce the Living Star mechs. It costs spiritual energy to enhance their spiritual foundations, and his design spirits would definitely decline if he forced them to empower thousands of mechs. Therefore, in order to offer his living star mechs to the public without getting crushed by demand, Ves had to make it ultra-exclusive. Outside of commissions and internal use, only his most loyal and engaged customers should be able to obtain this kind of mech. By the way, Ves, what are the regular criteria to become a member of the Living Star Club? So far, we have only put up one requirement. Any individual, owner or commander who purchases and actively makes use of more than 1,000 LMC mechs through official channels is eligible to join the club. That sounds harsh. She frowned. This is just the start. We'll think up some alternative requirements later in order to open the door to other committed fans. The requirements have to remain high in order to maintain the club's air of exclusivity. We have to make sure that all of its current members feel satisfied that they managed to become a part of it. In the future, these dedicated customers will become our fiercest supporters. I'm even thinking about granting the highest-tiered members the opportunity to become an external member of the Larkinson clan. All of these were very distant considerations. It wasn't necessary to arrange too much when the club was only a few days old. Chapter 2432, Mech Colonel Alexandria Woden. Just as Ves anticipated, public opinion completely turned around after the dramatic press conference. A day later, Gavin reported the good news. I knew you would turn our situation somehow. He lavished his superior with praise. Even though you're called the Devil Tongue, it still surprises me how receptive the public can be towards your speeches. No matter if they are aware of your moniker, they still think that you are completely sincere when you address the public. Ves threw a pointed look at his assistant. I am always sincere, Benny. That's part of my charm. Sure thing, boss. Gavin coughed. Anyway, after the press conference, the news cycle has completely changed. We flooded the galactic net with too many newsworthy announcements. From capturing the Gravada Narlax to achieving 19 breakthroughs in a single battle, all of the news portals and opinion makers are buzzing with what we've accomplished. In addition, the introduction of the Living Star Club couldn't have gone any better. The rate of customers who opted to accept membership in lieu of receiving cash compensation has exceeded 90%. There are still customers who are stupid enough to reject our goodwill? According to our investigation, these customers have already lost faith in our products. They don't believe our claims. They would rather obtain hard cash than fall for another scam. Ves didn't blame them. He would have likely made the same choice if he was in their position. If the LMC broke their trust once, it could do so again. There were plenty of alternative mech companies in the mech market that still maintained pristine reputations. Fortunately, the ratio was fairly small. The scale of defections wouldn't affect the LMC's overall market standing. In fact, with the tremendous publicity generated by his press conference, he expected his mech company to enjoy a massive boost in sales. No wonder Gavin looked so excited. It was a blessing for the LMC to be led by such an excellent speaker. Ves was so good with crowds that he could single-handedly resolve a crisis with some clever words and theatrics. Is the Living Star Club doing okay? We only set it up a few days ago. First impressions are important. We didn't have much time to organize the club, so plenty of issues have emerged. None of them are serious enough to require your intervention. We've already assembled a special team to build and manage the club. While the initial member experience is somewhat bare bones, it's not awful. We'll see some drastic improvements in the next 2 weeks. That's the best we can hope for, I guess. Make sure to stare at the club closely. In fact, would you like to be in charge of it? You can be its very first club president. The offer completely took Gavin by surprise. He frowned a bit as he forced himself to take his time. If there was one thing he learned from spending so much time around his boss, it was that Ves sometimes had other motives in mind. Was VS trying to get rid of him or something? Your offer sounds interesting, but I am comfortable where I am now. I don't think I'm suited to be a leader. I can't handle that much responsibility. I'm used to playing a facilitating role. Helping you make decisions and ensuring that your intentions are carried out is much more fulfilling to me. I wouldn't know what to do if the buck stops with me. Please don't change my role. An odd silence ensued after Gavin made his plea. VS looked at his assistant with an odd expression. I guess I shouldn't have expected more from you, Benny. As time continued to pass, the excitement surrounding VS, the Larkinson clan, the LMC and the Living Star Club only grew. The reputation of each of them soared, causing even people who never paid attention to these events to learn about their astonishing deeds. The press had left the Doom Guard scandal far behind. In any case, despite the odd events surrounding the Doom Guard model, VS and the LMC already apologized and offered adequate compensation. Hardly anyone retained any interest in following up on the root causes of the incident. This was exactly what VS wanted to see. Now that the crisis had passed, he handed over the follow-up matters to his subordinates and waited for the reinforcements to come. The Woden warriors finally reached the survivors after arriving half a day later than scheduled. The moment the long-range sensors of the Gravata Narlax and the Scout Mechs detected a huge amount of energy signatures, the Larkinsons initially sounded alarms. It was only a few minutes later that the Larkinsons confirmed that the incoming energy signatures consisted of friendly mechs. When thousands of hexers flew into visual range, each and every Larkinson felt a wave of relief that was so profound that they could fall to sleep right away. Before the arrival of the Woden warriors, the Larkinsons were truly concerned about whether they could still make it out. Now that over 5,000 hexer mechs had showed up, the clansmen no longer had to worry about fending off any ambushes. Even if some powerful pirate faction dared to attack them, the hexers were more than strong enough to take care of any threats. To most of the Larkinsons, it didn't matter whether they were willing to let a bunch of women fight their battles. Every survivor of Task Force Predator had already given them all in the previous battle. Aside from the expert pilots and expert candidates, the clansmen all needed a lot of time to recover from their traumatic ordeal. When the magnificent combat carriers and support ships of the Woden warriors followed after the main wave, VS already prepared himself to meet with the highest commanding officer of the friendly fleet. Since he was meeting with hexers, VS thought it prudent for Calabas to accompany him. Who knew if he would commit some kind of egregious faux pas without his knowledge? Calabas looked annoyed at his summons. Both of them wore their regular uniforms this time. Her black uniform contrasted strongly with his customary red and white outfit. "Where is your cape?" she asked. "I thought it was best to leave it in my closet. It looks a bit too ostentatious for my tastes. It's not necessary to puff myself up like a pirate lord this time. The Wodens already know my worth and our tremendous gains speak for themselves." It was hard for the arriving Woden warriors to remain calm when they witnessed an actual warship up close. The huge primary turrets and the vast array of secondary gun batteries all possessed enough power to threaten the Woden warrior fleet. The newly arrived hexers did not dare to move around excessively. Their mechs adopted a cautious posture around the captured warships. Even if the Larkinsons claimed that the armed vessels did not pose any threat to them, it was difficult for the hexers to shake off their suspicion. This was especially so when they found out that many of the Larkinson officers in charge of the captured warships happened to be male. "I warned Major Vol that he shouldn't have put men in charge. Now look at how the Wodens are acting around your ships. They're hardly paying any attention to external threats. Most of them look ready to launch an attack on our vessels." VS grimaced, but he did not take it too personally. Everyone will probably react this way when they get close to ships like these. Too many people think that warships are just one step away from launching devastating attacks on innocents. For their part, the Woden warrior mechs no longer adopted a highly guarded posture after some time. They continued to hover protectively around the Woden warrior vessels. A lot of communication took place between the two fleets. Various pieces of data flowed back and forth for some reason or another. VS didn't fully understand the elaborate protocols. You should invite the ranking officer of the reinforcing fleet to the Scarlet Rose, Calabas suggested. Huh! Will the Hexer in charge even accept that? VS looked uncertain. From what I heard about them, they always insist that boys should go to them instead of the other way around. That's only the case with average boys. You're different. Your status and the status of the entire Larkinson clan has undergone huge changes. The Wodens have already shown signs that they are willing to disregard your gender. You should feel honored for earning this distinction. Are you trying to round me up, Calabas? Hee hee. The older woman chuckled. I'm just telling you the truth. He did what she suggested. Surprisingly, the Wodens accepted. They were already readying a shuttle to meet with VS at his comparatively tiny frigate. See? I told you so. Calabas clapped his back. You're not only valuable, but also family. I'm not marrying into the Woden dynasty. I know, but the Wodens might not entirely see it that way. No matter what, as Gloriana's future spouse, the Wodens expect to receive some of the same treatment you bestow to your own clan. In fact, expect the commanding officer to beg you to supply them with some of your secret expert pilot-making mechs at some point. While Calabas continued to pass on her theories to VS, the Hexer shuttle eventually arrived. VS looked appreciatively at the elegant vehicle. Sleek and ornamental, VS could instantly tell that its performance was very high compared to average second-class shuttles. After landing in the hangar of the Scarlet Rose, a number of Woden warriors stepped out and looked around the small and cramped chamber. As a former Friday Men vessel, the Scarlet Rose still bore too much evidence of her original ownership. Some of the Woden warriors sneered, but the older woman with epaulets on her shoulders and other distinctive markings looked elsewhere. Upon Calabas' advice, he moved the second statue of the Superior Mother to the far side of the hangar bay. As the Hexers proceeded forward, they soon felt the unusual nature of the replica statue. They ignored VS and Calabas and automatically changed their course. So this is your handiwork, someone uttered. The glow of the Superior Mother released by the statue was stronger and purer than the glow of any blessed squire. As the Woden warriors were technically the household troops of the Woden dynasty, they didn't have permission to field any blessed squires. Secretly, they still retained the prototypes, but the glows of those early copies simply couldn't compare against the original source. VS looked amused at their reaction. He did not mind that the Hexers initially passed him over. He found it much more important to know that the glow of the Superior Mother already exerted so much control over the Wodens. Ah, Mr. Larkinson. We could not help but appreciate your work. The commanding officer eventually pulled herself back from her mesmerized state. I am Mech Colonel Alexandria Woden. I am in charge of the Woden warriors sent to relieve your forces. The two shook hands. The older woman applied a very strong grip, but it was too bad that VS had plenty of strength to spare. Pleased to meet you. VS put on his best diplomatic demeanor. Thank you for coming here. Let's head somewhere comfortable to discuss business, shall we? Alexandria looked wistful at the statue, but she eventually nodded. Very well. Lead the way. As they moved to the conference room, VS briefly took in the mech colonel. For a Hexer, she wasn't as tough and unyielding as he initially feared. That said, he sensed plenty of strength and steel within her. While it was difficult to estimate her age, he guessed that Alexandria belonged to the same generation as Madame Constance. Ves didn't know where Colonel Alexandria stood in the Woden dynasty, but hopefully she wouldn't pull him into any factional rivalries. We've arrived. Please step inside. Chapter 2433, Future In-Laws. When the Hexer officers sat on the opposite side of the oval table, they curiously studied Ves and Calabast. For some reason or another, the Wodens immediately recognized that Calabast was a fellow Hexer. Yet the smirk the spymaster showed to them signaled that she was not on their side. As for Ves, he looked quite unassuming outside of his public addresses. The Wodens should have watched his latest press conference. There, wearing his unending regalia, he came across as larger than life. Now, wearing his relatively plain clan patriarch uniform that was devoid of any ostentatious metal, it was hard to place him as a brilliant mech designer and a notorious warlord. Only Mech Colonel Alexandria retained her composure. Ves had already secretly accessed some archives through his implant. He found out that Alexandria was a member of a side branch of the Woden dynasty like Rania Woden. What was special about this 90-year-old mech officer was that she had continually proven herself. While she was actually rather mediocre at piloting mechs, she had proven to be a competent and steady officer. It was no wonder that the Wodens put her in charge of the reinforcement fleet. A Hexer commanding officer that was not as aggressive as her peers was the most suitable choice to lead a force in a notoriously dangerous region. Ves grew tired of this staring game. "Thank you for coming." He broke the silence. "Please forgive our lack of amenities. We are still operating under wartime conditions. We've learned the hard way that we can never let down our guard in the Nixian Gap." "Understandable." Alexandra lowered her chin. Her blonde hair tied in some martial Hexer pattern shifted a bit. "We have received orders to escort you and your men back to the Synapse system promptly. The sooner we bring you out the Nixian Gap, the lower the risk of any further complications." Ves smiled a bit uneasily at them. "I agree. There is just one minor issue. It's not enough to bring us out. We would also like your help in escorting our captured warships back to civilized space." The faces of some of the Hexer officers grew ugly. "That sounds preposterous!" one of them burst out. "Such destructive machines ought to be scuttled as soon as possible." Unspoken was the fact that the Hexers probably thought it was extremely dangerous to leave the warships in the hands of boys. Ves remained unyielding. "We have already made the necessary arrangements with the relevant authorities. Truthfully, the MTA is quite interested in the pirate-built warships that have fallen into our hands. We will eventually hand them over to Master Moira Willix after we are done with using them as props for my upcoming wedding." He mentioned two important reasons why they should help bring the ships back. First, he deliberately mentioned Master Willix's first name. Since a powerful woman was involved, the initial resistance from the Hexers instantly halved. The mention of the wedding also caused the Wodens to lower their objections. "Is it a good idea to parade savage warships in your upcoming wedding?" In some way, she was right. Weddings were usually prim and proper occasions. Parading warships, especially the huge and heavily damaged Gravata Narlax, was no different from displaying the corpses of his defeated enemies. It was unseemly. Yet despite this fact, Ves did not change his mind. "Nothing impresses the prestigious guests that we have invited more than parading these prizes. Wedding or not, both of us will be able to project an immense amount of strength. This is ultimately helpful to our stature. We shall see. With your permission, we will dispatch some of our officers and engineers to your prize ships," Alexandria offered. Ves hesitated a bit. He did not look forward to Hexers crawling over his possessions, but the Gravata Narlax was in such bad shape that she truly needed all the help she could get. In her horrendously damaged state, numerous systems glitched and malfunctioned with every passing day. Please do. Make sure to dispatch your best engineers to the Gravata Narlax. She's a half-crippled mess that urgently requires repairs that we are not able to perform with the equipment and supplies we have left. We expended too many resources on the pirates. Understandable. This was just an initial discussion. The Woden officers could discuss the details with the Larkinson officers later. They discussed some other matters, such as how much time it would take to bring them out, and how much medical support they could offer to treat the most severely injured soldiers. Ves did not encounter any hostility or rejection from Colonel Alexandria. This was quite refreshing, as he expected to put up with the usual biased behavior he had come to expect from her kind. At some point, Alexandria displayed an increasing amount of interest in the final battle. So you call it the battle against the Abyss? That is quite the name. Ves shrugged. It's just what my clansmen have come up with. As far as they knew, they fought the toughest opponents the Nixian Gap had to offer. The enemies we faced were unquestionably strong and evil. Can you elaborate, Mr. Larkinson? Alexandra leaned closer. What exactly happened that caused so many of your mech pilots to break through? I am not at liberty to say. When I reported to Master Willix, she commanded us to keep much of the details confidential. Ves lied. That instantly shut her down. While Hexers did not exactly hold the MTA in the highest regard, they recognized the power it held over the galaxy. No sane Hexer dared to defy the association. Though Ves expected such a reaction, he didn't realize how convenient it was to wave the MTA's flag until now. Perhaps he should take more advantage of the MTA's notoriety in these kinds of situations. Say, may we speak with your expert pilots and candidates? We would like your permission to take a look at their mechs as well if possible. Ves shook his head. I'm sorry, but Master Moira's instructions are very clear. Please do not disturb our honored expert pilots as they are acclimatizing to their newfound powers. As for their mechs, you can take a look at them if they deploy in space, but make sure to keep a distance. Very well. In the following minutes, Colonel Alexandra sounded a bit less engaged. It seemed that she was truly disappointed that her Woden warriors wouldn't be able to study the mechs that played a pivotal role in the battle. Ves silently glanced at Calabast. She nodded back with her characteristic smirk. It seemed his spymaster was right. The Woden warriors were mostly interested in the mechs that had made a lot of people excited lately. Colonel Alexandria gradually turned cold as Ves continually denied her requests to poke around. Even if Ves used the MTA as an excuse, the Wodens still felt snubbed. He decided to offer her an olive branch. Progress can be slowed but not stopped. The MTA may slow some matters down, but eventually they will recognize that the benefits outweigh the costs. Naturally, the first beneficiary of our exclusive enhanced mechs is our own clan. Second on the list will likely be the MTA if it ever has an appetite for our modest work. Third in line is doubtlessly your dynasty. We have not forgotten all of the support your Wodens have offered to us. My future wife and I will be happy to fulfill some of your needs. It pleases us that you acknowledge that we are allies. Colonel Alexandria smiled again. Miss Gloriana has chosen well. I predict that both the Woden dynasty and the Larkinson clan shall rise to greater heights. It is a pity that you are determined to bring your clan away from this star sector. You have seen my talents. Together with Gloriana, we are capable of designing revolutionary mechs that are highly desirable no matter where we go. The Komodo star sector is my home, but eventually every son must depart and live on his own, he said. Not in the hegemony. It's just a metaphor. Please consider settling in our grand and well-run state. While we are in the midst of a war at the moment, crushing the Friday Coalition is only a matter of time. If you prefer to settle your own planet or star system, I am sure we can arrange one for you after the war. Once we have swallowed up the territories of the former Friday Coalition, there is plenty of available real estate that needs redevelopment. Not again. Colonel Alexandria sounded a lot more reasonable before she uttered this spiel. What was it with Hexers and their constant disregard of Friday men? Right now, the Komodo War was no longer swinging in the favor of the Hexers anymore. With the appearance of more and more targeted counters, the blessed squire no longer granted the Hexers as much help as before. Our plans are already set in stone. It is too late to change our course, Ves replied in a firm tone. As the discussion grew a little awkward, they eventually decided to end the meeting. The Woden stood up and headed back to the hangar bay. Ves had already passed on the contents of the meeting to Major Verl in order to get the ball rolling. You were right, he told Calabast after the guests had left. The Wodens are truly greedy for my latest innovation. This is why it's important to keep it close to your chest. I don't know how effective it is, but don't pull out all of the stops from now on, okay? We can still muddy the account of the battle against the Abyss by putting the blame on other factors such as the abnormal circumstances of the Nixian Gap, but if expert pilots start popping up left and right, we'll attract far more scrutiny than we can handle. You don't need to remind me. I'll be very cautious about spreading my enhanced mechs. The problem is that we can't deprive other people of them entirely. The cat was partially out of the bag. He needed to satisfy everyone's curiosity, so he already intended to release some weaker mechs. He wanted to see how many more breakthroughs took place if he filled a mech up to 1% saturation. If that was too much, then Ves would probably pare it down to 0.1%. As long as the actual result turned out to be a lot more subtle than people initially thought, Ves would probably lose some of the heat. Of course, Ves had to convince his audience that he wasn't deliberately holding back for some reason. Well, if you don't require my assistance anymore, I'll be heading back. Calabas spoke. I've got to keep a close eye on the Woden warriors, after all. Just because Colonel Alexandria said she would leave your special mechs alone doesn't mean she won't try anything underhanded. An ugly possibility came to mind. Do the Woden warriors have any stealth vessels? It's a possibility, she admitted. The Wodens might not employ them against your forces, though. The consequences are very severe if they get caught. In fact, if I ever detect any impropriety, I will likely warn them off silently. Ves frowned. I'm in charge here. You should ask for instructions before you make such a decision. What if I want to confront the Woden warriors? She reached out and pinched his nose with her long and sinuous fingers. Don't be silly, kid. You're about to marry Gloriana soon. The last thing you want is to ruin her wedding by entering into a spat with her relatives. Let Auntie Calabast watch over your household for you so that your marriage proceeds smoothly. Stop that! Ves angrily swatted her finger away. Whose side are you on? Calabast chuckled and swayed her hips as she headed for the exit. I'm on your side, Ves. That has never changed. Why did Ves feel as if that was never the case? Chapter 2434 Lost Capabilities. After a day of preparation, the two fleets finally moved back to civilized space. The Woden warrior fleet carefully escorted the surviving ships of the Larkinson clan, including the various prize ships. It did not take too much effort to get the captured warships and pirate carriers moving again. Due to the abnormal way the battle against the Abyss ended, the Larkinsons managed to capture a lot of ships intact. Aside from the warships, the other prize ships were fairly worthless. Certainly, the Alidus Alliance invested a decent amount of resources in their construction, but they paled in comparison to proper combat carriers. What was worse was that only a portion of the ships possessed FDL drives. The main reasons why the Larkinsons wanted to bring back these extra vessels was because they needed room to accommodate extra mechs and salvage. Task Force Predator truly lost too many ships. The penitent sisters alone sacrificed all of their combat carriers, including the surly cockatrice. None of the penitent sisters regretted the loss. The aged combat carrier had played a pivotal role in damaging the Gravada Narlax. As far as everyone was concerned, the surly cockatrice met a glorious end. The initial departure of the combined fleet proved to be a bit problematic. Major Verl and Colonel Woden argued about the necessity to keep the main armaments of the Gravada Narlax and the surviving escort ships on standby. The Woden warriors believed that their mechs were sufficient to guard the entire fleet. The Larkinsons did not like to be at the mercy of others. They had lived through too many reality-defying battles to assume the normal rules applied. Ves had to step in and offer a compromise. The Gravada Narlax's surviving turrets would remain active, but he allowed the Hexers to disable their automatic feeding systems. This meant that the 6 powerful cannons would remain unloaded. If a situation ever came up when the combined fleet needed to borrow the Gravada Narlax's might, a mixed crew of Woden warriors and Larkinsons would manually feed the rounds to the main guns. While it sounded messy, the solution placated the Hexers. It did not escape anyone that the Hexer vessels and mechs conspicuously stayed far away from the firing lines of the heavy cannons. Despite the numerous precautions, the Woden warriors still did not want to put themselves at risk in case of an accident. Some of the Larkinsons found their behavior kind of funny. "These Hexers aren't as tough as they look," an avatar grinned. "We rushed straight at a pirate armada without any hesitation. These supposedly superior second raters don't even dare to get within a 30-degree angle from the muzzles of the big guns." It was hard not to feel proud at the amazing accomplishments the Larkinsons had made. Together with the speeches and addresses conducted by Ves, Major Verl, the individual mech commanders, and most importantly the expert pilots, a lot of the hard feelings began to fade. Only the living sentinels remained problematic. Ves wisely kept his distance from their contingent. He trusted Major Verl and Calabas to soften their discontent. With the remnants of Task Force Predator steadily heading back to civilized space, Ves put down his worries and resumed his old routine. With the LMC getting back on track after introducing the Living Star Club, Ves could finally spend his time on mech design and other matters. Before he committed himself to completing some of the 6 mech design projects, he first checked in on some other matters. "How are you, Lucky?" Meow. His cat still looked a bit lethargic. Ves grew a little bit worried at Lucky's lack of progress in digesting beastone. "Are you making progress? If this goes on, I think we need to find a way to make you regurgitate the contents of your stomach." "Meow!" Lucky reacted with such fright at his suggestion that he instantly jumped in the air. With a scared expression, the gem cat quickly padded away to the other side of the stateroom. "Hey, I'm not that bad. I managed to treat your earlier condition." Well, since Lucky was healthy enough to move around, Ves did not pay any further mind to his pet. He moved over to his display rack. He had messily piled up some trophies taken from his defeated opponents. "I'll need to sort this pile. My record speaks for itself. I don't need to preserve too much garbage." Of all of the Nixian pirates he fought against, only the Krona Lords, the Dry Snakes, and the Alidus Alliance deserved his respect. He threw out every trophy from the weaker pirate groups such as the Rust Grinders and the Mountain Kings. There was no glory to be earned from bullying weaklings. He glanced at his grandfather's prosperity tree and noted to his pleasure that it was showing considerable signs of life now. While Ves did not believe in the superstition surrounding this stupid plant, he nonetheless felt inordinately pleased that it behaved correctly this time. "You better keep growing or else," he ominously hissed. Checking up on the prosperity tree reminded him of the assets he no longer possessed. "I lost 3 important components of my strength," He grimaced as he paced through his stateroom. I can't make up for their absence. Losing Nixie, the Grand Dynamo, and the potency of the life-prolonging treatment serum all at once dealt a crippling blow to his spiritual ambitions. He already made his peace with the loss of the former. He always knew that the ancient alien tyrant was immensely powerful. After realizing that Nixie could have been a dark god, Ves did not regret his decision to sacrifice the recovering spiritual entity. The impact to the Doom Guard model had troubled him a bit, but it only took a single speech along with some other initiatives to smooth over this repercussion. What truly depressed him was the fact that he had lost a powerful source of free spiritual fragments. Ves had become accustomed to harvesting potent spiritual fragments that were filled with energy from Nixie's body. Now that he had lost the ancient sarcophagus and its unruly prisoner, Ves needed to tap into another source of energy to create another spiritual product or design spirit. There's no way I can obtain another imprisoned dark god, he muttered. The loss of the Grand Dynamo presented a more serious reduction in capabilities. He initially obtained it as a reward for making his first masterwork mech. The exquisite spiritual machine not only inspired him to pursue spiritual engineering, but also produced a horrendous amount of native spiritual energy in his mind. With all of the spiritual energy he produced, he frequently transferred the excess to his P-stones in order to build up a considerable energy reserve. Those days were mostly over now. Without the Grand Dynamo, his mind churned out only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy every day. If he drained his mind of half of his energy, he would probably need at least half a year to climb back out of his low state. That was an agonizing long time. Time was precious to Ves. Entering in a low state made him more rational, which meant he was effectively impaired in his work. Designing mechs just wasn't the same if he couldn't get fired up. His style of mech design was intricately tied to his passion. Who can understand my sorrows? He dramatically sighed. The chances of winning another Grand Dynamo elixir should be minimal. He only obtained the first one after he used up his first Radiant lottery ticket. So far, the only reliable way for him to earn this premium lottery ticket was to make another masterwork mech. Yeah, that's not going to work. It was still a matter of chance for him to accomplish this feat. What was worse was that he had to make an earnest contribution in order to win a Radiant lottery ticket. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding the production of the Quint and the Little Angel, the system judged that he hadn't been worthy enough to earn this reward. Well, I'll have to try my best once I complete the 6 ongoing design projects. Every completed mech design granted him a good opportunity to earn another masterwork certificate. After 3 successful attempts, his mech affinity should have risen considerably, thereby increasing his odds by a small but significant margin. Combined with the quantity of projects he was working on at the same time, it would probably take a few years before he got lucky again. Even then, there is no guarantee I'll obtain the prize I want from my next Radiant lottery ticket. The whole point of lottery tickets was that the prizes he could draw were variable. The Grand Dynamo elixir was probably just one out of hundreds if not thousands of prizes. Ves shook his head. Instead of pining over the Grand Dynamo, I should just accept this loss and move on with my life. A part of him wasn't reconciled, though. As he ached over its loss, he tried to figure out alternatives. He soon came to the idea of replicating it. What if he could build his own Grand Dynamo? It's way too complex. He had already thought about reverse engineering the Grand Dynamo 1,000 times in the past, but he always gave up because it was simply too complex. Yet, didn't he develop a solution for that as well recently? When faced with his mother's work, Ves had gotten so stubborn about it that he came up with a growth-based production method. That said, back then he possessed a complete design that outlined every essential parameter. While Ves had studied the Grand Dynamo extensively and stored a lot of notes in his implant, he never got to penetrate its inner workings. Many properties remained a mystery because his spiritual energy failed to perceive anything solid. He decided to take a step back. What if instead of recreating the actual Grand Dynamo, I instead start with something simpler? He judged that this idea was a lot more feasible. It was just like his inability to design expert mechs. Instead of forcing himself to design the genuine article, he could instead settle for something simpler and design a standard mech instead. Certainly, there was a huge gap in the performance of the two. There was no way that any regular mech could defeat an expert mech in the same class in a fair duel. Yet having at least something was better than nothing. With no other means of producing extra spiritual energy, he was already happy if he could cobble something together that was just 1% as effective as the Grand Dynamo. Ves became more and more intrigued at this possible solution. I know how dynamos work, but only in a physical sense. I have no idea how the Grand Dynamo was able to tap into the forces of a spinning galaxy. Figuring that out is one of the biggest challenges to this project. Not only did he have to find a way for his replica dynamo to leverage a galaxy, he also had to convert this input into spiritual energy. One of the other fantastic traits about the Grand Dynamo was that it produced spiritual energy that was identical to his own. The spiritual imprint and spiritual attributes matched. Well, I'll solve this problem in my own way somehow. He wasn't in a hurry to produce this second dynamo. His theoretical foundation in spiritual engineering was so shallow that he had to develop the individual mechanisms first. Over time, he believed he could make up for the loss of the Grand Dynamo. It was different for the serum. Ves slowly drew out the vial from his pocket. Just like before, he sensed no activity from its contents. His mother had tyrannically stripped the exceptional serum of all of its life-attributed energy. Without it, the liquid was pretty much dead. Arg! Chapter 2435 Catching Up. Inside the secret biolab aboard the Scarlet Rose, a woman wearing a lab coat meticulously adjusted her lab equipment. Numerous sensors and scanners thoroughly screened a sample of the serum taken from the vial. How is it, Doc? The woman raised herself from the screens and frowned for a time. She idly adjusted her odd green hair as she recorded a few notes. It's bad, she eventually replied. Every single sample of the serum is identical to the depleted ones you've given me before. While it doesn't make sense, they're all inert. None of the biological components exhibit any signs of activity. While I cannot make any solid conclusions, I think it is highly probable that it can't be used to extend anyone's life anymore. Ves looked crushed. Ranya's verdict matched his own judgment. If the mysterious life-prolonging treatments relied on life-attributed energy to achieve their intended effect, then a serum with no energy couldn't even add a single year to anyone's lifespan. The loss was especially considerable when he considered that his vial contained a high-grade serum. If he saved it all up and used it at the right time, he could have lived up to 4 centuries old. A lot of powerful people would literally kill to obtain this benefit. It took way too many merits to redeem such an advanced serum from the Big Two. Ves found it difficult to accept that he had lost all of the precious universal life energy. While Ves felt very upset that his mother did not spare any of it, he knew he shouldn't blame her too much. She truly needed all of the strength that she could get. Not only did she manage to beat up the Unending One at his peak, she also exerted just enough strength to bring the material realm and the imaginary realm within touching distance. He would have lost everything if he didn't sacrifice so much. Besides, it was not as if all of the highly potent energy disappeared. His mother retained much of it in the form of permanent growth. She had become more powerful than ever. None of the dark gods lurking in the Nixian Gap should pose a threat to her anymore. His mother had probably become the top predator of the Nixian Gap with this power boost. Aside from some ancient hazards, she mainly had to watch out of the 5 Scrolls Compact. Ves was not sure how the ruined temple would respond once it found that Temple Protector Dista encountered a mishap. Would the ruined temple dispatch another temple protector? What if they sent someone stronger? One of his worst fears was encountering another Holy Sun. There was no way that Ves stood a chance against his nominal peer. Compared to an actual Holy Sun, Ves was probably worse off in so many ways. The metal scroll largely dictated their relationship, and Ves also suspected that it was defective. This was why he was in a hurry to leave the Komodo Star sector. There was no way that he wanted to be within reach of the Compact's inevitable follow-up parties. Fortunately, it should take a while for them to arrive. The new Milky Way Galactic Gate network may have shortened travel times enormously, but the amount of gates was still sparse. As Ves kept musing about how much time he had left in this star sector, Rania slowly halted her examination. All of my attempts at inducing activity have failed. She spoke with a disappointed tone. It's a huge shame we haven't preserved a single intact drop. I could have kept researching it even if the rest of the serum is ruined. He heard a small hint of reproach from her tone. She still felt pissed that Ves did not entrust her with an active sample for more than a couple of hours every week. It wouldn't have mattered. With the might displayed by his mother, she would have reached into this compartment as well in order to absorb any loose ends. When it came to sucking energy, she was absolutely rapacious. He coughed. Let's not waste our time on recriminations. The serum has lost potency, but it should still have a lot of research value, right? She reluctantly nodded. While it's not as good as a proper sample, we can still make use of the inert serum in several ways. We can separate each biological component and trace where they came from. We can feed some of the residue to other organisms in order to affect their growth. We can partially derive how the serum is synthesized and figure out how it affects the human body. In short, there is enough work to keep me occupied for decades. I'll leave the vial in your hands then. I have no use of it anymore. Just make sure you don't waste any of the remaining serum on destructive experiments without my permission. I still have hope of reviving it someday. He already tried to insert his spiritual energy into the serum. Alas, even if his spiritual energy was also based on life, it followed a different direction. There was no way for him to restore the serum's life at the moment. Perhaps that might change in the future. Until then, there was little point carrying it on his person while it remained dead. He proceeded to talk about other matters with Rania. He hadn't paid as much attention to her in the last couple of months as fighting the pirates came first. Now seemed like a good time to make up for his neglect. How are the treatments of our injured Larkinsons faring along? They're doing much better now that we've transferred them all to the Woden warriors, she replied. We have been doing the best we can, but our medical specialists and treatment facilities are not up to par. The reinforcements can provide the wounded with much better care. I still envy the facilities aboard the Parma Imago. The Parma Imago was the flagship of the Hexer reinforcement fleet. Classified as a light fleet carrier, the large subcapital vessel packed up to 120 mechs in her hull. He heard that the Woden warriors possessed even larger fleet carriers. It was a bit inconvenient for them to bring these proper capital ships in a region filled with asteroids, though. We'll solve both of the inadequacies you've mentioned, Ves promised. Right after the previous couple of battles, we were unable to provide adequate treatment to hundreds of injured Larkinsons. They died unnecessarily because we didn't have the manpower and facilities to perform proper triage. This was one of the areas he hadn't paid enough attention. Despite investing considerably in Rania and the Larkinson Biotech Institute, a lot of the funding went towards expanding its augmentation capabilities. We'll be much better off once we return. Our institute has already recruited a lot of medical experts back on Synax 6. The new Hexer vessels we've ordered should also come with much better treatment facilities. That sounds good, but don't go crazy. Once we begin our expedition, we'll stop by the Life Research Association. You can recruit as many doctors and biotech researchers as you want there. Don't be afraid of hiring more than we need. Our clan will continually expand as we go, but we can only stop by the LRA once. Understood, sir. We will make sure our institute is filled with an abundance of doctors. With everything that has happened lately, it has become a lot easier for us to attract talented personnel. They talked a bit more about what they expected to gain by visiting the Life Research Association. The unique second-rate state from Majestic Teal was a popular destination for many organizations looking to hire a large quantity of biotech experts. The LRA also offers other excellent services, she noted to VS. For example, we've often scratched our heads at the various mysteries that take place within your body. Your Jutland organ is especially mystifying. If anyone can help you decipher its bioprogramming, I believe some of the top researchers might be able to offer some insights. The CFA has already scanned my Jutland organ long ago. Did they ever get back to you about their findings? No. Rania chuckled. That's the CFA for you. The fleeters only care about themselves. Look, your physique has changed drastically since that time. All the upgrades, augmentations, and optimizations have turned your body into a puzzle from my perspective. While I haven't detected any serious concerns, it is truly best if you can consult a master in this field. Is it that serious? Well, you can disregard my professional advice if you'd like. Just don't blame me if your Jutland organ spontaneously releases so much heat that all of your body tissue burns up in an instant one day. This is just one of the many accidents that can happen. I see your point. I will put it on my list. I'm not sure if we can approach the LRA's top specialists. They're the equivalent of master mech designers. I'm sure you'll manage somehow. Our Larkinson clan is so famous these days that many powerful entities are willing to entertain us. Just make sure you offer something that is valuable enough to merit their attention. She probably referred to his spiritually enhanced mechs. It was not that much of a secret within the Larkinson clan that VS truly grasped a means of increasing the chances of breakthroughs. Even if it had proven dangerous in some cases, VS daily entertained requests to provide these specially treated mechs to his mech pilots. The surviving mech pilots who still retained their enhanced mechs attracted a lot of jealousy from the rest. Even after a month of reaping the benefits, the lucky mech pilots were still improving their skills and piloting acumen at a steady rate. Even if these mech pilots never became expert candidates, they should still be able to become the premier elites of the Larkinson clan. VS was not concerned about the Larkinsons who still lacked access to these precious mechs. It was too difficult to meet their demands without access to proper production facilities. He might as well wait until he returned to civilized space and produce a large batch of LMC mechs to placate his men. They all deserved to enjoy some of the best of what his design philosophy had to offer. How much progress have you made in your personal research? He curiously asked as he looked around the lab. He noted plenty of strange plants, some of which he hadn't seen before. Oh, if there's one benefit to this crazy trip, it's that I've managed to get my hands on a lot of rare and unique plants. Rania suddenly grinned. You can't believe how much biodiversity the Nixian Gap offers. I've found several interesting collections at Yulamos Citadel. I've found even stranger flora in the Gravata Narlax. While I still have to sort through all of the new samples, I have already made several breakthroughs. I will probably proceed with the next stage of my self-augmentation after we have concluded our trip to the LRA. That fast? I'm not getting any younger. As Ves caught up with Rania, he asked one more question before he left. Do you know Colonel Alexandria Woden? Rania nodded. Of course. Every Woden knows her. She's one of the most successful Wodens of her generation. Tell me something I should know about her. Is she related to Constance Woden? I don't know. I am not very familiar with what goes on at their level. I don't think they're close, though. Minister Constance is mainly preoccupied with internal matters while Colonel Alexandria mostly pays attention to external affairs. What I can say about the latter is that she's eager to take part in the Komodo War. I don't think you'll have to worry about her for long. Once she has completed her mission, she'll surely bring her troops to the front lines. Ah. That explained the Colonel's interest in his enhanced mechs. Chapter 2436, Hall of Heroes. Commander Melcher Larkinson stood quietly as he waited next to a hatch. Its tight seal ensured that no sound escaped from the other side. That did not hinder him from listening in through other means. He raised his hand and tapped the side of his visor a few times. I have had enough, Joshua. A female voice spoke with emotion. Ves is not the right leader for the Larkinson clan. Your constant excuses for him ring hollow whenever I think how many Larkinsons ended up in graves due to his decisions. Melcher felt some of her rage impacting his mind through the bulkheads. She was a lot angrier than she sounded. Come on, Janzi, don't be like that. I know his leadership is controversial, but if you take the big picture into account, it's not as bad as it looks. Each of us isn't happy with how small we are. While I agree that the clan patriarch may be a bit too aggressive, our clan has continually grown stronger with his help. Without him, we'll never be able to obtain the second-class mechs and ships we need to travel the galaxies. Without him, we have no hope of becoming first-raters in our lives. A warm, soothing wave displaced the uncomfortable sensation from Melcher's mind. He always felt much more comfortable in Joshua's presence. The younger man was easy to get along with. Becoming an expert pilot hadn't changed his disposition that much. Soon enough, the wave of righteous fury returned with twice the intensity. I cannot tolerate your presence any longer. Leave, and never return. We are over. Joshua, you are not the Larkinson who I thought you are. The more you express your admiration towards Ves, the more I can't stand your presence. Just face it. We aren't meant to be together. You can't say that. You haven't given me a chance yet. I have worked so hard to get up to your level. A week isn't enough to show you how much I love you. Can't you think about the good times we had together? Just look at Ves and his girlfriend. They're two completely different people, but they managed to get along fine. 2 minutes later, the hatch slid open. Janzi firmly pushed Joshua through and kicked his butt for good measure. We're done. Venerable Janzi hissed as her body radiated such an intense vibe that Melcher was forced to take some steps back. Unless you stop worshipping the ground that Ves walks upon, I don't want you back. A wave of alarm spread from Joshua. That's impossible. The clan patriarch is the greatest Larkinson in history. He's the only successful Larkinson mech designer, and he has already accomplished more with his mech designs than any of the expert pilots of the old family. Why can't you admit the truth that his mechs will make us all great? Janzi was too infuriated to engage with her former boyfriend any further. She silently turned around and stormed back into her cabin. An air of malaise spread from the fallen expert pilot. Melcher tried his best not to get affected by Joshua's depression and steadily moved forward. He offered his hand. Come on, Venerable Joshua. An expert pilot should never show any shame. Joshua grabbed the hand and hauled himself up with a single pull. Thanks. Well, you've seen what happened. Janzi doesn't want to be with me anymore. Welcome to the vagaries of life. You might be a hero, but you're still a human. Not every challenge can be overcome through fighting. Melker guided Joshua back to his stateroom aboard the Red Feather. Once the expert pilot made himself comfortable, the Avatar commander studied the dejected young man with his visor. A part of him felt envious at Joshua's great success. The adopted Larkinson not only possessed a lot of talent, but he possessed a special relationship with Ves. Both of them came from Cloudy Curtain. This shared background tied them together. Apparently, Joshua not only became an early fan of V's work, but the clan patriarch also showered his fellow Cloudy Curtainer with attention. While Commander Melker recognized that Joshua ultimately deserved his treatment, a lot of other Larkinsons could have benefited instead. What if Melker piloted the Quint? Each time he studied the mech up close, he could feel some of its might. As the commander of the Avatars, Melker technically possessed the right to reassign the Quint. For example, he could claim it for himself. In fact, he didn't really need to resort to such an extreme. He could hop into its cockpit and take the masterwork mech out for a spin whenever he liked. Yet whenever he felt tempted to do so, the Larkinson within him warned him that this was not a good idea. It was dishonorable to pilot a mech that was exclusively assigned to a mech pilot. The Larkinsons were especially sensitive towards this principle. Due to the influence of Ves, every Larkinson mech pilot slowly came to believe that their mechs were alive. Piloting a mech on a consistent basis was similar to marrying it. How could Melker possibly justify piloting Joshua's wife? He shook his head. This was not the time to obsess over piloting the Quint. He knew he wouldn't be able to bring the most out of the mech. Unlike Joshua, he wasn't proficient in piloting multiple different mech types. Joshua regained his composure. He calmed his roiling emotions and faced his superior. "Thank you, sir. I needed a moment." "No problem." "What now?" "That depends on what you want," Melker gently responded. "This is why fraternization is so messy. I've tolerated it as long as it doesn't happen within the chain of command, but your case is a bit trickier. Tell me honestly, will Janzi be able to stand your presence?" "I don't think so. As long as we disagree on the clan patriarch, she'll continue to hate my guts." They discussed Joshua's options. "Maybe it is best if you transfer to another ship," Commander Melker judged. "You can train the Ingvar siblings while you're at it. They're fresh expert candidates who aren't very familiar with their growing abilities." The Gravata Narlax blew up the Green Feather in a single volley in the previous battle. The second mech company had to adopt a new home for their surviving mechs along with some other scattered units. While Joshua looked reluctant, he nodded. He showed none of the decisiveness expected of an expert pilot. "I'll keep the Ingvar's company. Is there something else?" "Yes. Major Vro recently invited all of the senior officers to discuss an important matter. It's about you and the other expert pilots." "What's the matter?" Commander Melker hesitated for a moment. "We discussed how to place you within our lineup. So far, we have followed the model of the Mech Corps and other military organizations. However, we don't believe that blindly copying the military is the right solution for every problem. Our circumstances are substantially different. When it comes to expert pilots and their entourages, we decided that they should serve the Larkinson clan as a whole rather than a specific mech force." Joshua tried to figure out what that meant. "Does that mean I'm not going to be an avatar anymore?" "The avatars of myth will only limit you. We chase after myths. We emulate them. You're better than us. You have already become a hero that is equal to a myth. You need to follow a different development trajectory, and I'm not sure that any of our mech forces can accommodate you. Also, unlike the Mech Corps, we trust our expert pilots. We don't believe in shackling you and surrounding you with an excessive amount of structure. Major Verl and the rest want to do something different." I'm being transferred, Commander? Correct. Melker nodded. Once we return to Hisneck, we'll perform an extensive reorganization. Aside from consolidating our units and supplementing our ranks with fresh troops, we will also transfer every expert pilot to a new mech force that is dedicated to them. You and your bright companions will serve with greater autonomy. What's this new unit called? We call it the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes. This new and looser organization within the Larkinson clan gathered every expert pilot and provided them with a lot of space. Joshua had never heard of expert pilots receiving this kind of treatment, but according to Commander Melker, various other states and organizations adopted the same model with varying degrees of success. One of the reasons why the Larkinson clan decided to set up the Hall of Heroes was because the distribution of expert pilots would always remain unfair if the current situation didn't change. There were also deeper reasons why the Larkinsons wanted to set up the Hall of Heroes, but they weren't relevant at the moment. Venerable Joshua silently took in the news. He felt a bit floored since he had gotten to know many avatars outside of his bright companions. Once he transferred to the Hall of Heroes, they probably wouldn't be able to hang out as often. What do you think? Do you have any objections? I don't know. I'm not an officer. I'll try my best to make it work. Don't be afraid to make your own decisions. If you don't want to assume more responsibility, then the clan will provide someone who can manage your unit in your stead. You just focus on what you need to take the next step. None of us want you to halt at your current stage. Joshua shrugged. The only thing I need to improve is an expert mech designed by the clan patriarch. I don't care about anything else. That sounded simple, but Melker didn't think it would remain that way. With power came ambition. One of the more hidden reasons why Major Vril wanted to transfer the expert pilots away from their current units was because they possessed way too much influence. If the clan kept Joshua and Janzi in their place, the avatars of myth would definitely take after their heroes. The situation was a bit trickier for Commander Dice and Commander Orphan. Due to their dual positions, they had become the pillars of the Sword Maidens and the Flagrant Vandals. While this transfer was never meant to isolate the expert pilots from their battle comrades, there were still good reasons to distance themselves from their current responsibilities. If the two mech commanders got bogged down by too much paperwork, how would they ever have enough time left for practice? In any case, even if the two older expert pilots served under the Hall of Heroes, that didn't stop them from spending time with their original units. They just had to devote a bit of attention to the other mech forces. For example, Venerable Dice would likely be able to provide a lot of assistance to Swordman mech specialists. It was a waste to keep her in the Sword Maidens. Joshua scratched his head. What about Colonel Larkinson? His example proves that expert pilots can still be successful while remaining in charge. He's an exception to the rule. Rarely do expert pilots ever reach this rank. It's simply not possible for most of you. If Venerable Ark didn't possess the foundation of a Larkinson, and if he wasn't so good with people, he never would have become more than a mech captain during his time in the service. However, if any expert pilot proves that he can follow Venerable Ark's footsteps, we are willing to make an exception. This had nothing to do with Joshua. He barely commanded the bright companions anyway, as he wasn't cut out to be an officer. Whenever he got excited in battle, he only paid attention to himself. Okay. I think I get it, Commander. I'll get ready to join the Hall of Heroes and assume my new responsibilities. I hope we all know what we're doing. Chapter 2437, Retraction. We've managed to secure sufficient support to establish the Hall of Heroes. Once we are ready to reorganize, we'll transfer all of the expert pilots and their retinue to the new mech force. Who will lead the Hall of Heroes? Ves asked as he leaned back on his chair. He attempted to grab Lucky from his desk, but the gem cat quickly jumped away. Meow! Major Vrl's projection paused for a bit. We are still in the process of determining that, sir. The Hall of Heroes is unlike the other mech forces we've established. It is best to see it as an umbrella organization for expert pilots. We need someone in charge who can command respect from them without coming across as controlling. To emphasize this distinction, the officer in charge will carry the rank of commandant. Ideally, the commandant should be a former expert pilot. Ves thought about it. Since those are hard to come by, we should choose an old and retired mech pilot. The older, the better. We still have a number of highly respected true-blood Larkinson retirees who can fulfill this position. Vrl grinned. We'll just have to pick the least crotchety among them. The duties of the commandant are fairly light anyway. His main role is to manage the personalities of the expert pilots so that they don't butt heads against each other or towards our clan. The staff can handle the rest. The two went through a list of candidates and quickly settled on some older Larkinson. While most of the True-Blood veterans desired peace and chose to stay with the Larkinson family, there were several older men and women who opted to follow their younger and much more ambitious children and grandchildren. What about Christoph Larkinson? He served for over 40 years. He fought in 2 wars and reached the rank of mech captain. While he did not distinguish himself through piloting skill or command ability, he possesses the right social traits. Ves studied Christopher's profile carefully. The old man was part of his grandpa Benjamin's generation. According to the record that he had access to, Christoph was noted to be modest, calm under pressure, and easy to chat with. On the other hand, this grandfatherly figure also became a bit more plodding as he grew older. This was not someone who acted decisively. This was okay to Ves. It was not the commandant's job to direct the expert pilots in battle. That was up to Major Vrl, or whoever was in charge. When Ves extended an offer to Christoph, the old man only hesitated for a brief moment before he accepted. I thought I could enjoy my remaining years in peace, but I don't mind holding another desk job, Christopher's projection remarked. The man resided on Synnax 6 with the rest of the retirees. If you need me to wrangle the new expert pilots, I'm your man. Just don't expect too much from me. I've served alongside their kind before. I know how they can be if they think they have to do the right thing. This is exactly why we must establish the Hall of Heroes. I'm hopeful that you'll be able to earn their regard. Don't be afraid to ask for assistance from myself or Major Vrl. Keeping our expert pilots happy and occupied is essential. The Military Bureau will help set up your new office and transfer some capable staffers. Understood, sir. I'll get right on it. It is an honor to assume responsibility over our strongest mech pilots. The newly appointed commandant saluted to Ves before he began to talk to Major Vrl in private. Setting up a special unit centered around expert pilots could not be done in a day. With these matters taken care of, Ves ended the calls and returned his attention to his other priorities. It's high time to finalize some of my mech designs. Several projects were already close to completion. The mech designs were no longer purely theoretical as Gloriana fabricated several prototypes to test their performance in reality. Backed up by this data, Ves gained a very thorough understanding on how the mechs performed. Gloriana has done a good job in my absence. While he wasn't truly absent in the last month, he spent far less time on the design projects as he wished. He wanted to make up for that now by finishing the spiritual components that only he could take care of. He didn't want to know how badly Gloriana waited for him to address this neglected area. He waved his hand and called up an overview of all 6 projects. The Cat's Paw project still needs more work. The Valkyrie Redeemer needs more hardening against the counters introduced by the Friday Coalition. The Chiron needs more fine-tuning in light of my latest innovations. I'll probably have to adjust my plan for the Ferocious Piranha as well now that Nixie is no longer alive. That left out the Sanctuary and the Crystal Lord Mark II. Of the two third-class mech designs, the Sanctuary was a very simple and boring knight mech design. This meant that Gloriana and the Erudites easily achieved their milestones on this project ahead of time. If not for its exceptional design spirit, they would have finalized it already. "Well, Lufa is pretty much ready to take on his role," he muttered. The only question was whether he wished to impart any triggered abilities and other quirks onto the design. Considering that the mech was designed to offer relief against the glows of his other products, he didn't believe it was necessary to empower it that much. The only alteration it needed was a spiritual construct that regulated what glows it was allowed to impair. It did not take much effort to specify the list, as he had already formed it beforehand. In general, the Sanctuary was strictly limited to negating the glows of other third-class mechs. It would have been incredibly cheap if it was capable of impairing the glows of superior mechs. There should be no way for the Friday men to employ this model against the Blessed Squire and other Hexer Commission mechs. The final instruction he programmed in the design was that its glow was completely ineffective against any mech piloted by a Larkinson. This rule only became invalid when the Sanctuary was piloted by a Larkinson as well. "With all of the glows in my clan, I think a mech like this is very necessary to give my men some relief." That was one of the main reasons he designed the Sanctuary after all. Even he got tired of playing with glows all the time. Just before he was about to call it a day, he suddenly stopped and remembered something important. "Wait, I need to take the counters to my glows into account as well." While the Sanctuary was designed to counter glows, Ves predicted that the counters developed by his competitors such as mechs leveraging oak alloy would definitely disrupt this function. While Ves did not care so much if the Sanctuary was not able to leverage its strength all the time, that did not apply to his other mechs. What if he published the Valkyrie Redeemer with great fanfare, only for the Friday men to develop a method that largely blocked its signature marked for death ability? "It's not just my upcoming mechs that need strengthening. The Blessed Squire is also due for an update." He devoted some time to studying the current situation of the Blessed Squire. Gloriana frequently transmitted some internal documents and battle footage to keep him up to date. So far, more counters have emerged onto the battlefield. Each new model only showed up on a couple of battlefields. This indicated to Ves that the Friday men were still in the process of iterating more effective solutions. Nonetheless, most of the counters they've come up with work on the same principle. The Glow Crusher and other comparable mech models each attempted to disturb one energy field with another energy field. It was like crashing a concert by playing a different song over another song. Ves had considered how to handle this situation for several days. He came up with various solutions, but most of them were rather convoluted and depended on conditions that he could not accomplish. For example, one of the most direct ways to counter the Glow Crusher's motion energy from overriding glows was to force his mechs to output a stronger aura than usual. Yet increasing this output could not be done without a price. His mech needed a source in order to strengthen its glow. So far, he came up with the concept of a reservoir. If Ves found some way for his mech to capture and store some of its own glow, the pilot should be able to release the accumulated glow whenever a Glow Crusher came close. Ves tried to create the capturing and storing mechanisms without success. He needed to advance his spiritual engineering, and that took time and effort that he couldn't spare at this moment. "I'll get back to this after the wedding." Right now, Ves wanted to come up with a faster and more convenient solution. The longer the Glow Crushers oppressed the Blessed Squires, the more likely the Hex army lowered the priority on his mechs. This was not what he wanted. He needed the Hexers to adopt his Hexers' mechs wholesale in order to spread the gospel of the Superior Mother. Fortunately, he had another idea that didn't require so much effort. Much like any energy field, glows follow the inverse square law. The greater the distance, the weaker the glow. Before the appearance of specific counters, Ves always aimed to maximize the range of the glows of his mechs. There was no threat to them, so why shouldn't he aim for maximizing the coverage? However, doing so turned the glows into a huge and vulnerable target. It was like comparing an apple and a cheap balloon. If Ves held a needle and poked the balloon, it would probably pop in an instant. If he did the same to an apple, then all he accomplished was releasing a small amount of juice. Though the analogy wasn't accurate, the glow crusher pretty much played the role of a needle. If this is the case, then I just have to turn the balloon into an apple. He had to compress the glow of his mech designs. As long as the glows clung a bit together to their mechs, enemies wouldn't be able to collapse them so easily anymore. It was remarkably easy for Ves to implement this solution. He already possessed a fair amount of experience in manipulating the glow of the Valkyrie Redeemer design. The only bit of uncertainty was that he hadn't actually tested it out. While he was confident in his theory, he needed to verify it before he was ready to expand it to his entire mech catalog. Once counters to my glows become ubiquitous, a defensive function like this is essential. The downside to retracting the glow was that it didn't cover as many friendlies and enemies around it. Yet Ves believed it was worth it in order to make his glows tougher and more intense. He contacted Gloriana after he made some refinements to this solution. "What is it, Ves? Are you ready to complete some of our designs?" "Not quite. I need your help. Can you contact Diva or the Hex Army in order to perform a little trial? I've just come up with a potential stopgap solution that should mitigate the effectiveness of the counters to our mechs." "I can do that," she replied. "I've established a closer relationship with the Hex Army lately. I can contact some commanders who can provide us with the opportunity to test some updates or variants. Just make sure you've put enough effort. We'll be responsible if anything goes wrong." "Don't worry, Gloriana. I'm always sure about my work." Chapter 2438, Mech Lieutenant Monroe. While Ves invested his time on coming up with a set of universal glow instructions, the Komodo War continued to rage in the center of the Star Sector. To the warring Friday men and Hexers, the events that took place in the Nixian Gap did not even come to their attention. The war already consumed all of their attention. Who cared what the designer of the Blessed Squire was up to these days? The military mech pilots weren't even able to access any news aside from what their superiors wanted to know. "Come on! The Hexers are getting battered. Let's push them out of the city while their reinforcements are still on the way." After successfully conquering and pacifying the Marikath system, the Wrathful Doves only needed a few months to complete its reorganization. The Hex Army provided the victorious army group with a large amount of recruits, mechs and supplies over the course of a couple of months. While the Wrathful Doves still needed time to return to its old level of strength, the war waited for no one. With the fall of the Crestfallen Stars, the interior of the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group became vulnerable. The Hex Army decided to act boldly and launched several bold offensives. Each of them thrust deeply into the territories of the two coalition partners. The Hexers wanted to attack strategic and critical interior star systems before the Friday men took everything of value away. One of the star systems that the Hexers just happened to attack was the Lemar system. This academic star system used to be one of the Carnegie Group's centers of power. Many leaders, scientists, and other notable figures studied at one of its many renowned universities. Right now, the Hex Army was determined to conquer the Lemar system. As the home of the Lemar Institute of Technology, the Hexers wanted to send a strong message to Master Olson and Master Katzenberg. Since the two Friday Men Masters dared to target the Blessed Squire mechs with their Glow Crusher design, The Hexers were determined to hit back twice as hard by razing their cherished institution. Of course, the masters, the teaching staff, the students, and almost everyone else had already evacuated the vulnerable star system. What troubled Limar's administration was that it took a lot more time to transfer all of the expensive hardware and material stockpiles. Since the LIT was home to at least 5 master mech designers and many more seniors, the LIT had built up an elaborate high-end infrastructure centered around research, development, and production. Limar had been responsible for fabricating numerous expert mechs and high-end mechs for the Fortune Legion. Naturally, the infrastructure needed to produce the best mechs of the Fortune Legion was very considerable. Now, much of it was under threat. Hundreds of shells launched by distant artillery mechs smashed onto the tropical lands where the LIT was based. A couple of explosive shells even impacted Master Olsen's guest estate. Powerful explosions rocked the grounds, causing numerous new craters to appear. While the mansion was made out of better materials than many other homes, the Hexers didn't give up. Dozens of other shells hit the mansion, collapsing its roof, several rooms, and even entire wings. Fortunately, Master Olsen already took away everything she cared about months ago. Not even her private workshop contained any traces as the bombardment finally breached the underground chambers. The destruction of Master Olsen's mansion only served as a minor distraction for the battle of the Limar system. Crush this school and everything it has left. Don't let a single building stand. Both Friday Men and Hexer Mechs fought numerous different skirmishes across the Limar Institute of Technology's expansive campus grounds. Mechs from both sides hotly contested against each other in the air and land. With each passing second, an aerial mech crashed into the ground. Land-bound mechs constantly fired and collided against each other. Watch out for the shore! Those amphibian mechs can sneak attack us at any time. Since the LIT was built on an archipelago, the combatants contested in the seas as well. Tens of thousands of aquatic mechs and amphibian mechs clashed against each other at various depths in order to secure the crucial waters surrounding the famed institution. Little of that had anything to do with Mech Lieutenant Nicholas Monroe. As a native of the Limar system and a mech officer of the Fortune Legion, Lieutenant Monroe received the distinct honor of piloting one of his unit's Glow Crusher. Not every Friday Man mech pilot looked forward to piloting the new mech model. Due to the necessity of charging straight into an enemy formation in order to break the Blessed Squire's glow, the Glow Crushers that charged in regularly never made it out intact. What was even worse was that the Hexer mech pilots developed an intense animosity towards the Glow Crushers. No Friday Men mech attracted more fire from the maddened women than the mech that had the potential to ruin their parade. The Friday Men were human as well. Who would want to accept the honor of piloting this necessary mech if it only turned them into the biggest target on the battlefield? Lieutenant Monroe was not one of them. In order to defend the planet he grew up in, he eagerly embraced the only mech that could neutralize one of the Hex Army's trump cards. Several mech companies advanced forward while enduring an increasing amount of fire. One of the downsides of defending the LIT was that it featured a lot of open space. The cities built around the Institute mostly consisted of smaller structures. Come on! We only have one chance at this. We have to take out those artillery mechs. Up ahead, the Fortune Legionnaires finally reached a wide street where at least 2 Hexer mech companies escorted half a dozen artillery mechs as they slowly lumbered forward. The huge, lumbering 6-legged mechs each boasted a plethora of cannons. The artillery mechs continually fired heavy shells after receiving accurate targeting data from scout mechs and spy drones. Occasionally, the Fortune Legion attempted to bombard the Hexer artillery mechs, but their targets either intercepted the incoming rounds with their secondary armament, or projected a large shield to block whatever managed to slip through. Even if a couple of rounds succeeded in passing through all of these obstacles, the heavy artillery mechs just accepted the blows before resuming their attacks. "These big mechs are rare even for the wrathful doves," a Friday Man commander noted. "The Hexers will definitely feel pained if we manage to take them down. Get ready!" Everyone received tailored instructions as the Friday Men mechs came close enough to initiate a charge. "Monroe, you know what to do. We'll open up a path for you as much as possible." "Got it, sir. For freedom and fortune." "For freedom and fortune." Due to the crucial role of the Glow Crusher mechs, the Fortune Legion no longer positioned them up front. Instead, the Lancer mechs occupied the second row. Several offensive mechs adjusted for speed and frontal defenses covered them from the front. After completing the final preparations, the commander issued the pivotal charge. Over 100 mechs thundered forward. The avenue they were walking on quickly cracked due to all of the stresses it endured. Soon enough, the slow-moving Hexer formation halted and opted to dig in as its ranged mechs began to fire at the vanguard of the incoming enemies. A huge barrage of fire pushed against the offensive knights. Positron beams, missiles, Gauss rounds, and other powerful weapons smashed against the shields of the mechs at the front. Even the artillery mechs directed some of their shorter-ranged mechs against the incoming Friday Men. Amazingly, the offensive mechs held throughout the charge. Each of the mechs mounted special shield generators on their backs. The shields they projected not only formed a powerful barrier up front, but also merged with any adjacent barriers. The result was a large and powerful shield that was collectively supported by all of the mechs that carried this expensive shield module. It didn't matter if the Hexers concentrated their fire on only one portion of the barrier. With the sharing arrangement enabled by this highly advanced shielding system, every shield generator endured the exact same burden. As the Friday Men formation neared the enemy position, the shield generators were close to reaching their limits. "Deactivate the shield generators! They've done their job!" The offensive knights no longer projected their shields. Their modular backpack modules smoked as they worked hard to release an excess amount of heat. The absence of the shield immediately affected the Friday Men. The offensive knights traded durability for mobility and increased energy reserves, and now they were finally paying for this trade-off. Against the concentrated firepower of the Hexer mechs, the offensive knights quickly fell behind. Their shields only bought a short amount of time before they quickly collapsed. "Breach an opening for us," Lieutenant Monroe called as his Glow Crusher became filled with motion energy. Even though his mech wasn't running at its top speed, Monroe knew it had accumulated a sufficient amount of momentum. Together with the Glow Crushers of his unit, he was confident he could break the enemy's glow. Crash! The surviving offensive mechs along with some other melee mechs physically collided against the defending Hexer mechs. The powerful collisions disordered the Hexer ranks and momentarily opened up some gaps. Other Fortune Legion mechs quickly took advantage of the openings and tried their best to expand the holes. Every Friday Man mech abruptly fought a little less vigorously as they pressed closer. Each of them had entered the outer range of the Blessed Squire's glow. "Monroe! The way is open! Kill those damned boy mechs before they nag us to death!" "With pleasure!" The Friday Men mechs had managed to create some openings in the enemy formation at great cost. Once their forward momentum stalled, it became a lot more challenging to reach the well-protected Blessed Squires. Fortunately, Lieutenant Monroe managed to bypass the occupied Friday Men mechs and charge forward. The other friendly Glow Crushers managed to press through as well as their comrades did their best to cover their advance. All of this took place in a short amount of time. Before the Hexers issued their next orders, the Glow Crushers were already accelerating forward. When Monroe felt the time was right, he activated a mental trigger. In an instant, the lance of his mech seemed to shine as it was about to bump into an invisible field. Success! The glows of the blessed squires abruptly disappeared as the glow crushers that managed to pull off their charge had dumped all of their motion energy. The surrounding air became denser and more energetic as the invisible motion energy spread from the glow crushers. The Hexer mech simultaneously lost steam as the encouraging presence of the superior mother disappeared. The Friday men succeeded in damaging their confidence. As the motion energy rapidly dissipated, Lieutenant Monroe decisively commanded his mech to throw aside its unwieldy lance. After withdrawing a slim sword, his mech already turned around in order to link up with friendlies. Yet, just as the glow crushers took their first steps back, a familiar oppressive sensation overtook the mech pilots. For a moment, both sides flagged a bit. What is this? Suddenly, the Hexer mechs became invigorated again. With the resumption of the glows of the blessed squires, the crazed Hexer mech pilots fought as if the superior mother had personally intervened. The superior mother is with us! Crush these glow crushers! Lieutenant Monroe was devastated. As numerous vengeful Hexers assaulted his glow crusher, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. He was sure his mech had succeeded in its charge. Why didn't it work? My mech broke their glows. He would find no answer as his mech quickly succumbed against the combined assault. The rest of his unit collapsed within minutes as the Friday men were forced to fight in the influence of a hostile, while the Hexers had regained their confidence. The Hexers deceived us. They upgraded their blessed squires. Chapter 2439 3 Gifts. It did not take long for the test results to come back. Across several different battlefields, a handful of units received secretive upgrades to their blessed squires. Nothing much had changed aside from some sort of software date and the addition of a new dial in their cockpits. The male Hexer mech pilots who had the privilege of piloting these blessed mechs received some very basic instructions on how to use the latest addition to their mechs. The miracle couple has come up with something that will help us thwart the glow crushers. Pay attention to this dial and the corresponding gyro command. By default, the glow of your mech is unrestrained. If any of the counters to your mech comes close, you need to retract it as close to your mech as possible. To do that, just turn this dial anti-clockwise or issue a more precise command to your mech through your neural interface. What is the purpose of doing so, ma'am? The boy clad in a tight piloting suit asked the tall female engineer. Simply put, a glow crusher breaks the glow of your mech by throwing motion energy at it. What you need to do is to retract this glow so that the glow crusher misses its attack. As long as its motion energy doesn't come close to your retracted glow, it will not do anything aside from making the air feel heavy for a time. With this small addition, the upgraded blessed squires completely gained the upper hand again. With the ability to control the range of the glows, the rate of glows getting crushed dropped by 80% after a few days. The Hexers had long sought a solution to the counters deployed by the Friday Coalition. Being able to retract the glows when they were vulnerable was an incredibly helpful ability. Even if the glow no longer blessed the surrounding mechs, it at least remained intact. Once the glow crusher mechs completed their charge and released all of their motion energy, the threat against their glows should have passed. Nothing stopped the blessed squires from restoring their glows to their original splendor. The incredible utility of this little function was so great that demand for it skyrocketed. Other Hex Army units heard about the upgrade as well and began to ask for it as well. Gloriana quickly called VS once again in order to discuss this abrupt development. I don't know how you managed to implement it, but your fix worked. She grinned. According to the feedback from the mech pilots, the new retraction function you've added to the Blessed Squire is a great blessing. In fact, you should have implemented a long time ago. Why did it take so long for you to add it in? Were you saving it up or something? Ves sent her a reproachful glare. I only came up with it recently. You should know that we never really had to worry about the range of the glows of our mechs. Only the Doom Guard posed a serious concern, but even then that wasn't enough for me to intervene. It was different now that the Friday Coalition had deliberately taken advantage of this vulnerability. For many reasons, Ves needed his Hexer's mechs to succeed. He needed to crush anything that threatened their superiority in battle. The two quickly discussed the performance of the new retraction function. After studying the data and verifying that it hadn't glitched or anything, they decided to recommend that the Hex Army to embrace the upgrade. I'll take care of it, Gloriana promised. High Command will be inordinately pleased with our quick response. The value of the Glow Crushers will certainly drop after the Blessed Squires have incorporated this upgrade. In truth, the physical and software changes were mostly smoke and mirrors. Due to some obscure spiritual rules that Ves didn't fully understand, every copy of the Blessed Squire was connected to the design. While the former was still able to grow and develop a unique character, its fundamental identity was still tied to its origin. This meant that any change to the design inevitably affected the existing copies. In truth, Ves frequently scratched his head over this relationship. A mech design was imaginary while a physical mech was material. For the former to affect the latter in this fashion sounded like magic or very profound metaphysics. Whatever. There was no reason to look at a gift horse in the mouth. This profound interaction allowed him to push any spiritual changes to all of his mechs without needing to go through their current owners. The only reason why he bothered to add a dial was to fool the Hexers into thinking that they needed to apply the upgrade to the mech first before they gained access to the retraction function. Ves would definitely attract way too much scrutiny if the mech community found out that he could alter existing mechs without accessing them. The security implications were considerable. No one wanted someone to have constant access to the core functions of an actual mech. Once the pair completed their discussion about the upgrade, Gloriana was already looking to the future. This is only the beginning, Ves, she warned. While I expect that this retraction function will shift the advantage back to our Blessed Squires, our opponents will likely find another loophole. Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg succeeded first, but I have no doubt that other masters are readying other mechs that can interfere with the glows of our mechs. It will only be a matter of time before a competitor develops a solution that can cripple a glow from a distance. That was one of his greatest fears as well. While the retraction function enabled his mechs to concentrate their glow, thereby thickening it and increasing their resistance, it came with a very significant downside. A Blessed Squire that continually retracted its glow was a mech that did not perform its main role. What Ves truly wanted was to implement a solution that allowed his mechs to strengthen their existing glows. He might have to alter his design spirits in order to achieve this goal. The glows of his mechs did not originate from the mechs or mech designs themselves. The spiritual entities that presided over them were the actual source of glows. He could not mess with them lightly. Each of them were living, powerful entities whose existences directly depended on their spiritual composition. Any change, no matter how modest, directly altered their behavior in some fashion. Look, Gloriana, before Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg introduced the Glow Crusher, I didn't even know that our mechs were vulnerable to their unique mode of attack. Now that we know, we can account for them. The same will happen again if they come up with another trick. She sighed. I know. I can already tell that you look forward to sparring against our opponents. It's just that I'm worried about the brave women and boys who are depending on our work. The Hex Army has already suffered numerous setbacks due to the vulnerability exposed by the Friday men. Next time, how many more Hexers will die because we failed to account for the methods of our enemies? What do you want us to do? I have worked to develop my design philosophy up until this point, but I can only do so much on my own. I don't want the Friday men to regain the upper hand either, but it's difficult for me to anticipate how they will attack my work. He knew that Gloriana felt very frustrated by her inability to help. She had waited for Ves to come up with a solution for a month, but because he was preoccupied with defeating pirates, he never implemented this little fix until now. This delay signified that she had a long way to go before she was able to design the perfect vessel. Before Gloriana ended the call, she brought up one more important matter. Are you truly sure you want to upgrade our existing mech models with the same function? We might as well. Let's start by implementing it onto our existing mechs. I'll go over our current designs and revise them a bit. Once I'm done, just let the mech technicians modify the machines we have. What about the mechs we sold? I'm not sure. I think it's best if we just make the retraction function standard. Do you agree? Our customers have consistently demanded more control over the glows of their mechs. We should do it, Ves. Adding it to all of our mechs will bring them a little closer to perfection. I expect the value of our mechs to grow as a result. After agreeing on this point, Gloriana addressed one final issue. It's been more than a week since the Doom Guard irrevocably changed. While we have managed to stem the outrage due to our quick action, it's still a problematic mech. Do you want to keep it that way or try and change it back? Ves furrowed his brows. I don't know. The mech has already changed. Doing it again will lead to greater disruption. There are many owners who want to regain the old Doom Guards. They're much more effective in buying time and keeping the enemy at a distance. Overall, the battle performance of the Doom Guard has worsened after it gained its new alternating glow. Ves already predicted this outcome. Sales of the Doom Guard still declined. No matter whether their owners obtained compensation, the new Doom Guard clearly performed worse in battle. Their owners had to adopt more strenuous measures in order to take advantage of its new effect. I think it's best to leave it alone. Ideally, I'd like to restore the old Doom Guard, but the current incarnation is pretty interesting as well. Both are useful under the right circumstances. Ideally, I'd like to retain both of them. While there is a bit of overlap between the two versions, as long as we keep working on them, they'll eventually become two very different mech designs. That's acceptable. It's not the solution I would have settled for, but it will please the fans of both versions. What Ves didn't mention to Gloriana was that Ves didn't have any suitable ingredients that could take the place that Nixie once occupied. Wait. Didn't his mother? He recalled something very important. He hastily ended the call, much to Gloriana's chagrin, and raced to the vault. After going through a security check, he stepped into the heavily fortified chamber. Ves began to pull out every keystone. Just as he expected, 3 of them were significantly different than before. I was right. A grin plastered on his face as he realized what his mother had left him. Even though she called them trash, Ves did not care about her opinions. What mattered was that he obtained 3 additional spiritual fragments. Ves carefully probed the spiritual fragments and gained a sense of their principal attributes. The most powerful fragment contained some very potent devouring attributes. The unending one. A weaker fragment exhibited some flighty attributes. The inexorable one. Another weak fragment seemed to be filled with light. The blinding one. Ves didn't know how his mother managed to preserve these fragments, but they were extremely helpful to his current circumstances. Of course, in their current forms, the remnants of the dark gods were polluted with a lot of undesirable attributes. Ves had no use for their evil and alien natures and wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. In fact, Ves believed it was best to use them as ingredients in the creation of fresh new design spirits. He did not want to make the same mistake he made with Ylvain's spiritual fragment, and revive someone from the dead. The unending one and the inexorable one should definitely remain buried. The blinding one, on the other hand. Ves grew a little intrigued about the last dark god. Even though the blinding one was just as evil and hostile as the previous two entities, he was different. The blinding one was a humanoid alien, and a member of the Luminar race to boot. Ves always wanted to figure out the mysteries of the Luminar race. What if he could tap into the blinding one's knowledge and figure out the principles behind his race's wondrous crystal and light-based technology? Chapter 2440 Spiritual Extortion Racket. To Ves, spiritual fragments held a special meaning. Drawn from spiritual entities, the concentrated accumulation of energies inherited some of their character. When Ves studied a spiritual fragment, he evaluated them by several different criteria. He first observed their spiritual imprint. To his understanding, an imprint was both a brand and a carrier of someone's fundamental existence. It possessed mysterious properties and served an essential role in ensuring that someone maintained possession of their own spirituality. When Ves studied the spiritual imprints of the three fragments, he noted that all of them appeared to be strong and vivid. They were harvested fresh from the corpses of the dark gods, though the fragments of the inexorable one and the blinding one were a tad weaker. Considering that the unending one showed no hesitation in devouring his fellow dark gods, Ves immediately formed a hypothesis. The unending one specializes in devouring other spiritual entities. He likely possesses many means of efficiently breaking down foreign spiritual energy. He could not help but remember what took place after the unending one betrayed his fellow dark gods. The tentacled whale grew immensely in both size and power. Although it appeared that his rapid boost in strength produced many repercussions, it was a testament to its powerful digestion abilities that it could power itself up in battle. Some interesting ideas came to mind as he speculatively regarded the fragment of the unending one. While the dark god used to be his enemy, a remnant of the tentacled whale's existence had now fallen into his hands. Considering his track record of what he did with other spiritual fragments, he could definitely find some way of converting it into his own strength. The second criteria he paid attention to was the spiritual attributes contained within the fragments. As far as he was aware of, no form of life embodied just a single attribute. Every living entity always possessed a mix of attributes. The purer ones possessed many different related attributes, while more complex entities usually possessed a greater degree of diversity. Each spiritual attribute reflected the character traits and the abilities of the entity in question. By studying someone's spiritual attributes, Ves was able to understand the true nature of other people and entities to some degree. He didn't dare to look closely at someone whose power far surpassed his own for fear of exposing himself or suffering some kind of backlash. For example, looking deep into the dark gods when they were at their prime was just asking for death. "Well, I'm just looking at their fragments now, so it's okay," he muttered. Each of the dark gods carried an air of antiquity. They had lived for eons and survived through many different ages. Living for so many years caused the dark gods to gain a lot of spiritual attributes, though most of their proportions were minuscule compared to their main attributes. It's the equivalent of dust. Ves wasn't interested in these trivial attributes. They showed up so rarely that it took far too much effort to make use of them. He would rather turn his attention to the major attributes that defined the entities in question. When he compared the attributes of all three fragments, he noted that much of them were identical. For example, he sensed a set of attributes that felt dark, malicious, and dangerous to him. The evil within them is strong. Personally, he was reluctant to label something as evil, as many people and entities were usually righteous in their own way. Even his bastard of a cousin Ganso fought for what he thought was right in his own twisted perspective. Ves found it hard to rationalize the darkness that suffused the dark gods. Whether they descended into evil on their own accord or became contaminated by it, the three fragments posed a considerable threat. If any of these fragments became conscious enough, he did not doubt that they would find some way to screw him over. He could not afford to provide them with the same autonomy he granted to his other design spirits. Different from hostile entities like Zygra, the dark gods doubtlessly developed a wealth of methods and techniques that bordered on the arcane. Who knew what they would get up to if Ves left them alone? I need to process these fragments soon. Leaving them in their current state is just asking for trouble. This was because, unlike Nixie, Ves did not possess any means of restraining them other than putting them in his bee-stone lockbox. Despite the filth marring the fragments, they possessed plenty of other attributes that attracted Ves like a moth to a flame. As Ves had previously observed, the unending one revolved around hunger, swallowing, and digestion. The only downside was that the fragment suffered a higher degree of pollution than any other spiritual fragment that he encountered. Evidently, the unending one also absorbed some of the traits of its food by retaining a portion of their distinctive attributes. Ves did not see the advantages in this, as the pollution probably warped the tentacled whale's personality even further. It's no wonder he turned against his fellow dark gods. The spiritual fragments of the inexorable one and the blinding one both exhibited problems as well. Evidently, his mother had salvaged them from the unending one's stomach as they were being digested. They're not in good shape, Ves muttered. In general, none of the fragments were very pure. This was something that he paid a lot of attention to because it was much easier for him to leverage the advantages of purer attributes. While Ves developed techniques that allowed him to excise the undesirable attributes from his fragments, the amount of waste was considerable. Without the benefit of Nixie, the Grand Dynamo, and the serum, Ves had suddenly turned into a pauper in terms of spiritual energy. Previously, he didn't care about how much spiritual energy he threw away whenever he processed his spiritual fragments. It was different now. He needed to relearn how to value each and every unit of spiritual energy, no matter how much it reeked. He had to adopt a new mindset oriented around efficiency and making the best use out of a limited supply of ingredients. My old methods are too wasteful. I can't just throw away potentially usable energy. This requires much further consideration. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. He only realized up to this point how much he wasted in the past. As someone who initially started designing third-class mechs with heavy budget constraints, he felt as if he had completely forgotten himself when it came to spiritual engineering. Quantity matters. This was the third criteria he watched out for. His mother harvested a considerably bigger fragment from the unending one than the other two dark gods. She was quite generous, which Ves found strange because she was not much different from the unending one when it came to her insatiable demand for juice. They're different but also similar now that I think about it. How is this possible? Both possess different spiritual attributes. The unending one reminded Ves of a hungry super predator. The aquatic beast was very primitive but effective when it came to devouring and digesting his prey. In contrast, his mother apparently developed a more abstract domain. It reminded him of the wonder and brutality of nature. Survival of the fittest reigned supreme, and the weaker beings were destined to become nutrients to the strong. Ves couldn't imagine what it took to develop such an elaborate spiritual orientation. It felt high class to him, and there was definitely more to it than he observed from the surface. Despite that, she possesses the same devouring capabilities of the unending one. The main difference was that the unending one digested his food by instinct, while his mother likely had to take a more active approach. In any case, the inexorable one and the blinding one did not possess these devouring capabilities. Ves wondered how they managed to grow up to this point if they did not rely as heavily on predation. Is it related to their supposed divinity? Now that was a can of worms that Ves did not like to open. At the end of the battle against the abyss, the distance between the material realm and the imaginary realm had become closer than ever before. This highly unusual condition produced numerous anomalous effects. One of them was that Ves gained the capability to peer deeper into the imaginary realm than ever before. He discovered a facet of the imaginary realm that he had never noticed before. He not only observed the huge and powerful torrents of faith, but also managed to tap into them, if only for a moment. This faith-based energy was very weird to Ves. There were so many aspects about it that put it beyond his capabilities. The quantity and quality of the faith surrounding the Holy Sons was so immense that his intuition rang alarm bells as he got close. Back then, he deeply felt he would burn up if he actually embraced the potent faith energy. Obviously, it's a form of high-level energy that I'm not qualified to handle in my current state, he concluded after recalling his mother's reminder. He didn't know whether this faith energy was actually different from spiritual energy. He suspected that they were actually the same thing. It was just that the spiritual feedback flowing through the imaginary realm was so dense and potent that its properties were incomparable to regular spiritual energy. Perhaps only the entities that were called gods were capable of doing so. It would explain how a tiny luminar alien managed to grow so powerful and huge. Ves would be lying if he said he was not interested in tapping into this huge energy source. There was so much of it, and its quality surpassed the energy he was able to derive from the likes of Kalankso and Nixie. Yet Ves was deeply suspicious of it as well. If embracing this faith energy distorted him to the point where he became as degenerate as the dark gods, he would rather stay away from it. Just because he wanted to harness more energy didn't mean he felt eager to poke his finger into a power socket. As for deeper implications like whether this energy created or sustained gods, he dismissed these questions. The existence of the immense amount of faith energy flowing through the imaginary realm merely reinforced his views that faith was actually an extortion racket. Spiritually powerful entities took advantage of the power and information disparity between themselves and their worshippers to harvest faith. If the unknowing sheep knew the truth that they weren't devoting themselves to actual gods, they would probably find some way to take power into their own hands. I'll never become like them, he vowed. Whether the other holy sons embraced the powerful faith energy or not did not matter to Ves. He was different from everyone else, and always followed his own path. He instinctively felt repelled by anything related to faith and religion. That said, Ves could not deny that he was a holy son anymore. No matter what he did in the future, he would probably come in touch with faith energy sooner or later. He shook his head. That's too far away. In normal space, the two realms are too far apart for me to venture into the deeper layers of the imaginary realm. He turned his attention back to the 3 fragments. He put 2 of the p-stones holding the fragments into his b-stone lockbox before stowing it away. He kept the p-stone that contained the fragment of the blinding one and took it back to his stateroom. He wanted to delve deeper into it. He had long developed a fascination for the Luminar race and wanted to see if he could get something useful out of the remnant. Let's see what you are made of, little fragment. Chapter 2441, Living Fusion. Ves leaned back on his chair as he held the p-stone containing the spiritual fragment of the blinding one in his hands. Lucky lifted his head from the desk and observed the rock. A disgusted expression appeared on his face. Meow. Yeah, I can imagine that alien essence tastes awful. It's especially bad considering how luminars look closer to humans than exobeasts. I can never bring myself to eat sentient, bipedal beings. His cat purposefully moved forward and leaned over the edge of the desk. He skillfully opened one of the drawers with his paws. Meow! What are you talking about? I'm not a hypocrite. Ves defended himself. He quickly leaned forward to slam the desk drawer shut. And don't touch my precious nutrient packs! He ignored his cat and went back to studying the P-stone. Now that it housed the remnant of the blinding one, it acquired a special character. It's like I'm holding a crystal instead of a rock. The illusion was weak and easy to dispel, but Ves found it interesting nonetheless. The more he looked at it without fully concentrating his mind, the more he got the sense that it was a crystal that radiated light. Some of the rays were so blindingly powerful that he felt tempted to look away. Only spiritual fragments derived from powerful entities could make him feel this way. Their quality was so high that their attributes somehow bled over to the material realm without doing anything. Now what am I going to do with you? He idly wondered. Considering that he was close to finishing the Crystal Lord Mark II project, he thought about spicing it up by adding the blinding one to the mix. After all, the Crystal Lord was a design based around his initial exposure to the Luminar race and its technology. I intended to reform its current design spirit anyway, so this is a good opportunity to do so. With such a powerful ingredient in my possession, it's a waste to leave it alone. Before he did so, he first wanted to see if he could derive other benefits from the fragment. He was particularly interested in whatever knowledge it possessed about the history, technology, and culture of the Luminar race. While Ves possessed a small amount of insight on this diminutive alien race's technology by making a deal with Master Willix, he only scratched the surface of what it was capable of. Just recalling the power of the ruins left by the crystal builders left him with a deep impression. It's not related to my design philosophy, but who cares? Everyone has hobbies. He began to concentrate his mind further in order to delve into the spiritual fragment. He cautiously prodded the fragment and tried to elicit some sort of reaction. Aside from a few instinctual responses, the fragment did nothing. Ves grimaced. It's not in a good state. He touched it deeper and began to run his senses through the fragment. He hardly encountered any resistance because there wasn't much that could stop him. The only reason why he stopped delving deeper was because he could not cope with the density of high-quality energy. After exploring the spiritual fragment from different angles, Ves became sure about his verdict. It's dead. Of course, death was not entirely absolute when it came to spiritual entities. The more powerful beings tended to be quite tenacious. Yet Ves did not feel as if the blinding one possessed the same chance of coming back to life. The fragment's outer structure was heavily compromised as the unending one managed to digest it for quite some time before his mother scooped it out and stopped most of the decay. It was too late. Ves did not feel any active consciousness from it. If he pulled the fragment out of the P-stone, it would have resumed decaying until there was nothing left. Damn. Perhaps only the spiritual fragment of the unending one might be alive. The rest had fallen victim to the tentacled whale's formidable digestion capabilities. Without an active personality, Ves couldn't do much with the fragment. There was no way to bargain with something that was unresponsive to communication. That invalidated some of his methods. As Ves continued to wrangle with the remnant, he eventually gave up. There was no way for him to extract any information out of it. The spiritual makeup of the fragment was indecipherable to him, and it was missing a lot of parts because it had ended up in the unending one's stomach. He crossed out more and more options until he was only left with a couple. Aside from some nebulous future applications, I'm better off using it as an ingredient. He thought back on his mostly complete Crystal Lord Mark II design. Gloriana and her erudites had made good work on it. He just needed to round out its spiritual design by addressing something he had neglected for a long time. The design spirit of the original Crystal Lord is too weak. The crystal golem represented his foray into creating powerful design spirits. It was rough, incomplete, and did not possess enough growth potential. What a flawed product, he muttered as he briefly came into touch with the weak spirit. The ingredients were bad and his methods were too rough. He possessed very little insight on spiritual products back then. It was a true first-generation product that had failed to keep up with the times. That's okay. I can always remedy this shortcoming. He had to make an important choice on how to proceed. Ves mentally and spiritually weighed the crystal golem and the blinding one and tried to decide which one he should preserve. I have 3 choices. First, I can feed the crystal golem to the blinding one. Second, I can do the opposite. Third, I can break them both and mash them together in order to produce a brand new design spirit that takes after the 2. None of the choices sounded appealing to him. He had to give up something no matter what he chose. The first one was the most promising but also the most heartless option. From a utilitarian point of view, it made a lot of sense. He essentially sacrificed a defective but loyal design spirit in order to return the blinding one back to life, if only partially. While the blinding one also happened to be a dangerous and evil entity, Ves believed he could derive a lot of benefits from the revived entity. Aside from trying to barter with the blinding one, he also saw a lot of promise in installing it as a better design spirit of the Crystal Lord designs. As long as the blinding one retained a portion of its powers and techniques, he could probably elevate the performance of the Crystal Lord designs in many interesting ways. Though all of these potential benefits sounded worthwhile to Ves, he struggled to commit with it. Whenever he looked at the pitiful crystal golem, he could not bring himself to betray one of his earliest actual design spirits. That's not who I am, I think, he sighed. It's not who I want to be. I need to stick to my principles for once. He always tried to be generous to those who trusted or helped him. Screwing over the crystal golem was a deeply dishonorable act. In comparison to the first option, he felt much less hesitance about the second option. He felt no guilt over purifying and breaking apart the fragment of the blinding one before subsequently trying to merge the pieces with the crystal golem. There were 2 problems with this course of action. Feeding the remnants of a powerful entity to a weaker entity was very inefficient. The crystal golem probably wouldn't be able to handle most of the power. There's going to be a lot of waste. Ves frowned. The other problem was that Ves had never done anything like this before. He would have to develop a new method of integrating the dead pieces of one fragment with a living entity without putting the latter at risk. This was why the third option was the most practical one. If he disregarded the identities of both fragments and just broke them apart, he could merge the shards back together to form a fresh new spiritual product without any of the baggage that plagued the 2 fragments. The new luminar-based design spirit would probably lack the ignorance of the crystal golem and the grudges of the blinding one. Yet this elegant solution also entailed screwing over the crystal golem. Though Ves deeply wanted to step up to something better, he couldn't treat his own child like a worn pair of shoes. Perhaps certain conceited men would not hesitate to upgrade from their current wives to better ones when they became more successful in life. Ves could never accept such horrid behavior. He felt no qualms about discarding regular products if they no longer fulfilled the job. He could not do so to his own design spirits. His design philosophy strongly opposed it, and that was enough for Ves to make up his mind. I guess I only had one option from the start, he sighed. The temptation of reviving or making better use of the spiritual fragment of the blinding one no longer twisted his thoughts. The potential gains were considerable, but it was not worth the price of betraying one of the principles he really believed in. He deeply despised unwarranted treachery. Trust was something precious to him. How would he be able to maintain a friendly relationship with his other design spirits when they found out that Ves butchered one of their peers? Well, I shouldn't delay any further. The Crystal Lord Mark II has waited too long for this upgrade. He felt much better now that he decided to keep the crystal golem alive. Without noticing it, he entered into a peculiar state of mind that was filled with optimism. Of the plethora of spiritual techniques he developed, none of them revolved around upgrading an existing spiritual entity by sacrificing another one. The only times he merged different ingredients together was when he shattered them first. Yet despite having to consider doing something new and unprecedented, Ves did not shy away from the challenge. He had at least some reasons to feel optimistic. For example, the two ingredients both shared the same root. It's just that the blinding one is much more complex than the crystal golem. I should take care of that. Ves began to concentrate his mind to the point where he was able to form a strong and sharp spiritual blade. He proceeded to separate all of the energy with undesirable attributes. He removed everything that felt evil or irrelevant from the main fragment. Normally, he would throw away the trash, but this time he made sure to preserve it. No matter how much the attributes repelled him, energy was energy. Since Ves had plenty of practice with this procedure, he skillfully purified the fragment of the blinding one until it sparkled. That's better. He smiled as he evaluated his work. Compared to before, the dead fragment lost a lot of energy. It no longer matched his impression of a dark god. Aside from preserving its strong light and crystal attributes, he also retained most of its alien characteristics. This was a conscious choice on his part, as the Crystal Lord designs were distinctly luminar in appearance and character. Now I need to fuse this purified fragment into the crystal golem. Let's pull it up to the same level as my other design spirits. Acting on a hunch, Ves straightforwardly shattered the purified fragment of the blinded one. As Ves gained a lot of shards, Ves wrapped them up with some of his spiritual energy before pressing them onto the crystal golem. Come on! Fuse! What he was doing didn't make sense. It was like taking a steak and pressing it against his skin. Chapter 2442 The Yearning of the Luminar Race. Initially, nothing happened aside from eliciting a weak rejection reaction from the crystal golem. Ves was not discouraged. He kept pressing the shards of the blinding one against the crystal golem, as if he expected them to fuse. Perhaps it was silly for him to think so. Forcing the crystal golem to absorb the shards of the blinding one could be considered cannibalism. He did not see it that way. As far as he was concerned, the crystal golem should feel grateful that he was willing to improve its strength. Come on! Eat already! It's your brother. Doesn't he taste yummy? Unfortunately, just because he wanted something to happen didn't mean he was able to get his way. The crystal golem kept repelling the shards to keep them out. Even if the design spirit stopped resisting, there was little reason for his body to absorb the shards. I may have overlooked an essential step. He frowned and halted his current action. He tried to figure out a way to initiate a fusion process. I need to create an opening, but I can't allow the crystal golem to die. How can I do that? Clearly, pressing a steak against his skin didn't work. How was he supposed to absorb it then? By eating it, of course. The problem was that the crystal golem did not possess any innate devouring capabilities. Its existence did not revolve around preying on other spiritual entities in order to fuel its growth. Maybe I can change that. If the crystal golem didn't take the initiative to open itself up, then Ves would just have to create the openings himself. Ves split his concentration in order to form another spiritual blade. As soon as it finished forming, he drove the knife to the crystal golem, and began to cut a small opening. The crystal golem convulsed. Pain and confusion radiated from the design spirit as Ves made some additional cuts. "I know it hurts, but I'm doing this for your own good. Just endure it. Once I'm finished, you'll feel much better in the end." Once he made enough cuts, he dissipated his blade and began to shove the shards into the open wounds. The crystal golem convulsed even harder as Ves kept shoving foreign shards into the wounds before they had time to close. It didn't take long for Ves to complete this step. Once he inserted all of the shards, he made sure to embed some of his spiritual energy into the shards in order to encourage them to fuse with the body of the crystal golem. "Come on! Don't reject my gift! You've been with me for so long. Have I ever mistreated you? This is your golden opportunity to transform yourself and become a fully fledged design spirit." Ves continued to coax the crystal golem. While the spiritual entity instinctively wanted to push away the intrusions, some changes took place. "Yes! That's the spirit! See? The shards aren't as foreign as you think." The crystal golem tentatively began to absorb the shards. Ves grinned as he confirmed the viability of this new method. While it was incredibly crude, he had no reason to complain as long as it worked. Even so, Ves still remained on guard. The most dangerous aspect about this new and unknown fusion process was that the crystal golem wasn't able to stomach something as potent as the remains of the blinding one. He also feared that the differences between the two might elicit some sort of rejection reaction. He just hoped that the two were similar enough to accept each other. He imparted 10% of his spiritual energy reserves to facilitate the merger process. The move worked. As Ves carefully observed the gradual fusion process, he noted that his spiritual energy accelerated and eased the fusions. Though the crystal golem exhibited more and more strain, Ves kept encouraging it with his words. "Keep going. I know it hurts, but it will definitely pay off if you persist. Just think about it. Do you want to grow as powerful as the blinding one? Then absorb his remains and turn his strength into your own. A bright future awaits." Numerous profound changes took place inside the crystal golem. The design spirit's entire spiritual composition experienced drastic shifts as the essence of the blinding one sought to find a new home. While Ves feared that the crystal golem wouldn't be able to persist, its determination was surprisingly strong. The crystal golem yearned for strength. This was something that the design spirit inherited from the original Luminar leader. For a moment, Ves gained a vague connection to the crystal golem. He could sense the inherent sense of inferiority of the Luminar race. When the Luminar race was at its prime, the crystal builders experienced constant suppression from the other alien races. The root of all of this bullying was their small physical size. Unlike most successful alien races in the galaxy, the Luminars only grew to the size of a human finger. Though their civilization made incredible advances in the manipulation of light, energy, crystals, and space, their tiny sizes earned them remarkably little respect when the dominant alien races literally towered over them. Unless the Luminars were willing to abandon their biological origins, their race would always experience suppression. The Luminar society became split. As the race stubbornly sought to carve a place in the galaxy in the distant past, most Luminars believed that they could eventually earn the respect of other aliens by advancing their technology. In fact, the most ardent advocates of this approach believed they might even surpass and rule over the other alien races one day. Ves felt very much in tune with this mindset. As a mech designer, he constantly worked to improve his mechs and make better ones every day. The charm of technology was that there was always a way to improve it. Progress never ended. Yet not every Luminar believed that relying on technology was sufficient. A smaller faction of luminars developed a different belief. Relying on crystals and crystal-based machines alone was not going to cut it. Many of the powerful alien races that dominated the galaxy did not solely rely on their intellect and mastery of technology to maintain their superiority. They relied on the innate strengths of their physical bodies as well. Having evolved from planets rich with powerful exotic deposits, these aliens grew larger and developed powerful abilities by leveraging the potent materials they absorbed. To the radical faction of luminars, the only way forward was to imitate their betters. What happened next was very vague to Ves. Evidently, a huge amount of time went by as the radical factions slowly diverged from the main luminar society. The extremists engaged in radical research that increasingly disgusted the more mainstream part of their society. Yet despite the many setbacks the researchers suffered, they gradually succeeded. With each passing generation, the luminars became taller and bigger. Their bodies diverged from the baseline luminar genetic pattern as the descendants of the radical faction gained more mass. What happened next was unknown to Ves. He received no more information from the crystal golem. Damn! Ves cursed as he pulled his mind out of the illusion generated by the transforming crystal golem. I really want to know what happened next. While the impromptu history lesson did not teach him much, he did learn something important. The crystal golem was aligned with the main faction of the luminar race. The blinding one belonged to the radical faction. Just as I expected. It's no wonder this dark god was so big and tall. He really went all out to make himself as big as possible. Every luminar yearned to grow bigger. No matter if they pursued pure technology or self-evolution, they both believed that size mattered. The bigger, the better. No exceptions. What a dysfunctional race of aliens! Ves concluded as the fusion process neared completion. I wonder if their desires eventually resulted in their extinction. At this point in the merger process, the crystal golem experienced drastic changes. It became bigger, stronger, and more intelligent with each passing second. Ves sensed a lot of other profound changes that he didn't fully understand. Yet no matter what was happening, Ves became increasingly more convinced that the transformation would succeed. His intuition and his sensitivity towards life both pointed out that the transforming spiritual entity had succeeded in absorbing the shards. The crystal golem was truly inheriting some of the blinding one's strengths. Due to the incredible difference this made, the entire character and feel of the crystal golem changed enormously. Ves even felt that it was losing a part of its original identity. Change was inevitable. After absorbing so many powerful shards, the crystal golem experienced a great transformation. When the process finally ended, a small but powerful spiritual shockwave emanated from the evolved design spirit. A blast of imperceptible light and energy washed over Ves. With his spiritual strength, he easily blocked the energy wave. The radio blast spread and affected the rest of the Scarlet Rose, momentarily shocking everybody aboard the ship. Meow! Lucky jumped from the desk and stared vigilantly at Ves. Calm down! It's fine! The blinding one isn't back! Someone else emerged instead. The transformed design spirit was undeniably the crystal golem, but he looked much different to his senses. A plethora of light radiated from his larger form. The crystal golem had grown at least 10 times larger. Part of it was because of the infusion of an abundant amount of energy, but Ves suspected there was more to it. Whatever the case, the improved design spirit was anything but weak. How are you? Are you still in control of yourself? The altered design spirit had become a lot more intelligent and responsive. The radiant entity nodded his head and communicated both gratitude and optimism. Good! I told you it would work. Let's celebrate your successful transformation by giving you a new name. I used to call you the Crystal Golem because you weren't very lively. That's not the case anymore. Now that you have inherited the power of the Blinding One, you have the potential to become just as powerful. From this day onwards, you shall be known as the Illustrious One. The moment Ves renamed the Crystal Golem, a shiver of excitement ran through the spiritual entity. The rainbow lights radiating off his form varied at a greater and greater frequency. Ves relaxed his mind and let the Illustrious One celebrate his evolution by himself. The dazzling lights that his body released was disorienting. Even though Ves paid the modest price of 10% of his spiritual energy, he still had some reserves to spare, however meager they may be. This comparatively small loss did not impair him too much. The price was worth it. Ves may not have created a new spiritual product as remarkable as the Superior Mother or Lufa, but it did not cost him too much to transform the Crystal Golem into the Illustrious One. I hope you succeed in realizing the ambitions of your predecessors one day, he sincerely wished. Despite the fact that humans shouldn't sympathize with aliens, his close connection to the Illustrious One made it difficult for him to remain unmoved. This is why I love my work. Compared to developing a crude but effective method of upgrading his existing design spirits, finalizing the Crystal Lord Mark II hardly took any effort. Ves wasn't really sure what the Illustrious One was capable of, but the Crystal Lords would definitely gain a powerful blessing. For this reason, Ves did not feel any need to add too many extra abilities to the Crystal Lord Mark II. He just added a single triggered ability called Final Light. Unlike the other triggered abilities, Final Light only activated under very specific circumstances. As its name suggested, it was a measure of final resort. Even Ves didn't know what would happen if the mech pilot triggered the conditions to activate this hidden ability. Chapter 2443, Luminar Synergy. The creation of the Illustrious One did not go unnoticed. Throughout the Komodo Star sector, owners and users of the original Crystal Lords suddenly found their old mechs changing in unexpected ways. While the Crystal Lords always possessed a glow, it had always been fairly weak. Only the mech pilots themselves experienced the differences. All of that changed when the Crystal Golem morphed into the Illustrious One. As his name suggested, the Illustrious One inherited much of the potential of the Blinding One. While that didn't immediately translate to increased ability, the integration of the fused elements would only deepen over time. Ves looked forward to what abilities he might wield at that time. For now, the Illustrious One just gained a massive boost of strength through unorthodox means. It was a given that his condition was not stable. The uncontrolled rainbow lights radiating off his sparkling form was a symptom of his lack of control. The effect immediately altered the hundreds of thousands of Crystal Lord mechs the LMC sold of its customers over the years. As V's second original mech design, the Crystal Lord was an aging last-gen mech model. It never reached the critical success of the Desolate Soldier and Doom Guard model, but it was already a profitable offering by itself. Its Luminar crystal-based laser rifle was slightly ahead of its time during the Rifleman mech model's release, but its performance could not keep up with the current-gen laser rifle models. Nonetheless, its existing pilots had gotten used to the benefits of wielding a lighter, slimmer, and less cumbersome weapon. As a premium mech, the Crystal Lord already performed well above typical Rifleman mechs. It was no big deal for the mech to effectively keep up with its more modern counterparts. What is happening? A grizzled mech sergeant wondered. The mechs piloted by his mercenary buddies slowed down. Their unit was assigned to patrol a stretch of sandy plains on a planet that had been scoured during the Sand War. Sensing an abnormality, the mercenary squad immediately entered into a higher state of alertness. Several light mechs roamed around in order to detect possible enemies while a night mech protectively hovered next to the frozen Crystal Lord. Suddenly, the mech seemed to bloom. The sergeant and his comrades immediately became affected by a glow that was suffused with an outpouring of light and ambition. Every other Crystal Lord exhibited the same reaction. The mechs in the hands of mercenaries, security companies, secret organizations, pirates, and even the Larkinsons themselves all seemed to undergo a universal evolution that made them greater than before. Unfortunately, it didn't last. Several minutes after their owners and pilots greeted this unexpected surprise, the mechs quickly lost their new glows. The vibe of the mechs became muted to the point that it closely resembled its original level. What? Is that it? Where is the glow? No! Come back! What is the LMC doing? This is the second mech model that has gone out of control. When the illustrious one completed its evolution, Ves stepped in to prevent the changes from affecting the Crystal Lord. Since this was the first time he tried to restore a mech's glow to its old level, Ves needed some time to fiddle out the right solution. Many people noticed the dramatic changes before they died down. The LMC became flooded with inquiries once again. Though the media had picked up on the story, the outrage was much less this time. The Crystal Lord wasn't as popular as the Doom Guard, and the changes didn't negatively affect any customers aside from a few rare exceptions. In fact, the owners of the Crystal Lord Mark I's demanded a return of the abortive free upgrade. Ves briefly discussed the matter with Gloriana, Raymond, Gavin, and a couple of other executives in a series of conference calls. After considering every angle, they eventually came to a consensus. The market needs sufficient reasons to purchase our upcoming Crystal Lord Mark II. Ves issued his final thoughts on the matter. While we can offer either a free or paid upgrade to the customers who bought the Crystal Lord Mark I, this kind of change falls well outside of the scope of the original products. When we initially sold it, we never promised or generated the expectation that the LMC would implement incremental updates in the following years. The projection of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson nodded in agreement. The LMC's business model is centered around developing new product lines and keeping them fresh by releasing updated models with significant improvements. We will only muddy this arrangement if we narrow the gap between new and old by improving the latter. It was a pure business decision to withhold the upgrade that Ves developed from the Crystal Lord Mark I. As much as Ves wanted to side with his customers and give them a reason to cherish their old mechs even more, the profiteering side of him won out this time. The LMC may be relatively flush with cash these days, but the Larkinson clan needed much more capital to acquire more capital ships and fund the development of its upcoming expert mechs. To that end, Ves needed to build up as much momentum as possible for his commercial mechs. With the incorporation of improved luminar crystals and the addition of a vastly improved design spirit, Ves believed that the Crystal Lord Mark II had the potential to achieve the same critical acclaim as his other bestsellers. On land, the Crystal Lord Mark II performed quite well. Its moderate armor coverage, its nimble movements, and its light but very potent laser rifle promised stellar performance when paired with skilled mech pilots. The design teams assigned to the project that led to its development had done an excellent job. Even without the constant supervision of Ves and Gloriana, the assistant mech designers such as Rena Orion did not disappoint. Soon after Ves created the illustrious one, the Crystal Lord Mark II project entered its final track. New prototypes were being built to test the last round of adjustments and fixes. The tests also served as an opportunity for the LMC to observe the effects of the Crystal Lord Mark II's improved design spirit. Compared to the likes of the Solemn Guard or the Superior Mother, the illustrious one did not induce a strong psychological effect on others. It did not affect reality as blatantly as the likes of Lufa either. Instead, the test pilots and observers noted that the glows projected by the prototype exerted a hybrid influence. The mech pilot and any friendlies within the area of effect gained a higher affinity towards energy, directed energy weapons, and crystals. While they didn't gain any concrete knowledge, their intuition and feel towards these subjects had noticeably improved. The mech pilots knew their limits and also exhibited better judgment whenever they piloted the prototype in simulated battles. Overall, their ability to make split-second decisions in battle had improved. Yet this wasn't all. When the glow was active, the performance of the luminar crystals inexplicably increased by 5 to 10%. This was significant enough to warrant a considerable investigation. Even Gloriana visited the testing grounds in person in order to study the effect. No one came up with any answers aside from confirming that the strange luminar crystals were indeed sensitive towards the Crystal Lord Mark II's glow. When Gloriana acted on a hunch and replaced the luminar crystals of a prototype with normal substitutes, the glow of the mech seemed to grow substantially dimmer. It turns out they complement each other. No one anticipated that such a relationship existed. Not even Ves suspected that luminar crystals were so responsive to the spiritual signature of a strong luminar specimen. Maybe we've been misusing luminar technology all this time, Ves guessed. In fact, Ves believed that not even the MTA research team that delved into luminar technology anticipated this outcome. A headache immediately formed in his mind. Ugh! As if I don't already have enough on my plate. Despite these oddities, the Crystal Lord Mark II prototypes performed well enough to make additional testing superfluous. Ves and Gloriana carefully studied the mech's improved performance parameters and tweaked the design of the laser rifleman mech to account for the changes. After a final round of touch-ups, the pair formally concluded the project. In 2 different design labs, the Braves and Erudites both stood up and clapped their hands. The 3 design teams responsible for realizing Ves and Gloriana's vision basked in the honor of completing the LMC's first minor design project. Ves proudly addressed the contributors of the finished project. Thank you for your efforts. Your assistance was crucial to the development of the Crystal Lord Mark II. We will mark your performance later and award you with additional Larkinson merits if your contribution is great enough. Remember, as long as you go above and beyond what is expected of you, we will always reward your efforts as long as they are helpful. The members of the remaining design teams became more eager after hearing this announcement. Earning more Larkinson merits was the best way to improve themselves. As Ves studied the faces of his assistants, he noted that the Erudites exhibited a much stronger reaction than his Braves. This was no surprise to him. Due to the fact that his Braves had all taken part in the Nixian Gap campaign, they were automatically entitled to receive a set of second-class augmentations. Though Ves somewhat regretted this expensive promise, he was still determined to abide by it. No matter how much he had to delay his other procurements, he wanted to improve his men so that they would quickly be able to expand their influence in the Larkinson clan. Obviously, the fact that the Erudites were left out did not make them happy. Intellectually, they understood that they weren't entitled to any hazard pay as they did not take part in a life-threatening mission. It did not prevent them from growing jealous. Seeing the Braves earning some very desirable augmentations without doing anything special was infuriating. Aside from helping to implement some upgrades and modifications, the Braves had not done anything that strengthened the Larkinsons in battle. Of course, the erudites could never understand the fear and desperation of the Braves during the Battle of Ulamos Citadel and the battle against the Abyss. It took nerves of steel to remain calm during the escalating clashes. As far as Ves was concerned, the Braves deserved this special treatment. In any case, they were his boys and girls. He selected them for their courage. In terms of pure design ability, they were not as good as their erudite counterparts. It was for this reason that Gloriana insisted on leveraging bonuses to provide her assistants with an alternate means to earn rewards. After all, as better mech designers, the erudites should be able to harvest a lot more bonuses. The smartest and most capable erudites should be able to climb up by themselves. Those who weren't good enough to earn any bonuses deserved no attention from Gloriana. She was quite fair and transparent about her intentions. "Alright, folks, let's not get too excited," Ves spoke after the excitement died down. "We only finished a single project. There are 5 more that haven't reached the finish line. Let's work hard in order to finalize the remaining mech designs before my return." The LMC's design department became more productive as ever. The miracle couple devoted all of their available time on the ongoing projects, thereby speeding up progress considerably. Ves also devoted a lot of time to fleshing out the spiritual characteristics of his various mechs. He implemented retraction dials to each of them, and also added them to the LMC's existing mech catalog. Pushing out this update was very easy. Many customers had been asking for this function for a long time, so when the LMC officially released these minor updates, millions of existing LMC mechs soon gained the same ability. Chapter 2444 – Completing Projects. The Woden Warriors Detachment under the command of Colonel Alexandria Woden continued to escort the remnants of Task Force Predator. As the combined fleet exited Maynard Fields and entered the much sparser wreckage paradise, no pirates dared linger in the vicinity. The aggressive Woden Warrior Patrol mechs accurately sniped any pirate mech that attempted to scout the combined fleet. With their superior sensor, targeting, and weapon systems, the Hexer mech severely outmatched any pirate mech by a huge margin. Unless a major faction similar to the Alidus Alliance stepped forward, the paltry pirate groups based in Wreckage Paradise stood no chance of winning against the Woden Warriors. Even if they all pulled up their mechs and mustered up their prohibited superweapons, there was no doubt the audacious pirates would suffer crippling losses. While pirates weren't known for their intelligence, they were some of the shrewdest people in the galaxy when it came to judging the profitability of a potential raid. The pirates would have to be idiots if they decided to attack the powerful Hexer fleet head-on. The significant commitment by the Woden dynasty succeeded in preventing a lot of unnecessary trouble. No troublemakers rose up and attempted to bar their path. They did not even waste their time on setting up traps and mines that the powerful Hexer scanners could easily detect from a distance. In fact, many of the local pirate gangs instead converged on the previous battle site. While the survivors of Task Force Predator captured the most valuable pirate ships and swept up the most valuable salvage, plenty of untold valuables were still floating and spinning through the battlefield. Scuffles and skirmishes had already erupted in the battlefield the Larkinsons had left behind. Unruly and greedy pirate gangs fought among themselves to claim the most valuable pieces of trash. Additional pirate groups were also heading over, ensuring that the area would doubtlessly be showered with more debris. Throughout all of this chaos, any notion of punishing the Larkinson clan or defending the pride of the Nixian Gap had disappeared. The tentative unity that held the pirates together had collapsed the moment one of the strongest pirate factions paid the price for taking the initiative. With bloodthirsty rivals like the Krella Alliance invading the territories of the loser, it was only a matter of time before the Alidus Alliance collapsed. Meanwhile, the mysterious Hallowed Abyss Temple fell silent. Its shrines closed their doors and its main temple rejected every visitor. Seeing that the Nixian pirates no longer possessed any appetite to fight the Larkinsons, Ves let go of his concerns and continued to devote himself to completing his design projects. Over the course of a couple of weeks, several more design projects reached completion. Ves focused on finalizing the Sanctuary design after he completed the Crystal Lord Mark II. As an offensive space knight, the Sanctuary did not possess a lot of complexity. The biggest challenges the design teams faced was trying to hit the right sweet spots. This was a purely technical challenge that didn't require V's intervention. He mostly spent his time on expanding and fine-tuning the rule set that governed the behavior of its glow. The sanctuary possessed the ability to neutralize or suppress every glow other than its own. Such a mech had the potential to wreak a lot of havoc if it was left to achieve this effect indiscriminately. Aside from perfecting the rules he formed beforehand, he also added some additional instructions for future-proofing reasons. For example, the sanctuary shouldn't be allowed to suppress the glows of any expert LMC mechs. No matter whether they were piloted by Larkinsons or clients, the expert mechs designed by Ves should not be so easily suppressed. "I don't even know if it makes a difference," Ves muttered. "Expert pilots mainly rely on resonance. The influence of glows on their strong will should be minimal to non-existent." He sneakily added another rule to the sanctuary's glow. When piloted by a Larkinson mech pilot, the sanctuary invalidated almost all of the rules and restrictions that Ves had set. This meant that the third-class mech could negate the glow of every mech by non-Larkinsons. Theoretically, this meant that a single sanctuary had the potential to neutralize the glow of a first-class multipurpose mech. "This is silly. I haven't even designed such an extravagant mech yet." Ves shook his head. "Even if I did, the first-class mech possesses so much power that it can easily wipe out entire armies of sanctuary mechs." Nonetheless, the principle remained. The Larkinsons weren't obligated to play by the same rules as everybody else. This was his prerogative as a mech designer and a Larkinson. His customers were welcome to lodge a complaint with the LMC, not that it would have made any difference. "Don't like it? Then don't buy my products." He didn't want any business from anyone who thought about using his own products to fight the Larkinson clan. He would gladly wipe out anyone who was stupid enough to do so. Let's see them issue any complaints after that. The final prototype phase proceeded smoothly as expected. With Lufa presiding over the mech design, the Larkinsons even managed to test how its neutralizing glow performed against the glows of other mechs. In general, the newer LMC mech models fared better than the older ones. The strength of the design spirit also played a significant role. The stronger the design spirit, the more effort the sanctuary had to exert in order to negate its influence. In practice, the sanctuary was able to invalidate almost every glow. If one was not enough, then two might do the job. This indirectly meant that anyone wishing to leverage the glows of LMC mechs would have to field more of them in order to ensure their effects remained active. The side that wanted to make use of sanctuaries would therefore have to bring even more copies in order to succeed. No matter what, the LMC ultimately benefited by selling more mechs. "Ha!" Ves laughed as he looked forward to seeing this chain of events play out. "Since my counter is more effective than others, I'll definitely be able to displace most of my competitors." He was slightly careful in his expectations. While he possessed a lot of confidence in his sanctuary design, he knew that the masters of the Friday Coalition still hadn't revealed their full ability. Even so, despite all of the rules that restricted the sanctuary's effectiveness, it was probably the most effective counter to glows in the private market. Every other counter developed by others so far were either costly or difficult to implement. Compared to an unwieldy counter such as the Glow Crusher, the sanctuary possessed an undeniable advantage. It did not have to do anything to charge up its effects. Its glow was constantly active, and also took effect in a wide radius around the mech. Such a convenient effect was by far the most convenient alternative out of all the counters currently in existence. The Larkinsons attempted to keep the test results and the existence of the sanctuary close to their test. Just as with the Crystal Lord Mark II, Ves and Gloriana did not believe the time was right to publish this extraordinary new mech design. "We should wait until our rivals and competitors have wasted even more time on designing their counters," Gloriana vindicatively suggested. Ves agreed with her decision. "The demand for counters from the private sector isn't high enough yet. Our mechs are still making their way into the hands of customers throughout the neighboring star sectors. Once more people have suffered at the hands of our products, demand will definitely soar. When someone's house was on fire, their demand for firefighting services multiplied by at least 1,000,000 times. To most people, their houses were just starting to smoke. It still took some time for a proper blaze to form. Publishing the other mech designs such as the Crystal Lord Mark II first would definitely fan the flames. As the arsonists, Ves and Gloriana eagerly directed their attention to the remaining 4 mech design projects. With the Crystal Lord Mark II and the Sanctuary out of the way, Ves concentrated on the next low-hanging fruit. The Chiron long attracted his fascination. While its actual performance was far worse than any of his other mechs, its durability and longevity was exceptional in relation to its budget. As a training mech designed to produce the next generations of Larkinson mech pilots, Ves went all out. His spiritual engineering had advanced considerably since he initially conceived of the mech design. With several new innovations under his belt, he discovered that several problems that used to stump him in the past no longer hindered him as much. As long as he wanted to accomplish something, he more or less found a way to do so after a bit of thought. While Gloriana quietly worked to refine its complex, self-adjusting limbs, Ves proceeded to mold the Chiron's spiritual foundation. He added several new functions and enhanced its existing abilities that it derived from the Golden Cat. Ves held the Larkinson mandate in his hands as he openly altered the Chiron's spiritual design in front of the Golden Cat. Watch closely, Goldie. The future stars of the Larkinson clan will definitely pass through this mech before they rise. I need your cooperation in order to maximize the Chiron's results. Naya. The Golden Cat still hadn't fully recovered from the time when Venerable Joshua summoned her energy projection to do battle against the Dark Gods. Even with the power of unity of man and machine at their side, the expert pilot and the ancestral spirit failed to overpower their opponents. Together with all of the losses the task force suffered, Goldie still hadn't recovered her old cheer. Come on! Don't feel so glum. We survived, didn't we? The Larkinsons who sacrificed themselves for us wouldn't want us to feel depressed all the time. We should cherish our lives. Nya. Nya. Though Ves failed to cheer her up, she at least became more invested in the Chiron. To her, the training mech would make the Larkinson clan stronger in the long run. With superior mech pilots that possessed greater foundations than the older generations, Goldie wouldn't have to experience the sensation of losing contact with thousands of Larkinsons at once. As Ves worked on the Chiron with occasional input from Goldie, the training mech finally distinguished itself from the pack. The mech channeled its design spirit in a more targeted fashion. Ves theorized that his implementation produced several positive effects. The mech constantly reinforced the loyalty of its pilots towards the Larkinson clan. The Larkinson network already did an adequate job of that, but Ves believed it was very important that the mech pilots of the clan remained committed. The Chiron also fostered greater trust in the mech cadets' fellow classmates and other Larkinsons. Hopefully, this resulted in greater and more sophisticated teamwork among the mech pilots. The Chiron also served as a channel for the Golden Cat to pass on some of the more difficult-to-learn insights and instincts. Goldie was connected to every mech pilot in the clan, so she should theoretically be able to propagate what made them strong to the mech cadets. Ves was still a bit unsure whether this function actually worked. He had a good feeling he nailed it this time. As long as this spiritual knowledge-sharing function came into effect, the mech cadets might also be able to derive other benefits. Perhaps any aspiring mech pilot who struggled to learn how to pilot a new mech type might suddenly gain some help from the Chiron. Whatever the case, in time, every Larkinson mech pilot should be shaped by their experiences with the Chiron. This was very important to Ves. The Chiron served as an essential channel for him to mold the mindset and ability of the soldiers of his clan. The mech was an excellent way for him to instill honor, loyalty, kinship, and other desirable traits. Chapter 2445 Yandra Blocker. Ves felt better and better as he completed his stalled mech design projects. While the minor design projects didn't provide him with as much satisfaction as completing his prior projects, he still felt his design seed churning at the visible progress he made. The Crystal Lord Mark II, the Sanctuary, and the Chiron each contained several new innovative features that Ves had not implemented before. This made his design seed very happy. His design philosophy advanced considerably faster after just a few months in the Nixian Gap than several years in civilized space. "Of course, I'm not stupid enough to stay," he muttered to himself. He had gained a lot of progress but suffered progressively worse losses further into his journey. The deaths of 60% of Task Force Predator's mech pilots dealt a heavy blow to him. Losing Nixie, his Grand Dynamo, and the high-grade serum all at once permanently hampered his ability to create spiritual products. Nonetheless, Ves would gladly trade away these external enhancements to improve his core abilities. The knowledge he gained, the extraordinary events he witnessed, and the battles he experienced all enriched him as a mech designer. To him, it wasn't enough to design mechs from the comfort of a lab before proceeding to see them in action from a remote location. He would rather experience his mechs up close. Not just him, but also his braves gained a greater understanding of mechs. They learned what aspects mattered and what kinds of mistakes to avoid. They saw for themselves which theories held up in an actual battle and which myths turned out to be untrue. Mech designers didn't learn these kinds of lessons as poignantly if they remained averse to battle. Ves ultimately believed that despite the inferior intellectual capabilities of his braves, the mechs they designed on their own should definitely be more practical than the fancy products developed by the erudites. If the two of them work together and contribute their own strengths to the mech design, then that's even better. This relationship pretty much applied to the miracle couple as well. Ves never expected Gloriana to follow him on every adventure. In fact, he didn't want to subject her to any risk at all. She had no need to sharpen her superior technical design prowess by pursuing extremes. Any shortcomings she might have for being a relatively sheltered mech designer shouldn't impact their collaborative mech designs as long as Ves compensated for this weakness. This was just one of the many benefits that their synergistic relationship produced. The prospect of marrying Gloriana made Ves feel both excited and apprehensive. "That reminds me, I should complete our wedding bands before I return." He developed several new interesting ideas to make them special, but he wanted to wait for the right time before he made them. He wasn't entirely confident he could pull off what he wanted. He wanted to flex his spiritual abilities a little bit more before he tackled this small but crucially important project. After all, if his mech design projects failed, he would only lose a lot of potential income. If he botched the wedding bands, then Gloriana would definitely grow furious with him, and that was an outcome that Ves had to avoid at all costs. "Well, I'm definitely on track to return in time for the wedding, so I don't have to worry about that anymore." The pirates were nowhere to be seen as any scum that haunted the route taken by the Woden warriors had already gone on an extended vacation. The Hexers weren't vegetables. Bored with the lack of activity, Colonel Alexandria Woden granted her mech pilots permission to form hunting packs that ranged further ahead from the fleet. Typically gone for at least half a day, these roving Hexer mechs eagerly tracked down any presence of nearby pirates, and ruthlessly blew up their mechs and ships regardless of their threat level. Once this happened, a very broad corridor formed within Wreckage Paradise. No sane pirate gang wanted to be anywhere near this corridor until the Larkinsons and Woden warriors had finally left their space. In the meantime, Ves took a brief break from his design marathon to perform some of his other responsibilities. He spent some time tutoring his 2 students before turning his attention to Kedis. His first student had not been idle in the past few weeks. After significantly revising and refining some of her personal designs, she quietly completed her first original work. Now, she drew on the stockpile of salvage and materials of the fleet to fabricate her work in person. Since this was such a pivotal moment for her development, Ves had to be there. As he entered the mech workshop of the Scarlet Rose, he remained quiet as he calmly studied the mech she was assembling. He frowned a bit as he recognized what mech she chose to produce first. The large and thick mech lacked some of the nimbleness of more classical swordsman mechs. Oriented towards defense, Kedis' first work stood out for its default armament. 2 thick and broad swords that were not too long were already placed to the side. Their sharp edges gleamed in the light. While Ves did not have to employ much imagination to conclude the heavy swords were capable of slicing through a lot of armor, he was still skeptical whether the entire mech concept worked in practice. Still, this was what she chose. Whether she was right or wrong, she would gain something from the experience regardless. As soon as Kedis put the final piece of the puzzle together, she paused. An unprecedented feeling swept over her. The satisfaction of completing her first actual mech was indescribable. Ves understood what she was going through and did not disturb her. Several minutes went by as his student continued to embrace the distinct sense of euphoria that greeted any creator when they completed a significant work. Now, several years after she initially came under his wing, Kedis finally joined the club of mech designers who succeeded in designing their first original mech design. Once she came off her high, Ves slowly approached until he reached her side. "Do you know what it's like now?" "I do. No wonder you insisted that I complete my mech designs. I'm grateful now that I've finally finished what I started. My Yandra blocker design is so much more real now that I finished this beautiful mech." "Is that what you've decided to call your first product?" "Yandra is the name of one of our fallen sisters," Kedis quietly responded. "She would have loved to pilot this mech. I designed it in her honor." The mech held greater sentimental value to her than he thought. Ves did not comment on it. Just like her, he always put more effort into his work whenever it got personal to him. This was how passionate mech designers produced some of their greatest works. "Well, now that you've finally made your first mech, why not take it out for a spin?" Sure. I already contacted someone from the Sword Maidens to pilot my first official work." "Did you perform any prototype testing?" "I skipped that step." Ves frowned. "That's irresponsible, Kedis. I can see from here that there are several problematic elements about your mech designs that will likely hamper the performance of your mech. Many of these problems should have stood out to you as long as you bothered to test at least one prototype." "I don't intend to do anything else with this design. I just wanted to complete it in order to make progress. I want to get as much practice as possible in order to design the Monster Slayer. That will be my actual contribution to the Sword Maidens." As Kedis showed Ves an updated version of her plans for the Monster Slayer, her first mech was being moved to the hangar bay. The 2 of them moved to the bay as well. "You still plan to design the Monster Slayer as a second-class mech? That's very ambitious, Kedis. I advise you to wait and get more practice." "I know, Ves. I already intend to finish 4 more mech designs in the next 2 months. They're similar in quality to the Yandra blocker because they represent my early work, but I'll definitely do better after that. I can hardly hold myself back from designing the Monster Slayer in earnest. I've made sure to keep up with my studies. I'm pretty confident that I have learned much of what is necessary to design a basic second-class swordsman mech. Just don't ask me about other mech types." He overlooked that aspect of her. She didn't need to learn as much knowledge as Ves because of her narrow specialization. While I can accept you made a lot of progress on that front, your Yandra blocker design is quite crude. It shows that you still have much to go before you are truly able to translate book learning into better designs. I recommend you design at least 5 more third-class mechs to achieve the necessary level of practice. Ves! That's too much. I can't wait that long, she whined. You'll thank me for it later when you finally begin to design the Monster Slayer in earnest. I can tell it's your first passion project. There is so much at stake that it is truly worth the wait. The Sword Maidens can't wait that long. My sisters are long overdue replacements for their old mechs. The sooner they obtain their new mechs, the sooner they can catch up to the penitent sisters. Ves turned to Kedis and looked at her in the eyes. If you truly can't wait, then consider turning the Monster Slayer into a collaboration project. As long as you advance to Journeyman, you're qualified to work with Gloriana and I as equals. In fact, we'll even let you take the lead since the project is your brainchild after all. Does that sound better? She struggled with the decision. Collaborating with the famed miracle couple ensured that the performance of the Monster Slayer would definitely be up to standard. This was very important because the Sword Maidens could use all of the help they could get from their machines. The stronger the mechs, the stronger the Sword Maidens. This reason alone pushed her close to accepting V's offer. Yet another, more ambitious part of her wanted to design the Monster Slayer by herself. Neither Ves nor Gloriana had fought across the interior of Yilamos Citadel. The two journeymen simply couldn't understand what she experienced when she dueled the mutated Grey Watcher in single combat. As long as she remained in full control over the Monster Slayer design, she had room to realize her complete vision no matter whether there were better alternatives available. One of the lessons that Ves had taught to her was that developing her own solution was sometimes more important than borrowing someone else's solution. Even if the latter was superior in every way, Kedis wouldn't have gone through the arduous process of creating her own solutions. Without this essential experience, how could she ever tackle other problems over the course of her career? I have to think about it, but I'm not inclined to accept it. I'm sorry, Ves, but the Monster Slayer should truly be designed by myself. It's okay. Ves nodded in understanding. Just do what you think is best. Listen to your heart, not your mind. In any case, once you've successfully completed the design by yourself, there's nothing stopping you from coming to me afterwards in order to develop a more refined variant. Kedis clearly did not intend to sell the Monster Slayer to the market. This meant she didn't have to abide by troublesome rules. If she wanted to tweak or update the design, she could do so whenever she wanted. No troublesome bureaucrats or administrators stood in her way. This was the benefit of keeping a mech design private. As the two chatted a bit further, the test pilot finally arrived. Hey, sister! Lieutenant Sendra waved as she marched over to the pair. So you've finally done it, Kedis. You actually made this big mech. Well, let's see how far you've come. Chapter 2446. Life Mates. As a mech designer, Kedis followed a very unusual development trajectory. Having been raised by a pirate mech designer, the moment Ves came into her life, she gained a tremendous amount of help. Aside from stuffing her with attribute candies, Ves also filled up the gaps in her knowledge due to her lack of structural learning. What caused him to feel a bit of regret was that no matter how much he instructed her, he could not adequately replace a proper educational institution. This caused her upbringing as a mech designer to remain crooked. Her determination to concentrate solely on designing sword-wielding mechs was not just a personal choice, but also a necessity. If she wanted to design something other than a swordsman mech, her shortcomings would soon become obvious. Yet because she decisively specialized in a narrow field, those issues largely became irrelevant. Her strong dedication and passion towards her design philosophy gave her the potential to design unique swordsman mechs with traits that Ves could never possibly replicate. The Yandra blocker piloted by Lieutenant Sendra showcased a glimpse of the future. The large and slightly unwieldy mech performed like a hybrid between a swordsman mech and a knight mech. When set against some practice targets, the Yandra blocker's twin swords struck slow but hard. Their considerable mass also enabled the swords to be used as adequate shields, though their coverage was not ideal. As a number of rifleman mechs carefully fired at the Yandra blocker, its swords appeared to cope well against laser beams but poorly against kinetic rounds. One of the main flaws of this mech is that its main means of blocking damage also happens to be its only weapons, Ves noted as he studied the live footage and telemetry of the mech in action. It has a backup blade. The powerful arms necessary to wield these heavy swords aren't very fast or agile. Pairing this mech with a short sword or knife leads to a severe mismatch. It's better than nothing, Kedis pouted. That was true. He should not expect too much from a third-class mech. The budget, tech and material constraints forced every mech designer to make some hard choices. Once the test run came to an end, Lieutenant Sendra piloted the slightly beat-up Yandra blocker back to the Scarlet Rose and emerged from the cockpit with a satisfied smile. Good first attempt. She gave a thumbs up to Kedis. What do you think about my mech? Be honest. It could be better. I would say the mech is too rough for my liking. Compared to Myra's work, your mech has a lot of minor elements that trouble me a bit. I'll tell you about them later. What I do like is that your mech comes closest to complementing our swordsmanship style. I see the potential in your work. Keep them up, and soon you'll have every sister of ours begging to pilot your mechs. Kedis looked both happy and disappointed. Ves gently clapped her back. No one gets it completely right the first time. Just be happy that she thinks you're on the right track. That's more important than anything. You're right. I should be happy that I've made it this far. If the swords maidens like my work, then I'm definitely getting closer to achieving my goals. Overall, this was a happy moment for Kedis. Ves noted with satisfaction that Lieutenant Sendra spoke quite thoughtfully and took care not to damage the younger mech designer's confidence. Now that Kedis completed her first original mech design without any serious complications, she finally gained the confidence that a mech designer ought to possess. Even if she botched her subsequent mech designs, her belief in her design ability should see her through. Aside from spending time with Kedis, Ves also made sure to keep in touch with a number of other people. One of the people he cared about the most was Venerable Joshua. Ves just heard that the young prodigy had just broken up with Venerable Janzi. Though Ves predicted that this would happen, the depression rolling off Joshua as he sat in his new cabin aboard another ship was palpable. That changed as soon as Ves entered the compartment. Patriarch! Joshua shockingly uttered and jumped to his feet. Why are you here, sir? Ves smiled. I wanted to see how our expert pilots are doing. You look like you could use some company. I'm sorry. I'm not very presentable right now. That's okay. This is not a formal inspection or anything. Don't force yourself to be someone you're not. Just behave naturally. That's your prerogative as an expert pilot. Thank you, sir. As the two tentatively chatted a little, Ves noticed that Venerable Joshua lacked the distinct sense of arrogance and alienation that he was used to seeing in other expert pilots. Of the 5 expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, Venerable Janzi exhibited the most drastic shift in personality. Ves wasn't really sure why that was the cause. He remembered what she was like from the start. The current version of Janzi was practically unrecognizable from the shy and deferential Space Knight specialist in the past. In contrast, Venerable Joshua came across as friendly, casual, and even intimate. He was an expressive young man, and Ves found it hard to dislike him. If not for his strong and vigorous force of will, the mech pilot would have been no different from a random person on the street. It was as if Joshua still retained much of his humanity. Perhaps his domain had something to do with it. Compared to the convictions of other expert pilots, Joshua dedicated himself to a much less common ideal. He was the first expert pilot who developed a force of will that completely aligned with V's design philosophy. What were the ramifications of this development? What kind of synergy could the two achieve? What miracles could they perform if they joined forces? All of these questions and more deserved answering. Can you do something for me, Joshua? Please stay still while I try something out. Ves ignored the expert pilot's confusion and concentrated his mind. He first began to emulate an expert pilot's force of will by shaping his free-floating spiritual energy in a peculiar way. With the new insights he gained from James, Ves observed how his attempt was too frail. The root of it was because his willpower simply didn't measure up. He was only able to imitate the surface of a force of will because he relied on his abundance of spiritual energy to amplify what little willpower he truly possessed. True expert pilots required much less leverage to empower their will. When Ves expanded his false force of will, it immediately made contact with the real deal. Wah! Joshua widened his eyes as he felt something very familiar bumping into him. Is that you, sir? Are you a mech pilot? No. I just know a few tricks. Now, please stay calm. Let's see what will happen if I do this. Ves pushed his false force of will into Joshua's domain. Though he felt a bit of hindrance, it did not take too much force to push through the bubble. Surprisingly, both of them felt rather comfortable. The two's spiritual attributes and domains were very compatible and almost identical to each other. They were not the same, though. Ves and Joshua were both different in many different ways, so it was impossible for them to develop the exact same priorities. What Ves noted from Venerable Joshua was that the expert pilot attempted to mold his conviction as closely to the mechs he piloted as possible. Due to differences in background, knowledge, mindset, and etc., Joshua failed to accomplish a perfect match. Ves did not really mind this outcome. A complete match may bring surprising benefits, but he was already happy with the extraordinarily high compatibility between Joshua and him. Their domains were similar enough that they might as well be life mates. In fact, according to his own views on synergy, it was best if both sides brought something unique to the table. If Ves had to describe the difference between their two domains, it was that he possessed a much deeper comprehension in how mechs were put together. His life attributes were geared towards facilitating the design and creation of mechs by infusing them with life. What Venerable Joshua's willpower centered around was utilizing living mechs to the greatest possible degree. His force of will was especially attuned towards mechs that possessed life. In fact, not any living mech would do. The expert pilot was so picky that he could only exert his full potential of his force of will when he piloted a mech that conformed to V's distinctive design style. Could he pilot other mechs? Probably. It was just that Joshua would never want to go back to what he considered inferior goods. Only mechs designed by Ves and possibly the inheritors of his design philosophy would satisfy the discerning expert pilot. This was a very onerous condition. It ensured that Joshua became dependent on the mechs that Ves designed for the rest of his career. While he did not think it was wise, Ves appreciated Joshua even more because of it. This relationship ensured that Joshua would always remain loyal. The thought of betraying Ves would never come up, as doing so was anathema to his obsession. This was the only unreasonable part about Joshua. After conducting a number of other spiritual experiments, Ves gained a preliminary understanding of the expert pilot's other possible traits. Attributes related to cooperation and symbiosis not only enhanced Joshua's ability to meld with living mechs, but also made it remarkably easy for him to get along with other people. The attributes related to growth meant that Joshua was able to improve any living mech just by piloting them on a regular basis. He was probably the most desirable mech pilot that any living mech could yearn for. Perhaps when he grew stronger, he might even be able to help a mech surpass its limits. Aside from these amazing advantages, Joshua possessed some other helpful life attributes. For example, during his first breakthrough, Joshua was able to force a mech to repair some of its damage through resonance. This regeneration attribute was extremely desirable. There were plenty of exotics such as Rorica's bone that could add self-repair capabilities to a mech. Venerable Foster's Belisarius came to mind. If Joshua piloted something similar, then the boost he could provide to those self-repair capabilities would ensure that his mech was able to endure a lot more punishment. This was an essential advantage as far as Ves was concerned. Keeping Joshua alive was much easier if his mech made it through to the end of a battle. Once he completed his examinations, Ves loosened his mind and withdrew his presence. "All right, I think I have a good idea of what you are good at as an expert pilot. Let's proceed to the next item on my agenda. Tell me, what kind of expert mech would you like to pilot?" "Are you about to design my expert mech?" Joshua immediately became excited. His force of will pulsed with anticipation. Ves held up his hand. "Not so fast, Venerable Joshua. It will take a lot of time to design your expert mech from scratch. I'm just here to listen to your initial demands so that I can get a sense of what mech type and traits I should focus on. You possess a broad skill set that makes you suitable for many different mech types. A single expert mech can't possibly encompass everything, so you'll need to make some important choices." The only exception to the rule was if he had the opportunity to design a first-class multipurpose mech. A qualified mech designer was able to stuff so many modules and functions in them that they could essentially have their cake and eat it too. Many first-class mech designers in fact did attempt to cover all of their bases. This spared them from the hard decisions that lesser mech designers had to make on a daily basis. Perhaps one day, Ves might reach that level. Chapter 2447, Expanding Pool. When Ves encouraged Venerable Joshua to think about what he wanted from his first expert mech, the cabin fell silent for a time. Though expert pilots were usually decisive, a matter as important as this required very careful thought. It didn't help that the young expert pilot possessed the unusual luxury of having too much choice. Due to his obsessive desire to pilot as many LMC mechs as possible, Joshua forced himself to become good at piloting many different mech types. Whether it was ranged mechs or melee mechs, spaceborne mechs or landbound mechs, if Ves designed something, then Joshua was able to pilot them. Only a small number of exclusive mechs such as the Kinslayer and the Devil Tiger were missing in his collection. Hopefully, Joshua wouldn't come up to him one day and request to pilot the Blessed Squire or the Valkyrie Redeemer. The expert pilot finally made some decisions. "I think I'd like to pilot a mech that is equally capable at range and up close. I'm used to piloting medium mechs, and I hope the mech is useful in space and land battles." His first demand was a bit problematic, but Ves didn't have much issue with the second demand. Second-class mechs can easily be designed to function well enough in multiple environments. In most cases, this means designing a mech that performs best in space and decently in the air. If the mech is forced to fight on solid ground, then it will probably lose a considerable advantage. This is the typical trade-off of flexible mechs. Will my expert mech be a third-class or second-class machine?" "The latter," Ves quickly answered. "There's little point in pairing you up with a lesser expert mech. A regular squad of penitent sister mechs could probably beat you black and blue if that was the case. Our clan has already grown powerful enough that we are able to disregard most third-class threats. The enemies we truly have to worry about possess second-class backgrounds. Your expert mech will have to be strong enough to fight off their champions. That makes sense. Aren't they expensive and difficult to build? Let me worry about those matters. Don't hold back on your demands. If you want something, just ask for it. I'll tell you whether it is viable enough to add it to the list. I understand. Then, if it's possible, can you design a hero mech for me? I have long admired your transcendent messenger. If you can design something better, then I would gladly pilot it for many years. Ves blinked. Though a hero mech truly sounded like a good match for a versatile mech pilot such as Joshua, it was also a controversial mech type to say the least. However, hero mechs weren't as impractical in Joshua's case. First, Joshua already developed many of the necessary skills to pilot such a difficult mech type. Second, second-class mechs possessed a lot more capacity than lesser mechs. Third, expert pilots picked up skills very quickly, so they never experienced any problems with piloting hero mechs. His case was similar to that of Venerable Foster. Now that Ves thought about it, the parallels were a bit disturbing. He even thought about incorporating Rorica's bone or something similar to Joshua's expert mech. Ves hesitated a bit. Hero mechs are strong because they are versatile. They are all-rounders that can fight adequately in most situations, but the downside is that they might not be able to match up against more specialized mechs. This rule applies to both standard mechs and expert mechs. In practical terms, this will put you at a constant disadvantage in duels against your peers. I can deal with that. Joshua confidently smiled. I believe in your work. My expert mech will be better than the machines of my opponents. Besides, with the versatility of an expert mech, I don't have to play by their rules. I can rush in and attack up close if my enemy is a pure range specialist. If I'm squaring off against a melee champion, I'll just do my best to maintain my distance. Since the young expert pilot had made up his mind, Ves accepted the decision. Okay, I'll note down this wish of yours. I have already designed a hero mech, so I am pretty confident I can design a more advanced one. Now, do you have other demands? The expert pilot thought for a moment. It has to deal a lot of damage. Expert mechs are difficult to damage. I need enough punch so that I don't end up like Tusa when he fought the big bird. Okay, so offensive power is your greatest priority. Oh, don't forget about defense. While I'm confident in my evasion abilities, I can fight a lot better if I can trade hits every now and then. I wouldn't have been able to last as long in the previous battle if you didn't reinforce the quint. Okay. Just make sure it's not slow. As I've already mentioned, I'm pretty good at performing high-speed moves. As long as my mech is fast and agile enough, I'm confident I can outmaneuver most of my enemies. Ves grew a little irritated. Joshua! You're not a child anymore. You should know better that every mech has trade-offs. No mech has ever succeeded in earning full marks in offense, defense, mobility, and utility. You need to set a list of priorities and make some sacrifices. Now, choose carefully. Which one do you care about the most? In the next few minutes, Joshua tried but failed to make a choice. He leaned towards emphasizing offensive capability, but did not want to sacrifice too much defense and mobility. In his opinion, his expert mech should not have any major shortcomings in any area. Can you just make an all-round expert mech for me? He eventually proposed. I've heard that it's not a good choice, but that applies to other people. With my piloting style, I can do a lot as long as my mech is versatile enough to depend upon. I'm not like Janzi and Tusa who absolutely need the greatest defense or mobility. What I need are choices so that I can pick the right approach for any given situation. While VS understood his rationale, it was not that easy for a mech pilot to make the most out of such a muddled mech. The success of a balanced mech imposed a heavy burden on Joshua's judgment and piloting skill. With specialized mechs, the mech pilot only had to focus on following a prescribed approach dictated by their mechs. This simplified their choices and forced them to excel in their chosen specialties. In general, VS preferred this approach. While making his mech pilots specialize in narrow roles did not make them useful in battles that restricted them, the key was that they never fought alone. For example, Venerable Janzi was as solid as a rock but could not chase after faster opponents. Venerable Tusa was as swift as a gale but as fragile as a nutrient pack. If they fought by themselves, then an enemy could easily exploit their weaknesses. If they joined forces, then the equation suddenly changed. Both of them were able to cover up for their weaknesses, leaving only their lackluster offensive ability as a common weakness. To be honest, VS hoped that Joshua dedicated himself to piloting Lancer mechs. The Larkinson clan needed a champion that could pierce through the toughest armor and present the greatest threat to stronger opponents. Of all of the mech types, Lancer mechs were one of the few varieties that were able to leapfrog past its tier. The galactic net was filled with glorious tales of lesser Lancer mechs demolishing complacent superior mechs. Lancer mechs are powerful, to be sure, Venerable Joshua remarked. It's just that I don't want to be limited by this choice. If you can, try to include it in my hero mech, but don't weaken its ability to fight up close. Ugh. VS hated picky and indecisive clients the most. Despite their excellent compatibility, he could already foretell that designing Joshua's mech was going to be quite the ordeal. It will take time to translate your demands into an actual expert mech, he cautiously said. In the process, we'll likely have to make a lot of compromises. Don't set your expectations too high. I trust you, sir. I have faith in your ability to design the right mech for me. I don't mind waiting a bit as long as I can get the mech of my dreams. That's good to hear. I think I have a decent idea of what you want. I will focus on coming up with a mech concept that is centered around a balanced hero mech. It still lacks something that ties it all together. It lacks a theme that shapes its identity. This was not something that they could proceed on at the moment. VS barely knew what he was capable of adding to an expert mech. He felt it was best to discuss the matter with Master Willix prior to deciding anything else. Mech designers needed to take a different approach when they tackled this special category of machines. Once their fruitful discussion ended, VS said goodbye and left Joshua's cabin. Before he shuttled back to the Scarlet Rose, he briefly took a look at the Quint. The mech had become a lot more impressive than before. Its battle scars made it look aged, but what really impressed VS was how vigorous it had grown. The unity of man and machine that Venerable Joshua accomplished during his astonishing breakthrough had permanently marked the Quint. Not only did it develop a considerably more distinct character, its spiritual foundation had grown considerably. It was still a fully saturated mech, but the pool had grown at least 50% bigger. What this essentially meant was that the Quint became even more dangerous to regular mech pilots. In his previous experiments, VS determined that mech pilots with spiritual potential were reluctantly able to interface with a mech with 100% saturation. The problem was that this only applied to regular mechs that were only recently enhanced. They all pretty much possessed identical pools. VS hadn't really accounted for the growth and expansion these mechs might go through. While not every mech would have the opportunity to achieve complete resonance, the Quint was a notable exception. He was really scared of what might happen if he put any standard mech pilot in its cockpit. My masterwork mech has become too good to be piloted by ordinary people. In his estimation, the only mech pilots who were able to withstand the greater pressure of a 150% load were expert candidates and higher. However, a mech as potent as Quint should provide the mech pilots who can pass its test with enormous benefits. Ves even theorized that if he assigned the Quint to an expert candidate such as Ayman Ingvar, a breakthrough might happen faster. This mech is still dangerous, though. I can't allow other people to take it out for a ride. He activated his comm and drafted an emergency order that restricted its use. While no one in the clan would ever dare to play around with a mech assigned to an expert pilot, it was better to be safe and sorry. Once Joshua finally received his expert mech, the Quint would become free again. Ves needed to think very carefully about who should pilot the mech next. Well, I have 9 expert candidates, so I have plenty of choice. Although the Quint was derived from the Bright Warrior design, all of the modifications he made to the mech had already caused it to diverge from its origins. If Ves wanted to make use of the Quint as a legacy mech, then he needed to upgrade it into a true second-class mech design. The effort is worth it as long as my guesses are true. Ves grinned as he looked appreciatively at his handiwork. As long as I keep taking care of it, the Quint will surely become a part of the Larkinson clan's legacy. Chapter 2448, Step on Me. When Ves successively visited the other expert pilots, their demands all fell in line with his expectations. He had already gotten a good sense on what they sought in a mech. Since each of them started off as third-class mech pilots, their tastes and desires strongly leaned towards specialization. This meant that they didn't ask for too many incompatible options. They had little need for bells and whistles. They just wanted a mech that worked just like the machines they were used to, but with much better performance. Each expert pilot had looked up on expert mechs and became dazzled by the countless examples of powerful works. This helped them gain a better sense of what was possible. After collecting every expert pilot's opinion, Ves mulled over them once he returned to the Scarlet Rose. Venerable Tusa is the easiest to satisfy. His expert mech is smaller, and his demands are simple. An expert light mech was still very capable, but the size of its frame limited its capacity. It had less room for modules and other functions. While this limited the versatility and other parameters of a light mech, it at least reduced the scope required at development. This meant that designing Tusa's expert mech first delivered the fastest results. This was a very important detail to Ves. He felt far too exposed even if the Larkinson clan was about to gain a lot of new hardware in the coming months. The sooner his expert pilots were able to exert their full strength, the safer they would all be. Hardly anyone had the guts to mess with a fleet protected by an expert pilot. There are other reasons for designing Tusa's mech before the others. Ves was very well aware that Venerable Tusa felt he was being overlooked too often. If the aggrieved light mech specialist was the first one to receive an expert mech, then all of that resentment would probably fade away. This should especially be the case if the mech was good. The other reason to satisfy Tusa's demand first was due to the political influence he wielded. Of the 5 expert pilots, Venerable Joshua and Venerable Dice were solidly behind his back. Venerable Orphan may be more reluctant but tentatively fell into his camp. Opposite to them, Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa were both opposed to the direction that Ves had taken the clan. Of the two, Venerable Janzi had become quite vocal about her opposition. While Venerable Tusa also disapproved of Ves, he was clearly more open to persuasion. As long as Ves met Tusa's needs by providing him with an expert mech first, the latter's opposition would certainly fade. This is a good way to solve numerous problems at once, he muttered. Of course, Ves still needed to discuss his plans with Master Willix. She might have a different opinion. Ves yawned as he stepped into his stateroom with Nita following as his constant guard. Meow! What? Are you serious? Meow meow! Lucky shoved a pair of gems on the desk before jumping away and phasing through the deck. You regained your powers! After several weeks of trying to digest the beastone that Ves had used as a laxative for his cat, 2 odd gems came into existence. Ves eagerly stepped forward and swiped up the gems. The gems were dark and hardly any light passed through. Their surface was coarse as they were covered with rounded spikes that ran all over their surface. His face turned odd. How painful was it for Lucky to push out these spiky gems? He couldn't imagine the pain he would go through if he was the one who was forced to squeeze out these oddly shaped gems. Well, at least I'm not a gem cat, haha. He proceeded to study them with his system vision in order to discover their details. Antithesis essence. Antithesis essence. That's it. Ves patted his head and rubbed his eyes. When he inspected the gems yet again, they delivered the same description. You defective piece of crap! You're growing lazier and lazier. No matter how much he complained, his system vision never improved. For some reason, the latest 2 gems produced by Lucky possessed indeterminate properties. The only clues that Ves received were in their names. He frowned in puzzlement. What is essence? What does it mean when they are associated with the word antithesis? When Ves retrieved the definition of antithesis from the dictionary in his implant, he gained a very simple definition. Antithesis: person or thing that is the direct opposite of someone or something else. While this was an easy description for him to understand, he didn't see how it applied to gems. When he considered the effect of beastone, did this gem possess the ability to neutralize the effect of other gems? Maybe its power is even greater than that. Ves experimentally retrieved some of his other gems and put them close to an antithesis gem. Nothing happened, but he separated them anyway just to be safe. He didn't want any of his other gems to lose their potency. Just like the question marks in their description, the gems remained a mystery. Ves wasn't really sure what would happen if he embedded them in a mech. He had some guesses, though. These gems are most suited to the sanctuary or any other mech presided over by Lufa. Perhaps such a mech would gain powerful neutralizing abilities that were capable of negating spiritual energy and other manifestations of power. What if I use them myself? For a moment, he felt tempted to embed it into his unending regalia. He reluctantly set aside this plan when he considered that the effects of Lucky's gems were usually exclusive to mechs. He also felt that it might be a bad idea to keep them on his person for a lengthy amount of time. As a mech designer and spiritual engineer, it was essential for him to manipulate spiritual energy. Constant contact with a gem that might very well interfere with that was just asking for trouble. After he made this guess, Ves resolutely decided to put them in his vault rather than in one of his pockets. Once he took care of that, he collected his thoughts before turning his attention back to his main work. I've already fooled around long enough. Let's get back to completing my remaining design projects. After finishing the Crystal Lord Mark II, Sanctuary and Chiron designs, he only needed to tackle 3 more before he cleared the board. Of the 3 that remained, the Valkyrie Redeemer project was the most important to him. Introducing the Blessed Squire to the Hexers caused them to change the way they fought against the Friday Men, mostly for the better. A fair amount of time had passed since the LMC introduced a global update across all of its current mech models. Every opponent who fought LMC mechs in battle faced much trickier circumstances now that they were capable of manipulating the range of their glows. This presented a great advantage to every LMC mech, not just the Blessed Squires and the Altered Doom Guards. Certainly, the 2 aforementioned mech models gained the greatest boost in value. After tricking the Friday Men many times, they finally learned their lesson. Before the release of the retraction dial update, the Glow Crusher reigned supreme among the counters of LMC Mechs. Now that the mech pilots of the Blessed Squires became very proficient in controlling the radius of their glows, there was almost no chance that Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg's work succeeded in crushing any glows. In order to fulfill its original function, the Glow Crusher had to discharge its accumulated motion energy directly into a Blessed Squire. This was incredibly difficult to achieve. With the amount of protection that Hexers afforded to their Blessed Squires, the Glow Crushers rapidly diminished in importance. Ves grinned as he read through the reports and watched some of the latest battle footage. Skillful use of the retraction dial provided other benefits as well. The smaller the radius, the more resilient the glow. The Hex army increasingly favored deploying multiple Blessed Squires in a single formation, but with their dials set halfway. While this massively reduced the range of their influence, their glows gained just enough resilience to withstand the pressure of individual counters. This is quite clever. The battle tactics developed by the enterprising and ambitious commanders of the Hex army were very novel. Not only that, but once any of them developed a clever tactic, the Hex army quickly propagated them to other units. Since the mech divisions and mech regiments of the Hex army were much more homogeneous than the forces of other local states, they encountered significantly less barriers to sharing know-how and best practices. What worked in one unit of Hexers typically worked in many other units of Hexers. This was not the case for the Friday Coalition. First, each partner organized its own separate military mech armies. Second, each mech division and mech regiment adopted their own distinct traditions, tactics, mech designs, and so on. This severely hampered their ability to form a broad and unified response. Of course, the high degree of uniformity in the Hex army wasn't without flaw. Just as the Glow Crusher had proved, a single counter successfully weakened the Hexers as a whole. It was fortunate that VS managed to come up with a quick response by implementing the retraction dial. Not every designer was able to solve this kind of problem with ease. VS was sure this wasn't the end of it. He could smell the vengeful Friday men cooking up yet another way to crush his work. To be honest, he wanted to delay the completion of the Valkyrie Redeemer until the Friday men made a move in the second round of their little competition. Gloriana hit back at his proposal. "Do you know how long I've waited for you to be done with your frivolous games? The Hex army is starving for our mechs, VS. Now stop dilly-dallying around and do your part so we can finally hand over the Valkyrie Redeemer design to the hegemony." Faced with such an impassioned demand, VS could only acquiesce. "It'll be okay," VS comforted himself. "I can just publish an update just like before when the Friday men come up with their second response." He studied the second-class light aerial Marauder mech design in detail. The technical design work was already complete for the most part. Gloriana clearly showered it with a lot of attention as VS discovered that it had gone through 4 iterations. In fact, according to the logs, she even worked together with some of the institutions of the Hex army to gather the most comprehensive test data and provide her with numerous helpful suggestions. It didn't take much effort for VS to discover that these very clever suggestions came from Hexer mech designers. While they were so repelled at the thought of contributing to a mech design that was tainted by a male mech designer, the snobby Hexers had no qualms offering their advice anonymously. VS frowned a bit. Meddling cows. Regardless, the insightful suggestions allowed Gloriana to optimize the Valkyrie Redeemer design to a far greater extent than usual. The performance of the latest prototype exceeded his estimates by at least 5%. That is quite a difference. One of the reasons the Hexers invested so heavily in the Valkyrie Redeemer was because it was a female mech design. As a mech that was meant to be used by the superior gender, the Hexers wanted to make sure that their most important soldiers received the best. Though Ves was not pleased that his territory was being encroached upon, he knew that he had to abide by the demands of his clients. Technically, Ves answered to Diva, but these days the Hex Army took over from the intelligence agency and liaised directly with the miracle couple. Maybe I should impose some rules next time, he considered. It's one thing to listen to my clients. It's another thing to let them walk all over me. I'm not the kind of boy who likes being stepped upon. Chapter 2449, Auto-Enhancement. Ves did not like other mech designers meddling into his projects. Sure, he was not against cooperating with other mech designers. The important point was that he agreed to it. He gladly collaborated with Gloriana due to the fantastic synergy they achieved. That did not mean he was in favor of getting help from others, especially when he didn't have a say in the matter. Fortunately, the violation this time was light. As Ves carefully studied the latest iteration of the Valkyrie Redeemer design, he clearly noted traces that resembled Gloriana's design style, but not entirely. He knew how his partner designed her mechs. She was ambitious but also exceedingly perfectionist. She constantly struggled to balance her urges, and sometimes she failed, much to her chagrin. What was odd about the current design was that Ves no longer spotted any of these quirks. All of the areas that were usually prone to suboptimal solutions looked suspiciously polished in his eyes. Every mech designer possessed a different style. Even the blandest design style still stood out in some way. To Ves, the Valkyrie Redeemer was like a glass of water with a few extra fingerprints on its surface. It was still a glass of water, but who knew who already took a sip at it while he was looking away? Well, at least the meddlers didn't try to change anything substantial. The overall character and performance profile of the Valkyrie Redeemer remained unchanged. It was just a little bit better at performing its purpose due to the additional optimization it received. Ves could easily guess why that was so. The Hexer Masters probably didn't hold themselves back out of the goodness of their hearts. They're just afraid they'll ruin the glow of the mech. Without his intervention or guidance, anyone who implemented major changes to the design quickly tarnished its spiritual foundation. He had to spend a lot of effort in instructing Gloriana to keep her mind focused and free of distractions in order to minimize the impact, and even then she still muddled up the spiritual foundation sometimes. The problem was so much worse for stronger mech designers who exerted a disproportionately powerful impact on any design they worked on. With the strength of a master, they could easily wipe out the glow of a mech entirely if they invested themselves in a design. This was actually one of the hidden reasons why there were no good variants of LMC mechs. The mech designers who were best positioned to develop them were also the most likely to ruin their spiritual nature. Considering that the Hex Army just happened to be the client, Ves did not begrudge the Hexers too much. The quality of the Valkyrie Redeemer design directly impacted the lives of their mech pilots and many other citizens. A 5% difference in performance might sound minor, but this margin might prevent the Hexers from losing tens of thousands of mech pilots over the course of the Komodo War. One of the fundamental flaws of this commission is that we didn't account for the increase in scope. The mechs I promised to the Hexers are too important to be left in the hands of two journeymen. There was too much at stake in a war that affected an entire star sector. The fate of trillions of lives and a large amount of states hung in the balance. This was why the works of master mech designers dominated the rosters of mech militaries. States wanted to fight with the best machines that they could get. Why settle for the rough and immature designs of journeymen when they could easily obtain something better from masters? The oddity here was that neither Ves nor Diva anticipated that the hegemony as a whole embraced the blessed squire so quickly. In his discussions with Calabast, she often brought up the intense bias towards mechs designed by boys. The notoriously strict and female-centric Council of Matriarchs literally burned any applications sent by boys without even taking a glance at them. To the matriarchs, the moment hexadric hegemony resorted to mechs designed by boys, their state had already fallen. Ves snorted in disgust. It turns out you're not so principled after all. I guess reality sometimes has a way of whacking some sense in fanatics. The actual hexers fighting against the Friday men in the trenches did not care as much for ideological purity. They just wanted effective solutions, and a pair of journeymen just happened to meet their demands. With his glows, Ves possessed a unique advantage that the hexers weren't able to assail. This gave the hexer leaders little choice but to make an exception to the rules. A part of him admired the burst of pragmatism from the hexers. As long as they weren't unreasonable to the point of absurdity, Ves did not have too many qualms of working for them. An honest mech designer and businessman should always uphold his end of a deal. I have principles after all. As Ves continued to study and work on the Valkyrie Redeemer design, he became increasingly more eager to see it in action. Different from the Blessed Squire, the Valkyrie Redeemer was a female-centric mech design. Its budget was double that of the Blessed Squire despite being considerably lighter and smaller. Every square meter of mech was packed with advanced components and exceptional alloys. Armed with a short spear, hexagon-shaped shield and pulse submachine gun, the aerial Marauder mech possessed a versatile loadout that was tailor-made for independent raiding and harassment missions. The Valkyrie Redeemer was arguably the most powerful and most impactful mech he had designed up until now. Certainly, the Devil Tiger and the Ouroboros were vastly more expensive and exceptional, but they were outliers as far as he was concerned. Unlike those one-off mechs, the Valkyrie Redeemer was a standard military mech design that was likely to be used by millions of highly trained military mech pilots. The women who were slated to pilot it would probably go on to achieve great victories that they couldn't have achieved with any other machine. Ves briefly felt burdened by the sheer amount of influence of this mech design. A lot of people were paying attention to his next entry into the Komodo War. If the Valkyrie Redeemer somehow fell flat, then not only would he lose a huge amount of reputation, but he might indirectly contribute to the additional deaths and suffering of many hexers. Why am I so nervous? I've always shouldered this burden ever since I sold my first Mark Antony. The biggest difference was that the scope had increased. The influence of a single, cheap variant was countless times less than a new military mech model that might decide whether the Hex Army succeeded in overrunning the Carnegie Group. Well, I can only do what I can. Let's finalize this mech design. He already added 2 triggered abilities to the design. They were the defining traits of the Valkyrie Redeemer, and would likely become synonymous with the design. Considering that he designed the abilities before he made some major advances in the field of spiritual engineering, he saw plenty of room for improvements. He resolutely broke up the spiritual constructs that carried the abilities and rebuilt them from the ground up with several advancements in mind. He first tackled the shock pulse ability that was designed to work in tandem with Valkyrie Redeemer's starburst grenades. Inspired by the rapid emotional disorientation induced by the new Doom Guards, he added strong emotional components to the pulsing discharge. He chuckled. It's not enough to shock the enemy's minds and spirits. I want them to be awed as well so that they will worship the Valkyries as they die. He always enjoyed developing more creative ways to kill. The entire point of designing mechs, especially those purposed for the military, was to increase their lethality to the limit. By adding an awe effect that was closely related to the Superior Mother, the new shock pulse became even more difficult to shrug off. The Blessed Squire's performance on the battlefield already proved that even elite Friday men mech pilots weren't immune to the disruption that emotional changes could bring. They're still human underneath their fearsome shells. Considering the alterations he made, he might as well adjust the name of the ability to shock and awe pulse. It's quite a good combination. No wonder it's a classic. The changes he made to the short-range triggered ability paled in comparison to what he did next. The Marked for Death ability drastically narrowed the angle of the glow so that it was effectively able to affect a distant target. As VS broke down and rebuilt the spiritual construct responsible for this ability, he integrated the functionality of the retraction dial into it. This allowed the mech pilot to selectively reduce the range in order to affect multiple opponents with its suppressive glow. He also tweaked the death-based glow in order to increase its effectiveness at inducing terror. Nixie, along with the dark gods of the Nixian Gap, had taught him plenty about suppressing people through spiritual means. While he wasn't able to replicate their methods entirely, he was able to imitate a small portion of their effects. The final change he made to the ability was that the Valkyrie Redeemers could pool and superimpose their targeted glows more effectively. When it came to glows, 1 + 1 did not equal 2. Most of the time, the strengthening resulting from overlapping glows mostly led to a modest increase such as 1.05. What VS had done was to introduce some slight variance to the individual glow signature of every unique mech. Because each Valkyrie Redeemer exerted a slightly different glow, VS theorized that overlapping them together might be able to induce vastly greater emotional turmoil towards the targets. It's boring when everything is the same. Just making every little glow a little more unique will doubtlessly add some excitement. He was very proud when he came up with this little trick. While he hadn't tested it out, he was certain it would work out the way he envisioned. If he happened to be wrong, he could always correct the mech design. Unlike other mech designers, I don't need to go through any approval process to alter my mechs. It only took hours for him to upgrade the abilities. Just as before, the 2 triggered abilities were also alive. Infused with a small amount of his spiritual energy, they were capable of growing and evolving over time, though in what way, even VS didn't know. In theory, the triggered abilities evolved according to the wants and needs of the mech, the design spirit, and the mech pilot. If they wanted to increase the range of the Marked for Death ability, then the spiritual construct responsible for it would aim for this improvement at the expense of other possible choices. If a lot of Hexer mech pilots wanted to abuse the shock and awe ability even further, then the shock and awe ability would likely experience greater growth. Resources are limited. Not everything can be improved at once. After he was done with revising the triggered abilities, he directed his attention to the other spiritual aspects of his mech design. He smoothed out anything that looked sloppy and built up and added some additional elements that strengthened the Valkyrie Redeemer's spiritual character. In particular, he made sure to set it up for individual growth and development. While VS wasn't willing to set up any mechanisms that induced the Superior Mother to invest some of her energy to enhance the spiritual foundations of the mechs, he did open up a door for other sources. If the mech pilot can pay the price herself, then by all means do it. Just don't ask for a handout from my mother. Inspired by the changes to the Quint, any mech pilot who advanced to expert candidate or expert pilot was able to enhance their individual Valkyrie Redeemers. While VS risked exposure when he implemented this quirk, he couldn't resist adding it in once he conceived of the idea. He really wanted to develop methods of enhancing his mechs without relying on himself or his design spirits to make a move. By implementing a secret auto-enhancement function, VS hoped that this solution might be able to deflect some suspicion in the future. Chapter 2450, VS the Great Scientist. VS felt quite accomplished after he completed his work on the Valkyrie Redeemer design. The auto-enhancement function he developed was a more purposeful way of enhancing the spiritual foundations of his mechs. Even without this function, his mechs would have gained a boost regardless, but the process wouldn't be as efficient. Now, any mech that was lucky enough to be the carrier of a breakthrough would definitely be rewarded for its contribution. It was only fair for the lucky mech pilot to share some of the benefits. Just to be sure, Ves implemented a hard ceiling of 25% saturation of base foundation. At 50% saturation, the mech in question became capable of killing its own pilot. While the odds of this happening were very minor, the fact that the victims all consisted of mech pilots with spiritual potential would have massive repercussions. Ves did not want to be responsible for killing off an entire population of future expert pilots. The MTA will definitely hunt me down once it finds out. He set the limit at a percentage of the base foundation because he needed to account for expansions of the pool. Considering that referring to percentages of saturation of base foundation quickly got tiring, Ves invented a new unit of measure to express the level of enhancement of any given mech. As the inventor of this new and unprecedented phenomenon, I have the right to call it however I like. Since I'm naming a new unit of measurement, let's call it the Ves scale. Of all of the possible choices he could make, he settled for his own name. An intense wave of pride and accomplishment burst from his mind. Yes, that's it. What a brilliant choice. I deserve a prize for my fantastic naming sense. Ha! As Ves erupted in laughter, Lucky woke up from his nap and studied the current state of his owner. Meow! The cat recognized that type of laughter and instantly knew he needed to be somewhere else. He quickly phased his body and dove straight through the deck. Ves took no notice of his cat. Instead, he became engrossed with the illusion that he had joined the ranks of the greatest scientists of human civilization. Many pioneers in science who discovered and quantified a new unit of measurement put forward their own names. This was an ancient and long-standing custom in the scientific community. As long as other qualified people accept my unit of measurement, then it's settled. Right now, Ves was the only one who was versed in spiritual foundation enhancement. The rest of human civilization had no clue what the Ves scale actually stood for. This meant that his voice was the only one that mattered. As Ves cast his vote on his suggestion, he won the naming competition by default. After all, he won 1 out of 1 total votes. I have made history today! Ha 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 ha! In his mind, he had reasons to be proud. He formally joined the ranks of other shameless scientists such as Isaac Newton, Blaise Pascal, Anders Celsius, James Watt, James Prescott Joule, Heinrich Rudolf Hertz, and many other people that often showed up in science textbooks. Perhaps in the distant future, where he finally felt secure enough to publicize his methods, every mech designer would eventually make use of the Ves scale throughout human space. To define the unit of measurement, he arbitrarily equated 25% saturation of the base spiritual foundation of a fresh, bright warrior mech to 25 Ves. Since each mech was able to grow their spiritual foundation over time, thereby stretching what a certain percentage of saturation actually meant, it was important for him to come up with an absolute rather than a relative unit of measurement. After all, 25% of a single glass of water was a lot smaller than 25% of an entire swimming pool. He made sure to record the degree of strength that corresponded to different amounts of Ves and to calibrate his internal Ves meter. Alright, that's done! Once he was done with admiring his new unit of measurement, he turned his attention back to the Valkyrie Redeemer. So far, it was the only mech design that incorporated the experimental new auto-enhancement function. Its target audience shouldn't be weak, but just to be sure, it's best not to exceed 25 Ves for any LMC mech used by outsiders. LMC mechs with 50 Ves already became deadly. Machines with 100 Ves became death traps to every mech pilot that induced the hostility of their own machines. The relationship between the mech and mech pilot mattered a lot. An LMC mech with 100 Ves could still offer a huge amount of help to mech pilots that truly respected it and treated it with care. Yet because Ves couldn't account for the behavior of mech pilots outside of his clan, he needed to take the worst-case scenario into account. If there are any Hex or mech pilots in the Hex army who frequently abuse their own mechs, then I don't want to be responsible if their machines hit back. Aside from shielding him from liability, setting a hard cap of 25 Ves also ensured that his products wouldn't attract too much attention from the public. While any mech that reached 25 Ves was still able to grow and develop a unique character remarkably quickly, only a few mechs would ever be able to hit this maximum. The odds of mech pilots of the Valkyrie Redeemers breaking through was minuscule, and the advancement of expert candidates did not unleash as much energy as true apotheosis. Even if the chances are small, I can't endanger the few winners. For now, it was only safe to handle mechs with higher Vs if Vs directly controlled their usage. He could only do so if the mechs remained in his clan. The mechs piloted by the expert pilots when they broke through during the previous battle were all off-limits to others. The Quint that measured a whopping 150 Vs was the most dangerous of the surviving custom mechs. Even if the Masterwork mech did not mean to harm any Larkinson mech pilots, its presence alone was enough to crush a mech pilot's head. The Quint was sacred to Ves. He did not want one of his greatest works to tarnish itself by bearing the guilt of killing one of its own users. In order to ensure that no one developed any crooked ideas about mechs such as the Quint, Ves wrote up a formal order and passed it to Major Vril. The clan needed to impose a new structure to restrict the usage of the most dangerous mechs. In addition, he also wanted to explore ways to set up a reward structure around spiritual enhancement. Mech pilots that earned a lot of Larkinson merits in battle or elsewhere should be allowed to exchange them for boosting their assigned mechs. Right now, he wasn't sure whether it was still necessary to enhance the foundations of the mechs used by his clansmen. With 5 expert pilots and 9 expert candidates, the Larkinson clan could not handle any more breakthroughs. It will be different in the future. When the Larkinson clan expanded and matured, he wanted his mech forces to have a structure in place that automatically enhanced every LMC mech by a modest amount. That was the extent of the freebie that mech pilots received. If they want more, they have to work for it. This is the best solution. People cherish something less if they did not have to sacrifice anything to obtain it. Ves wanted to keep his mech pilots motivated, so dangling this mysterious reward after some time would definitely give them another reason to push themselves. With that out of the way, he returned to the Valkyrie Redeemer design and carefully inspected it from top to bottom several times. Once he made sure that the mech did not contain any problematic issues, he packaged up the files and sent them to Gloriana. Sure enough, she called him less than a minute later. "You've finished the Valkyrie Redeemer design?" she asked with a hopeful glint in her eyes. Versus nodded. "Yes. I've updated the documentation to describe the changes I've made to its glow and some other aspects. In particular, the retraction dial opens up a lot more options. The glow of the Valkyrie Redeemer has definitely become more remarkable." The one regret he had was that the mech may score high on uniformity. It did not offer that much individuality. The auto-enhancement function helped a bit, but it was effectively limited to expert candidates. That did not conform with his desires. Ves constantly sought new ways to improve the performance of regular mech pilots, not the privileged elites. Gloriana quickly studied the updated design files. She stared long and hard at the design schematics. Though she couldn't see the changes that Ves had made, she could feel them, if only a little bit. Her perception of spiritual energy was still lacking. The mech feels more real, more emotional, more eager to deliver death. She spoke. "I'm quite happy with it. Compared to the Blessed Squire, the Valkyrie Redeemer is more advanced in every way. We can truly prove to the hegemony that our work is transformational." She rambled for a few minutes how it was a great honor to help the hegemony crush the coalition and liberate the entire star sector. "So what will you do with the design now that it's complete?" he asked. As I said, I'll handle our communications with the hegemony. I will send it to the Hex Army and some government institutions so that they can rigorously test and verify our work. As long as they don't spot any serious flaws, the Hex Army will soon be able to field them in battle. How long will that take? The stakes are higher now. While our mechs are powerful, the Hexers are also apprehensive at their effects. They need to perform much more rigorous testing than we have ever performed. I would say the Valkyrie Redeemer will truly make its debut in 1 or 2 months. That's a rather long time. It would have been far longer if there wasn't a war going on. The Hex Army is usually very strict when it comes to introducing new mech models into its lineup. Maybe the mech will finally be able to show off its prowess at the date of our wedding. That would be a nice wedding gift. What a great idea! Gloriana gushed. I will definitely have to pass on this suggestion to the hegemony. All of the foreign dignitaries that we've invited to the wedding will doubtlessly become impressed when they see how easily our Valkyrie Redeemers are able to crush the Friday men. They chatted a bit more about the design. Ves tried his best to convey some of what improved or added without going into details. As Gloriana was already familiar with his work, she was able to figure out a lot by herself. The Valkyrie Redeemer marks another evolution in my development, Ves summed up. The innovations I've implemented have made this mech very different from our previous works. Every mech we design in the future will at least be able to reach this standard. Both of them were happy with what they accomplished. Just like Ves, Gloriana accomplished some breakthroughs of her own. She had finally begun to digest the many insights she harvested from examining the masterwork mechs and receiving instruction from Master Willix. If she hadn't improved by such a considerable margin, then the anonymous mech designers who optimized the Valkyrie Redeemer would have been able to make a greater difference. Ves already looked forward to the next wave of mech design projects. He wanted to translate all of his gains into better mechs, both for the Hex Army and the Larkinson clan. He wanted to design so many mechs that he felt that the current limits were not enough anymore. Engaging in just 2 major design projects and 4 minor design projects meant that Ves would have to spend years to finish all of the high-priority mech designs on his agenda. Honey? What is it, Ves? Have you ever thought about expanding the design department?